chapter 2002, when he said that the golden spear shone even more brightly. Endless light flickered in all directions. Golden thunder fell from the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble. Buzz. However, the spear stopped in the next moment. The terrifying scene around them also froze in an instant. Then, the lightning and golden light that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. A strong and powerful hand grabbed the golden spearhead. That hand belonged to Lin Xian. He seemed to have grabbed the poisonous snake's weak spot and subdued the golden spear in an instant. Damn it! How is that possible? He can grab my weapon. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his face was full of disbelief. In the next moment, he roared crazily and waved his hands, trying to pull the spear out. The great perfection of 6 stars? That's all there is to it. You don't have the ability to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He exerted strength in his arms and immediately waved the spear. As for the middle-aged man who was holding the spear, he was also lifted up into the air, dancing nonstop in the air. Boom! Lin Xian waved the spear and smashed it hard on the ground. Immediately, the middle-aged man's body fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Cracks spread in all directions, and it was extremely terrifying. I'm going to kill you. The middle-aged man got up from the ground and roared crazily. Endless sacred light erupted from his body. The terrifying aura shattered the void. Boom! However, at that moment, a foot stepped on his head. Immediately, his body that had just gotten up was stepped back down again. Not only that, but his head was also stepped on into the soil. You still want to fight back? Do you have the ability to? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The young man, who was trapped, and the 2 women in the distance were stunned when they saw that scene. They did not expect their powerful senior brother to have his head stepped on, and unable to resist at all. It was really hard for them to believe. Now, do you still dare to have any ideas about the yin-yang fruit? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing that, their bodies trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. What kind of joke was that? They would never dare to have any ideas about the yin-yang fruit, even if they were beaten to death. That was because the young man before him was simply too powerful. Moreover, it was very strange. He was clearly only at the early stage of a 6-star martial artist, but his combat strength was so strong that even a 6-star martial artist at the consummation stage was no match for him. Could it be that the other party had already reached the almighty level? They were all terrified. No, I wouldn't dare. The middle-aged man struggled to open his mouth and said, We were blind and didn't know that the Yin-Yang Valley was still Young Master's territory. Please forgive us. Young Master. I hope Young Master won't blame us. The other 3 also hurriedly apologized as their bodies began to tremble. Tell me, what is the use of the yin-yang fruit? The yin-yang fruit will bear fruit once a month. However, there are very few of them each time, only 3 to 5. This yin-yang fruit is very magical. It can help you concentrate and train your qi. After consuming it, the soul power and spiritual energy in the body will be refined. If taken over a long period of time, it can even purify one's soul and improve one's physique. It might even give birth to bloodline power. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hold anything back. He explained all the uses of the yin-yang fruit. When Lin Xian heard this, he was greatly surprised. The yin-yang fruit was special. It could only be found in the Yin-Yang Valley. No other place would have it. Lin Xian hadn't known before, but now it seemed that the yin-yang fruit was truly a treasure. Not only could it improve a cultivator's physique, but it could also strengthen one's soul. However, he was very puzzled. Why didn't Valurium Palace want such a good thing? Why did they leave it here for others to fight over? But soon he understood. There were simply too few of the yin-yang fruit. Although it could improve one's physique and even strengthen one's soul, it needed to be consumed over a long period of time. If 3 to 5 of them were taken each time, who knew how long it would take to gather enough yin-yang fruit. That was why Valurium Palace didn't monopolize the yin-yang fruit. Instead, they let the other 5 peaks benefit. In the past, the 5 great winds would fight over the yin-yang fruit. At the very least, Jin Jianfeng and Tai Yunfeng's men would fight. However, because of Lin Xian's arrival this time, Big Dipper and Qinlan didn't come. However, Tai Yunfeng's men had come. They fought Lin Xian, but the result was a crushing defeat. All right, get out of here. Also, Yin-Yang Valley is my territory from now on. Don't come here again. Otherwise, I'll break your legs the next time I see you. Lin Xian removed his foot and sent the middle-aged man flying with a kick. In the next moment, he removed the cage of ice and snow. These people immediately fled and disappeared into the sky. The yin-yang fruit was a treasure. Lin Xian entered the valley and plucked 3 yin-yang fruits. He looked at them and saw that there were 2 more. In other words, there were only 5 yin-yang fruits at a time. Without hesitation, he took one and put it into his mouth. The yin-yang fruit was very miraculous. It melted in his mouth, turning into pure yin and yang qi that quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian could feel that his physique was quickly absorbing the yin-yang qi. His soul seemed to have been tempered as well. Soon he opened his eyes. It seemed that there would only be obvious changes after consuming the yin-yang fruit for a long time. If he only ate 1 or 2, there would not be any obvious changes. It would only be a slow increase. However, this was already good enough. At least Lin Xian still needed to stay in Yin-Yang Valley for a while. He ate another one, and then divided the rest among the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey. The news that Lin Xian owned Yin-Yang Valley quickly spread. The people from the 5 peaks were greatly shocked. That was because Yin-Yang Valley had been without an owner for 300 years. They did not expect to welcome a new owner this time. However, some people were not convinced. After all, Yin-Yang Valley could produce yin-yang fruits. Therefore, many people came to attack Yin-Yang Valley, but they were all beaten away by Lin Xian. Therefore, after a while, everyone knew that a ferocious person had come to live in Yin-Yang Valley. Even a great perfection 6-star cultivator was no match for him. For a time, no one dared to behave atrociously in Yin-Yang Valley. Lin Xian could be considered to have settled down in Yin-Yang Valley. On the other side, in Hui Hong's main hall, the black-haired man, 7-star, had a cold expression. All the Golden Sword Peak disciples thought that this 7-star was a good-natured second senior brother. However, they did not know that this 7-star was a person who hid a dagger behind a smile. At this moment, there was no one in the main hall except for 7-star, so he would not hide anymore. His chiseled face was incomparably cold. Damn fellow, he can actually dodge the death aura. How did he do it? To be honest, 7-star was very surprised, because even he could not resist the death aura in Yin-Yang Valley. However, the other party was safe and sound. Chapter 2003. Not only that, but the people from the Hall of Law Enforcement had also been sent running. Even a great perfection 6-star cultivator wasn't his match. This shocked 7-star even more. This was because even though Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the elementary 6-star level, his battle prowess was simply too terrifying. No one below the rank of great expert was his match. 7-star took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then he began to organize his thoughts. According to the news from the manor, this kid could fight above his level. He could even fight the Mountain Razor General to a draw when his cultivation was suppressed. This meant that he had the strength of a quasi-great expert. But so what? He's just a quasi-great expert. He's not a true great expert. He's nothing compared to me. 7-star's lips curled into a cold smile. However, he didn't relax his frown. His master was in seclusion right now, so he hadn't attracted his master's attention. However, the manor will hold a great competition in 2 months. If he shines in the competition, his master and the manor will definitely take notice. What if his master takes a liking to him and imparts him with some real cultivation methods? With that guy's talent, it won't be long before he breaks through and becomes a great expert. At that time, I won't have any advantage. 7 Stars' eyes shone with a fierce light. Little junior brother, I won't let you shine in the competition in 2 months. Qinlan is a proud and aloof woman. She probably won't make a move in secret. Moreover, no one in Golden Sword Peak's younger generation is his match. It seems that I should think about the other 4 peaks and see if I can instigate others to kill him in advance. Even if I can't kill him, I can at least severely injure him. However, the disciples of ordinary elders really aren't his match. Only the disciples of the 5 peak lords can. 7 Star thought about it and realized that Lin Xian was truly a monster. No one below the rank of great expert was his match. This drove 7 Star crazy. Kid, it seems that I still need to end you with my own hands. Lin Xian began to cultivate after no one disturbed him. However, he received some news during this time. Valuria Manor would hold a great competition in 2 months. This grand competition was Valurium Palace's test for the 5 peaks. Anyone who performed outstandingly in this grand competition would be chosen by Valurium Manor and nurtured with all their might. It was even possible that he could enter the heart of Valurium Palace. Upon receiving this news, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the large competition in 2 months was his only chance. He had to enter the heart of Valurium Palace and use it as a springboard to enter the heart of the Tai dynasty. Only then could he obtain more information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Remember that when I received the token, that disciple once said that this token would allow me to obtain some cultivation resources every month. Lin Xian recalled. Then he took out his token and flew off into the distance in a flash. In the distance, immortal mist was faintly discernible. A 7-story pagoda towered into the clouds. Lin Xian arrived at the bottom of the pagoda. Immediately, someone flew up and shouted coldly, "Who goes there?" "I'm Jin Jianfeng's 3rd disciple. I'm here to collect cultivation resources." Lin Xian said in a low voice and took out his token. The guards took the token and examined it carefully. Then they respectfully handed it to Lin Xian and said, "Senior uncle, please." Lin Xian nodded and followed them into the 7-story pagoda. The interior was incomparably spacious. Runes flickered on the walls and floor. It was obvious that this pagoda was unusually sturdy. There was absolutely no need for anyone to cause trouble here. When they arrived at the 3rd floor, the disciple said, "Senior uncle, please enter. Hand over the token, and you'll receive the resources you need." The disciple waited on the side and didn't enter. Lin Xian nodded and pushed open the door alone. After he entered, the stone door behind him slowly closed with a rumbling sound. Although the door was closed, it wasn't dark inside. On the dark walls and ceiling above him were fist-sized luminous pearls that flickered with light. On the wall in front of him, there were many boxes with titles engraved on them. In front of the wall, there was a huge copper lamp with mysterious runes engraved on it. It was abnormally complicated and dazzling. It had an unfathomable aura. Lin Xian walked forward. However, at this moment, the huge copper lamp in front of him flickered. Then, at the mouth of the lamp, a cloud of green mist gushed out and quickly condensed into the appearance of a gigantic spirit. "Halt! Report your name," the spirit-gathering spirit said. His voice was like thunder, but it didn't spread out of the room. The runes in the entire room flickered and blocked all auras. "I'm Jin Jianfeng's 3rd disciple," Lin Xian said in a low voice. He didn't say his name. Moreover, the items here weren't collected according to one's name. Instead, they were collected according to their titles. For example, if Qinlan came to collect, She would be Jin Jianfeng's eldest senior sister. If Jin Jianfeng came to collect, he would be Jin Jianfeng's second senior brother. As for him, he was the third disciple. With that, Lin Xian waved the token in his hand. That cyan jeweling god phantom received the token and then danced towards the back. The token flew out and embedded itself in a box on the wall. Immediately, there was a clicking sound. Jin Jianfeng's third disciple. You haven't collected cultivation resources for 300 years. Are you going to take them all out at once? What? Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Originally, he had just arrived and thought that he could only take a month's worth of cultivation resources. However, he didn't expect that he could take all the resources for 300 years. This was really surprising. Suddenly, he remembered that the Gold Sword Peak's peak master seemed to have taken in a disciple before. However, he later left and joined the Yin-Yang sect. That person was probably the third disciple at that time. He was now the third disciple. Moreover, this place only collected resources based on their titles, not their names. Therefore, the things that the previous person hadn't collected for 300 years were all given to Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt excited. Happiness came too suddenly. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Take them all out." He couldn't help it. He was really too excited. After hearing this, the spirit condensation god nodded. Then he waved his arm and a storage ring floated in the air. Then it flew towards Lin Xian. All the cultivation resources for the next 300 years are here. Take them. Lin Xian took the storage ring and probed it with his soul power. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. This was because there were 360,000 supreme-grade, subdivine crystals neatly placed inside. Chapter 2004. Lin Xian knew very well how rare it was to have a nerve. It could only be cut out from those wondrous stones. Moreover, it was extremely rare. But now he had obtained a resource similar to a divine crystal. How could he not be excited? In the next moment, he put away the storage ring, retrieved the token, and turned around to leave. What a pleasant surprise! With these 360,000 substandard divine crystals, Lin Xian believed that he could increase his cultivation again. After obtaining these abundant cultivation resources, Lin Xian immediately returned to the Yin-Yang Valley and prepared to cultivate in seclusion to increase his cultivation. However, he frowned when he returned to the valley. "Who is it? Show yourself, you sneaky bastard." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice was as sharp as a sword, bombarding the surroundings. "Hee, brother, your soul power is quite sharp." Soft laughter sounded at this moment. Then the void rippled and two figures appeared. "Who are you? What are you hiding here for?" Lin Xian looked ahead and asked coldly. There were two figures in front of him, a man and a woman. The man wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. The woman wore a black dress and an icy expression. "I'm from Blue Haifeng. She's from Black Jade Peak." Blue Haifeng and Black Jade Peak were both part of the 5 Great Peaks. However, Lin Xian didn't know what they were here for. "We're here for no reason. We just want to inform you of something." "That is, brother, please give up on the competition in 2 months." "What?" Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect this to be their request. He sneered, "Do you think it's possible for me to give up on a competition?" The competition in 2 months was Lin Xian's opportunity to enter Valurium Palace's core. Even if that wasn't the case, Lin Xian wouldn't listen to them. He wasn't a lamb to be slaughtered. Why waste your breath on him? Just attack. The woman in black said coldly. Her expression was unusually cold. The blue-clothed young man smiled and said, "Brother, we didn't intend to target you in this matter. It's just that someone doesn't want you to participate. Since you won't listen, then don't blame us for being rude." "Impolite? How impolite?" Lin Xian sneered. Both of them were 6-star Great Perfection cultivators. The man in blue in particular was even stronger. He was about to enter the realm of great experts. But even so, it wasn't enough. Lin Xian didn't take these two people. The two of them did not attack Lin Xian immediately. Instead, they took out 2 jade pendants and put them together. Immediately, a dazzling light bloomed, forming countless multicolored lights that rushed into the clouds. In the next moment, 18 large flags appeared in the sky and began to flutter rapidly. Every one of them was like a huge mountain, black and oppressive, carrying a heavy aura. We know you're powerful. You can even kill a 6th-star Great Perfection cultivator. So we don't plan to attack you. We only need to trap you for a few months. After the competition, we'll let you out. Go. The woman in black snorted and waved her hand. The 18 swaying flags in the sky were quickly inserted into the ground below, surrounding the entire valley. Then, the 18 flags formed an extremely mysterious formation cage that covered the entire Yin-Yang Valley. With the 18 iron blood flags, that kid won't be able to get out. Even a great expert can be trapped for a year or so, let alone him. That kid could have provoked anyone, but he provoked that smiling tiger. He's unlucky. Let's go. The two of them talked for a while. Then they turned into a long rainbow and disappeared into the sky. The 18 flags below fell to the ground and formed a formation. Then they disappeared. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. However, it formed a mysterious force that covered the entire valley. The people in the valley couldn't get out. Humph! Lin Xian stood in the valley and looked around. He snorted when he sensed the mysterious aura. Needless to say, it was the doing of second senior brother, 7-star. It seemed that the other party had put in a lot of effort to suppress him. To think that he would even resort to a method like sealing the formation. However, how could a mere formation seal him? In the next moment, Lin Xian clapped his hands, and blue frost turned into a huge ice palm that slammed forward. Boom, boom, boom. There was an intense collision and countless ripples appeared in the sky. However, this time, the ice palm didn't break through the void. Instead, it was shattered. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was surprised. Buzz. In the next moment, he bent his fingers and flicked out a wisp of sword chi that surged forward. Then it expanded in the wind and turned into a sword light that was 100 feet long. It slashed down from the sky. Clang! Airwaves rolled, and the void cracked. However, it didn't break the formation formed by the 18 flags. Interesting, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to have such a mysterious formation. He wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. However, he wasn't worried because he had the dark red divine dragon. With the dark red divine dragons means it wouldn't be a problem to break this kind of formation. Sure enough, when he summoned the ruffian dragon, the dark red divine dragon said, "Don't worry, kid, I can break it." "That's good." Lin Xian smiled, but then said, "Don't be too fast. If we break the formation now, they'll probably attack us again. Why don't I cultivate in seclusion while the formation is still here? We won't be disturbed. We just have to break the formation before the competition starts." Lin Xian smiled. He was originally worried that 7-star would attack him, but now he was trapped by the formation. He thought that the other party wouldn't cause trouble for him anymore. This made it convenient for him to cultivate in seclusion. Other than the dark red divine dragon reminding them during the full moon, the two of them could avoid death. Lin Xian had been cultivating in silence. He took out 360,000 supreme-grade substandard divine crystals and used the dragon sword field to refine them. The energy of the supreme-grade substandard divine crystals was completely absorbed by the dragon sword field and transferred to Lin Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. During this time, Many newcomers were sent in and assigned to the Five Peaks. The people from the Five Peaks were also excited. It didn't matter if they were newcomers or those who had arrived long ago. It didn't matter if they were ordinary disciples, elders' disciples, or even Peak Masters' disciples. At this moment, all of them were excited. This was because the competition of the Wang Mansion was coming. If anyone could stand out in the competition, the Wang Mansion would definitely take a fancy to them and nurture them with all their might. Chapter 2005. After all, the Five Peaks were only branches of the manor. The entire Valyria Manor was incomparably powerful. It wasn't inferior to some of the great sections. Everyone was accumulating strength and cultivating madly, preparing to display their prowess in the competition. Buzz, a 72-level cultivation pagoda suddenly opened, and an icy figure walked out. She was wearing a blue dress and was standing on a blue greatsword. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were unusually cold. She was the eldest senior sister of Golden Sword Peak, Qin Lan. Although Qin Lan looked like she was in her 20s, her true age was more than 300 years old. However, compared to those old monsters who were easily thousands of years old, she was still part of the younger generation. Therefore, she was naturally qualified to take part in the Prince's Mansion competition. The same was true for second senior Brother Seven Star. There were very few people like Lin Xian, who was only 24 or 25 years old, but possessed heaven-defying strength. Every one of them was a peerless genius. Only the holy sons and daughters, as well as the princes and princesses, could do so. Apart from them, the others were all youths who were a few hundred years old. They might be old in the eyes of the common world, but they were very young in the world of cultivation. With the arrival of the competition, not only were the Five Peaks excited, but the entire manor was bustling with activity. This competition wasn't just an internal affair of Valyria Manor. It also invited nearby experts, families, and other factions to spectate. It was a grand event. For one thing, Valyria Manor could show off the strength of its young disciples. Moreover, this was an opportunity for Valyrian Palace to cooperate with the other great factions in the area. Therefore, Valyria Manor attached great importance to the competition. The disciples of the Five Peaks were all mobilized. Apart from registering for the competition, they were also receiving the various experts. The manor had limited manpower, and those who were stronger wouldn't do such a thing. It wasn't appropriate for the weak to be sent out to receive the strong. Therefore, the genius disciples, elders, and disciples of the Five Peaks were all mobilized. Senior Feng, please come in. Greetings, Master Skyfire. My master misses you very much. Brother Hong, you're early. Laughter rang out as Valyria Manor's disciples welcomed the various experts and geniuses. Among them, even Seven Star and Qin Lan were sent out. Whoa! In the sky, a rainbow streaked across. Then the light dissipated, and a child appeared. The child was not even half a meter tall, but he had a big head and a beard. His face was no different from a middle-aged man's. This strange scene caused the surrounding disciples to be slightly stunned. However, Seven Star's eyelids were twitching wildly. He quickly walked up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master Tuesday." He didn't dare to be careless at all because the short middle-aged man in front of him was extremely terrifying. Even though they were both almighties, the other party's strength far surpassed his. He had reached an unfathomable realm. Moreover, he had a bad temper because he was a natural dwarf. Unlike the dwarfs in the normal world, this was a race. Therefore, even if this middle-aged man cultivated to the level of a powerful being, he would still be short and couldn't change his size. However, his temper was extremely violent. If anyone dared to speak rudely to him, he would definitely torture them to death in an extremely cruel manner. Therefore, Seven Star didn't dare to be careless in front of such a person. Not only 7 stars, but Qianlong also met a big shot. Clouds roiled in the sky as an old man slowly descended on a white cloud. The old man was tall and big with a hooked nose and piercing eyes. However, his arms were missing. His empty sleeves fluttered in the wind. The demiurge crippled master. This was also an extremely terrifying almighty. Even with Qianlong's arrogant personality, he still forced a smile and took it seriously. What a beautiful child. I remember you. You should be one of Jin Jianfeng's people. The demiurge crippled master looked at Qianlong, his eyes quickly roaming over her body. Qianlong froze when she was enveloped by his gaze. Intense anger rose in her heart. However, she didn't dare show it on her face. She couldn't beat the person in front of her. Moreover, this was a critical moment. She couldn't make a move. Therefore, she welcomed the crippled old man with a smile and invited him inside. Qianlong and 7-star weren't the only ones. Genius disciples from all directions welcomed the experts into Veluria Manor. This was a grand occasion. Congratulations came from all directions. Veluria Manor was currently open to all but the most central areas of the manor for these people to enjoy. And enjoy. There were also places to live. Mountains, pavilions, terraces, and towers sparkled with light. These were all places for people to live. Spirit beasts danced in the air around them. Mountains and rivers were places for people to enjoy. More and more people arrived. Finally, Veluria Manor welcomed the official start of the grand competition. The weather was clear and sunny. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. Veluria Manor was bathed in multicolored light. An enormous mountain peak floated in the sky. The magnificent sight was admired by tens of thousands of people. The mountain peak was enormous. However, it didn't have a peak. Someone had sliced it open in the middle with a single stroke of a sword, creating a vast expanse of flat land. There were exquisite palaces and pavilions on the flat land. There were even springs and waterfalls above. All kinds of spirit beasts ran about. This place was called the Immortals' Advent Terrace. It was the most important and noble place for the grand competition. It was also where King Velurium would appear. Apart from King Velurium, the most important people of Veluria Manor would also appear here. Apart from them, very few people who came to pay homage were qualified to come here. Anyone who could ascend to the Immortals' Advent Terrace was an earth-shattering figure. However, there weren't too many of them in total. There were no more than 100 people. There were also 5 floating mountains around the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They had also been sliced in the middle, revealing a vast expanse of flat land. These were 5 viewing platforms that were 1 level below the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They were 1 level below the Immortals' Advent Terrace. Those who could come to the 5 Great Beer Temples were no ordinary people. After all, other than the 5 great spiritual altars, there were countless other viewing spots that were prepared for other people. Although Venerable Master Tiancan and the dwarf boy were feared by Qianlong and 7-star, they couldn't ascend to the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They could only sit on these 5 platforms. Those people took their seats one by one. No one dared to disturb them, and no one dared to forcibly occupy a good place. It would be too humiliating to be beaten down in front of so many people. Chapter 2006. There weren't many people in the vicinity of Yinyang Valley, not even birds or beasts. No one dared to come here because of the presence of death. At this moment, Yinyang Valley was unusually calm. However, it did not take long for the void to start boiling. It was as though the void was boiling, making loud, splashing sounds. An extremely handsome young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the valley. His hands were constantly changing mysterious seals. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Sword light, dozens of meters long, tore through the air. His aura suddenly erupted, rushing in all directions with the force of an avalanche. Thunder and wind began to howl in the valley. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Whoosh! A long howl turned into rolling thunderclouds. The young man stood up, his aura rising steadily. Finally, he rose from an early 6-star king to a mid-6-star king. At the same time, the 360,000 supreme grade subdivine crystals behind the young man shattered and turned into ashes in an instant. This young man was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the 360,000 supreme rank subdivine crystals behind him. His lips curved into a smile. After 2 months of absorption, he had broken through to a mid-6-star king. His strength had also increased once again. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a dazzling light in the distance, as if an immortal palace had opened. It was about time for the competition to begin. He said, "Ruffian Dragon, it's time. Let's do it." "Ha! I've been ready for a long time." The dark red dragon had deciphered more than half of the 18 flags of iron and blood over the past 2 months. Only the last step remained. When he heard Lin Xian's command, he waved his claw. Several mysterious runes appeared and floated in the air. In the next moment, a crack appeared. "Let's go!" Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he left the crack with the dark red divine dragon. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew towards the dazzling light in the distance. Valurium Palace was unusually lively at this moment. Voices and laughter could be heard from time to time. The Immortals' Advent platform at the center shone so brightly that one could only look up at it. The 5 spirit platforms around it were even more lively. On one of the golden spirit altars, there were many experts here, including Jin Jianfeng's eldest senior sister, Qin Lan, and second senior brother, Jin Jianfeng. Other than the 2 of them, the 9 elders of the Golden Sword Peak were also present. Other than that, there were also other experts who had come to congratulate him. Their eldest martial sister, Qin Lan, had an ice-cold personality. Thus, in this sort of situation, she would not agree too much. The younger generation was naturally left to second senior brother 7-star. As for the elders of the older generation, they were received by the great elder. At this moment, second senior brother 7-star stood up and smiled. "Seniors, fellow Taoists, 7-star salutes everyone." "Well said, well said." The older ones all laughed. As for those martial artists of the same age, they stood up one after another. The group of people drank. At this moment, a hurried sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, a sharp sword light pierced through the clouds and flew over quickly. The sword chi was sharp and very eye-catching. Therefore, everyone on the golden spiritual platform looked up at the sky at once. What a sharp sword chi! The elders and experts were all astonished, and the younger generation exclaimed in shock. Who would come at this time? Second senior brother 7-star's face darkened when he turned to look at the sword chi. He even spilled some of the wine in his hand because he discovered that the sword chi was actually released by Lin Xian. Damn it! How is this possible? Wasn't that guy trapped by the 18 flags of Iron Blood? How could he come out? 7-star was extremely surprised because he had already sent people to use the 18 flags of Iron Blood to trap the other party. That kind of array formation was very terrifying. Even an almighty would not be able to come out without a year or so. But now, the other party actually came out. How did he do it? Could it be that someone helped him? But after thinking about it, 7-star realized that unless an almighty-level array master made a move, no one could break it open. Even then, the commotion would be very big. With his means, he could quickly obtain news. However, he did not receive any news at all. This made him even more puzzled. Damn it, this brat's aura has become tyrannical again. What shocked 7-star even more was that the other party's cultivation seemed to have broken through and reached the mid-stage 6-star monarch realm. This made his expression very ugly. Off to the side, Qin Lan naturally noticed Lin Xian as well. However, her face was still cold and expressionless. Although she somewhat disliked this new junior brother of hers, she did not think much of him. A mere 6-star monarch was beneath her notice, therefore she would not secretly attack him. However, when she saw 7 Star's expression, she knew that he must have attacked the other party. Moreover, the other party had successfully escaped. Qin Lan's lips curved into a cold smile when she thought of this. Damn it, we can't let him in. 7 Star's expression darkened, a trace of iciness appearing in his eyes. In the next moment, he put down his wine cup and waved his sleeve. He shouted coldly, "Who dares trespass on Valuria Manor? Today is the day of celebration for the manor. Trespassers will be killed without mercy." He roared angrily, a biting cold killing intent radiating from his body. He wanted to kill the other party before they could make a move, to prevent future trouble. Otherwise, the things he had done would be exposed. If his master found out, he would be severely punished. Therefore, 7 Star attacked without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, a blue pagoda quickly flew out. It expanded in the sky like a star and enveloped the sword light. The 7 Star pagoda. The crowd cried out in surprise. They didn't expect 7 Star to be so decisive as to use his weapon right from the start. Who dares trespass on Valuria Manor? Are they not afraid of death? Who knows? Maybe it's a hothead outside who wants to join in the fun. Who cares who he is? He's dead meat. 7 Star is a great expert, and he's even used his weapon. That person can't resist at all. In the sky, Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the blue pagoda flying towards him. It seemed that 7 Star was the culprit. 7 Star had attacked him as soon as he saw him. He obviously wanted to kill him to silence him. Since the other party had already made up his mind to kill him, why should he hold back? Lin Xian wasn't someone who could be trampled on. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't face the pagoda head-on. Instead, his figure flickered as he used Empyrean Dragon's 8 steps. He turned into a streak of light and rushed out of the 7 Star pagoda's range. Boom! The 7 Star pagoda missed its target and shattered the void. The people on the Jinling platform below were extremely surprised. What? He actually dodged it? How is that possible? Could he be a great expert? That person was so fast. Exclamations of surprise rang out. They thought that no matter who the other party was, they would be dead for sure. Chapter 2007. The other party actually dodged it so easily, which truly surprised them greatly. 7 Star was even more surprised. His pupils constricted as he pushed the 7 Star pagoda in the sky, wanting to attack again. Buzz. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's speed. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on Jinling platform. His black hair fluttered, and his red robes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning turning into a sharp blade. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Despicable villain, plotting against me time and time again. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? What? It's actually a young man." Everyone looked at Lin Xian and exclaimed in shock. The powerhouses who came to congratulate were all puzzled. Who is this person? So domineering. He even dares to threaten 7 Star. Meanwhile, Jin Jianfeng's elders were all astonished. They recognized Lin Xian. Wasn't he taken in as the peak master's 3rd disciple? Why was he constantly in conflict with 7 Star? At this moment, the first elder also stood up and said coldly, "Lin Xian, today is an important day for the monarch residents. Don't mess around." "Mess around?" Lin Xian sneered. "Sure, make this fellow kneel and kowtow to me an apology, and I won't mess around." "What?" Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly. "Make 2nd senior brother 7 Star kneel? And apologize? How was that possible? That was 7-star, the peak master's disciple. His status was equivalent to an elder. Moreover, 7-star was an almighty and could be said to have a noble status. How could he kneel to a 6-star monarch? 7-star's face also darkened when he heard that, and thick, killing intent surfaced in his eyes. First elder snorted coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? That's your senior brother. My senior brother? Are you sure he's my senior brother? Do you know what he did to me? Lin Xian sneered. Do you know that my senior brother tried to assassinate me more than once in order to protect his status? If I wasn't strong enough, I probably would have been killed by now. Assassination. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Not to mention the people from the Golden Sword Peak. The experts from the outside world were even more surprised. But very quickly, their lips curled up, and they looked like they were watching a good show. This was originally Jin Jian Peak's matter. So, what did it have to do with them? However, with such a show to watch today, their trip was not in vain. Nonsense! 7-star also roared. He would never admit to something like this. Little junior brother, I don't know why you are framing me like this, but today is the day of the prince's mansion. Don't let the outsiders see you as a joke. You won't be able to bear the blame of the Wang mansion and master, so you'd better go back home and reflect on your mistakes. What? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Lin Xian sneered. You really are a coward. Someone like you wants to take over the Peak Lord's position? How laughable! You're courting death. 7-star's face was extremely gloomy. No one had ever dared to mock him like this. And this brat in front of him was actually so reckless. If today wasn't the important day of the prince's mansion, he dared to guarantee that this brat would have died a few hundred times already. Enough! First elder also roared. Brat, hurry up and go back. Don't behave atrociously here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? How are you going to be impolite? Try being impolite. Lin Xian did not back down. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Instantly, a terrifying blast of air surged out in all directions. Whoosh! Feeling this sharp aura, everyone exclaimed in shock. The younger disciples even revealed horrified expressions. As for the older generation experts, their brows were tightly knitted together. They did not expect that although this young man in front of them only had the cultivation of a 6-star intermediate rank king, the aura he emitted was truly too terrifying. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this go. Lin Xian said coldly. He was truly too furious. If he did not kill this 7-star today, his cultivation and strength would be in vain. Stubborn. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. First elder's voice was icy cold, and he was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a red-robed elder stepped forward. He was the 8th elder. The 8th elder said, Big brother, there's no need for you to make a move. I'll capture this brat. He sneered. He and Lin Xian originally had some enmity. Lin Xian was accepted as the Peak Master's disciple, which made him somewhat nervous. Moreover, he could not take revenge on the hatred in his heart. After all, after becoming the Peak Master's disciple, his status was equivalent to theirs. However, it was different now. This brat actually dared to openly cause trouble on such an important day of the prince's mansion. He would definitely be severely punished. Moreover, that brat was unwilling to stop now. It was the best time to kill him. Therefore, 8th elder decided to personally make a move and kill him. Even if the other party really died, the Peak Master and the prince's mansion would probably not blame him. Instead, they would reward him greatly. Therefore, he stepped forward without hesitation. Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. Isn't being your 3rd disciple quite carefree and happy? You actually came here to behave atrociously? Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Eighth Elder sneered, and endless flames appeared on his body. Seven Star also laughed when he saw Eighth Elder make a move. He naturally knew that Eighth Elder and Lin Xian had a feud. Presumably, Eighth Elder would definitely not show mercy when he made a move. Moreover, Eighth Elder was also a mighty figure. Dealing with a 6-star monarch was absolutely a piece of cake. This way, he could get rid of a potential enemy without having to make a move. Why not? Old thing, I gave you face last time and didn't make a move on you. I didn't expect you to be so reckless. You still dare to find trouble with me now. Since that's the case, then there's no need for you to live. Lin Xian stared at Eighth Elder, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Eighth Elder actually jumped out at this time and wanted to kill him. How could he let him go? You're courting death. Eighth Elder roared furiously, and his red palm shot out rapidly. Flaming divine palm. A terrifying flame aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying heat wave swept out in all directions. 2 large red palm prints of light dyed the entire sky red. They ruthlessly slammed toward Lin Xian. At this moment, it was as if the god of fire had descended. It was incomparably powerful. Buzz. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and frost surged on his body. Instantly, a blue fist shot into the sky. The terrifying frost aura was piercingly cold, and it instantly formed a layer of frost on the entire spiritual platform. Even the surrounding martial artists were covered in a layer of blue ice shards. What a terrifying frost aura. I wonder who will win. What a joke. Eighth Elder is a mighty figure. Isn't it easy to deal with a 6-star monarch boy? Eighth Elder sneered disdainfully. He already knew that Lin Xian was an ice attribute martial artist, and he immediately sneered. Brat, you want to compete with me with this frost aura of yours? Chapter 2008. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 flaming palms became even brighter. They were like scarlet divine flames that were dancing. Boom. The 2 palms collided and kept rumbling. However, what was shocking was that the 2 of them were evenly matched. The icy flames did not shatter. Instead, they formed a powerful and effective attack to fight against the flaming palms. How is this possible? He can fight against the 8th Elder? God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He has the strength to fight against an almighty. Exclamations of surprise could be heard at this moment, not to mention the people of Golden Sword Peak. Even the experts from the outside world were shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, they wanted to watch the show, but they did not expect the young man to be so domineering. He did not back down in the face of an almighty. In fact, the fact that they were evenly matched with each other was truly shocking. Genius, a peerless genius, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the arrogant young man to have such strength. The 8th Elder's face also stiffened. A hint of shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. He did not expect the young man to be able to fight against him. It was really unexpected. The next moment, his face became abnormally ferocious. Die, kid. The 8th Elder was furious. He could not tolerate a 6-star king being able to fight against him. Therefore, he threw out more than 10 palms in a row. The flames were monstrous and dyed the entire sky red. The air waves rolled, and the surrounding space trembled violently. The flames on the palms turned into a big red bird in the air. It was as dazzling as a phoenix. The terrifying aura made it difficult for people to breathe. Boom. The big red bird roared and flapped its wings. It carried a monstrous air wave and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. 8th Elder? An almighty, do you think you can do whatever you want? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Lin Xian was also furious. In front of everyone, the 8th Elder spared no effort to use his ultimate move. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him on the spot. If that was the case, why should he hold back? Therefore, at the next moment, he roared and clenched his fists. Suddenly, a terrifying destructive aura formed a black storm and swept in all directions. Boom! He threw out a punch, and the roar of a dragon resounded. An arm stretched out like a black dragon and collided with the red bird. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Sparks flew in all directions. The destructive aura formed a black blade that cut through the void. The fiery red bird was smashed into pieces in an instant. It screamed and disappeared into the void. As for Lin Xian, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and a black dragon coiled around his 5 fingers. It turned into a huge palm that covered the sky, and it quickly slammed towards the 8th elder. What? He's so strong. Everyone was stunned. They quickly retreated and rose into the air. Their faces were filled with fear. Yi Shiwen was too strong. He was able to shatter the 8th elder's ultimate move with just 1 punch. It was unbelievable. Not only that, he even took the initiative to kill the 8th elder, which was hard to believe. The 8th elder's pupils shrank. His opponent's fists were too violent. However, he was incomparably furious because the other party actually dared to attack him. He really didn't know what death was. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out balls of fire, which turned into fiery meteors that soared into the sky. He wanted to shatter the huge black palm. The huge black palm carried with it a violent aura. 5 dragons coiled around it. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying, as if it could tear everything apart. Therefore, the fiery meteor-like fireballs were unable to withstand it and were completely shattered. Not only that, but the 8th elder was also instantly enveloped by the huge black palm. In the next moment, he was trapped in darkness. The 5 dragons roared ferociously and turned into rays of sharp sword radiance. They moved quickly and slashed towards the 8th elder. Buzz! The 8th elder roared. He waved his hand, and a fiery red light screen appeared. The runes on it shone and formed a solid defense. Clang! Clang! The sword chi blasted on the red light screen, and a deafening sound was heard. In the outside world, everyone could only see a huge palm that covered the sky and wrapped around the 8th elder. They could no longer see what was happening inside. Only terrifying voices could be heard echoing in the air. At this moment, an extremely miserable voice rang out from the huge palm that blotted out the sky. When everyone heard the sound, their scalps went numb. However, the faces of the people from Golden Sword Peak changed. This was because they realized that the sound came from the 8th elder. The 8th elder is injured. How is this possible? These people widened their eyes in disbelief. That's an almighty. How could he lose to a mere 6-star king? Boom! In the next moment, the huge palm that covered the sky loosened. Then, a ray of red light escaped into the distance. It was the 8th elder. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. There were several sword wounds on his body that had split his body open, revealing deep white bones. There was even one that almost split him in half. He's really injured. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They were only guessing at first, but now that they saw this scene, they knew that the 8th elder was really injured. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. What kind of existence was this young man who could defeat an almighty? They did not dare to imagine. 7-star was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect this to happen either. That was the 8th elder. He was an almighty who was not inferior to him. But now he was being chased like a stray dog. A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He swore that he would kill the other party today, because if the other party continued to grow, it would not be long before he would not be able to suppress the other party. Stop! 7-star roared. and waved the 7-star pagoda to block Lin Xian's path. At the same time, he said coldly, "What are you doing? Do you know how big of a sin it is to injure the 8th elder? Moreover, this is the Lioli royal residence. How dare you fight here? Do you want to die?" Humph! Lin Xian ignored 7-star. He snorted and used the chaotic doppelganger to perform the 6 gods' sword technique. Suddenly, 3 doppelgangers appeared. Each of them had monstrous sword chi. Like the god of death, they instantly caught up with the 8th elder. A terrifying sword essence erupted and shot into the sky, turning the sky into nothingness. The 8th elder was also pierced by the sword chi. His eyes were wide open as he fell from the sky. What? The 8th elder has been killed. Everyone on the spiritual platform went crazy when they saw this scene. They could not believe it at all. Injuring the 8th elder and killing him were 2 different things. Almighties usually had life-saving means. Unless they fought desperately, it was rare to be able to kill an almighty. Chapter 2009. 7-star's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected 8th elder to die just like that. In the next moment, he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, kid, you're an idiot. I don't even need to do anything to kill 8th elder. The Hall of Enforcement will arrest you. They'll pull out your tendons, flay your bones, and tear you to pieces." Indeed, Lin Xian would be arrested by the Hall of Enforcement after what had happened. At that time, the other party would definitely be dead. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I'll deal with the Hall of Enforcement when they come, but now it's time for you to die." With that, he stared coldly at 7-star. "You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." 7-star snorted. The blue pagoda floated above his head, shrouding him in a myriad of blue rays. "Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. I'll capture you and kill you with my own hands to avenge 8th elder. Let's see if you have the ability to talk so much." Lin Xian sneered, releasing a biting, killing intent. 7-star also released a blue light. Then, the 2 auras clashed in the air. Terrifying energy soared into the sky. This scene wasn't just seen by the entire Jinling platform. The other 4 platforms and all the cultivators below saw it. Even the great personages on the Immortals Advent platform at the very center saw it. Only great personages could ascend the Immortals Advent platform. A stalwart middle-aged man sat at the very front. He wore a crown on his head and wore a long robe. His aura was powerful. He was King Valurium. Beside him, there were several experts. Among them were Li Hui General and Moving Mountain General. Even the peak leaders of the 5 peaks were present. The rest were all experts who'd rushed in from outside. Each of them was a peerless expert, their auras as deep as the sea. These people were originally discussing martial arts, but soon they frowned. This was because an extremely sharp aura came from afar, disturbing their state of mind. The experts from outside were silent, their brows tightly knitted. This was Valurium Palace. They shouldn't be asking questions. Valurium would surely give them an explanation. Sure enough, King Valurium's face darkened when he sensed the change in the energy. What's going on? Could it be that someone wants to cause trouble? The others found it hard to believe as well. After all, who would dare cause trouble in Valurium Palace? At this moment, the steward of the prince's mansion came and quickly explained what had happened below. What? The 8th elder was killed. Hearing this, the expressions of the people in the Wang mansion changed. It seemed that not only was someone causing trouble, but it was also very big. This was simply looking down on the Wang family. Humph! Who dares to be so bold? Which peerless almighty is it? The peak master of Iron Cloud Peak snorted coldly. Not a peerless almighty, but a 6-star king. King! Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What kind of joke was this? A 6-star king had killed an almighty? Wasn't this a fantasy? Even the foreign experts looked at each other in dismay. The housekeeper continued, "This six-star king is also a member of our Wang mansion. To be exact, he is the third disciple that Peak Master Jin Jianfeng just accepted." Whoosh. Even though these people were all peerless experts, they were still in an uproar when they heard this news. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak's eyelids were twitching wildly. He had indeed just accepted a young disciple, but he couldn't believe that this young disciple of his could be so arrogant and powerful. He dared to kill the eighth elder at this time, and he even succeeded. For a moment, countless gazes fell on the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak was a middle-aged man. He wore a golden robe and looked extremely valiant. But at this moment, being stared at by so many experts, he was drenched in cold sweat, especially when he saw that King Valurium was also looking in his direction. His heart beat wildly. Although he was strong, he was only a subordinate of King Valurium. There was no way he could resist the will of a king. "I will go and capture that animal right now." The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak braced himself and said, but at this moment, the Mountain Raiser General said coldly, "Wait." To be honest, when the steward said that it was a six-star king, the Mountain Raiser General thought that it might be Lin Xian. When he heard that it was the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak, who had just accepted a disciple, he was sure that it was Lin Xian. Beside him, the Li Hui General was also surprised. The two looked at each other. Then the Mountain Raiser General stepped forward. "Your Highness, this kid is the young man I told you about." "Oh, it's him." Hearing the Mountain Raiser General's words, King Valurium raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of surprise. The Mountain Raiser General had told him that an incredible young man had come to the king's mansion this time. He was able to fight the Mountain Raiser General to a draw when his cultivation was suppressed. King Valurium was very clear about the Mountain Raiser General's strength. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was still very strong. However, the fact that a six-star king could fight against him was enough to prove his strength. King Valurium wouldn't miss such a person. Therefore, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of excitement. The next moment, he said, "What is that kid doing now?" "Your Highness, he is fighting against the second disciple of Gold Sword Peak, seven-star king." "Oh." Hearing this, the crowd was surprised. They didn't expect that the kid would not only kill the eighth elder, but also fight now. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak was sweating profusely because he knew that this matter was too serious. Therefore, he asked nervously, "Your Highness, this?" King Valurium chuckled and said slowly, "It is indeed a headache to have a disobedient disciple under my command. However, the purpose of this competition was to let my subordinates compete. I didn't expect it to start in advance. Since this is the case, why don't you all watch with me?" Many people were stunned when they heard this, because they realized that King Valurium didn't mean to blame them. In fact, he seemed to be happy. This surprised the crowd. But after thinking for a while, they understood that King Valurium must have taken a fancy to the young man. Thinking of this, the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak breathed a sigh of relief. The other four Peak Masters were shocked. The foreign experts were even more surprised. What kind of young man could be so important to King Valurium? Whoosh! At this moment, the Mountain Raiser General reached out his large bronze hand and waved it forcefully. Immediately, the surrounding clouds rolled and quickly dispersed. The scene below was revealed. Then, the people on the Immortals Advent Terrace turned their heads to look down. They were all peerless experts, so they could see clearly. Below, on the Gold Spirit Terrace, Lin Xian and Qi Xing were facing each other. Chapter 2010. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided, creating earth-shattering tremors. At this moment, everyone in the manor was paying attention. Those from the law enforcement hall roared angrily, wanting to stop the fight. However, they soon received voice transmissions. Immediately, they stopped and did not attack. "Elder, what's going on? Are we going to intervene?" A disciple from the law enforcement hall asked, extremely puzzled. This was too abnormal. Today was an important day in the manor. They should have stopped a fight in time. However, at that moment, their elder stopped. The elder from the law enforcement hall took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We have orders from above. We don't need to interfere in this matter. You may all return." Orders from above. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard this. The law enforcement hall status was already very high. Above them was the core of Valurium Manor. Since it was an order from such an existence, they could only obey. Therefore, the law enforcement hall members retreated to the side. However, they quickly activated the formation to prevent more buildings from being destroyed. Below, in the void, 7-Star floated in the air, the blue pagoda above his head emitting a resplendent radiance. He was like a god looking down on the world below. Lin Xian's clothes fluttered as well. An enormous sword, aura sword, from his body, piercing through the clouds. "Die, brat." On the other side, 7-Star snorted coldly and swiftly charged over. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He stomped his foot, and mysterious sword runes appeared, covering the entire Golden Spirit platform. In the next moment, the earth trembled. The sword runes flickered and turned into a sharp sword light, slashing forward. This sword was extremely sharp, like a true dragon soaring into the sky. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this sword light. It was so sharp that it felt like it could cut the void in half. Some of the weaker ones didn't even dare to look directly at this sword light. "It's useless. You have no chance of winning against me." 7-Star sneered. He held the blue pagoda in his hand and launched a powerful attack downward. A blue radiance swept over quickly, like starlight filling the sky. Soon, it collided with the sword light, causing a huge explosion in the void. "Brat, you may be strong, but you still have no chance of winning against me." 7-Star's expression was cold. He no longer hid his strength. The power of a great expert surged wildly. "I will kill you with my own hands to avenge 8th Elder, but I think it's better for you to go to hell and meet him." Lin Xian's expression was extremely calm. He stomped his foot, the sword runes under his feet. Then, the sword light turned into shocking sword chi, soaring into the sky. This time, Lin Xian not only used the demon-slaying sword formation, but he also used the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Immediately, the sword light, 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 the sword light. Each of these azure dragon sword chis was hundreds of meters long, and their bodies were covered with shining azure scales. The sword chi was the sword chi. What is that? A true dragon? Or sword chi? When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. The reason for that was because the sword auras were simply too sharp. Moreover, the true dragon he turned into was like a real divine beast. It was impossible to tell which was the real one. The dragons swept in all directions, their bodies as sharp as divine swords. They cut through the blue radiance in the sky in an instant. Not only that, they roared and charged at 7-Star. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, finally. A dozen or so sword chi soared into the sky, transforming into true dragons that breathed divine power. A terrifying power stirred up the entire void. The entire Valurium Manor was shocked. Everyone was taken aback by this heaven-defying move. Even the bigwigs on the Immortals Advent platform squinted their eyes in awe. Their expressions were extremely grave. Is this kid really just a 6-star king? What a joke. The Peak Lords of Iron Cloud Peak were shocked beyond words. Even the Peak Lord of Metal Sword Peak felt his scalp go numb. He'd accepted the kid as his disciple because he'd thought the kid was talented. However, he'd never seen this disciple before because he'd come out of seclusion to attend the banquet. He hadn't expected his new disciple to be so powerful. His combat strength was no weaker than a great expert's. Sure enough, he's very strong. The Mountain Razor General and Flaming General were also excited. King Valurium's eyes flickered, turning into two sharp rays of light as he stared down. Excitement. Too much excitement. King Valurium was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to meet such a peerless genius here. One had to know that the 27 houses of the Tai dynasty were all peerless geniuses in the world, but since they were called peerless geniuses, they were very rare. It wasn't easy to find them. Therefore, King Valurium hadn't found many after searching for a long time. But he hadn't expected to meet a peerless genius here in his own manner. He was too excited. Below, 10,000 swords flew out, turning into true dragons that stirred the clouds. The entire sky was filled with endless sword light. In the sky, 7-Star was under great threat. Streaks of sharp sword chi surrounded her. These sword chi transformed into true dragons that roared incessantly. The dragon claw waved and easily tore through the void, causing him too much trouble. He roared angrily, and the blue pagoda above his head blossomed with light. Blue aura drooped down to protect him. At the same time, a sea of stars quickly appeared. Buzz. The originally clear sky instantly darkened. In fact, countless stars had even appeared. It was as if day had suddenly turned into night. This was 7-Star's king domain. At this moment, it enveloped the entire sky. Brat, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you see my true strength. Big Dipper formation. 7-Star roared angrily. Immediately, the 7 stars above his head flickered rapidly, forming the appearance of the Big Dipper. In the next moment, the Big Dipper blossomed with light, casting down a terrifying power that swept down. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, many of the sword chi around 7-Star were swept away. The power of the stars was simply too terrifying. It possessed a mysterious and unfathomable power. Even though the sword chi was very sharp, they were still sent flying. After succeeding in one move, 7-Star urged his star domain even more frantically. Immediately, the Big Dipper blossomed with a terrifying light and once again cast down a mysterious power. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. He waved his arm, and the demon-slaying sword formation changed again. An even more terrifying sword chi rushed out. In the past, it was a single sword chi. Now, under Lin Xian's control, these sword chi began to combine. Chapter 2011. Not only that, but the power of the dragon sword soul was also added to it, causing the sword energy to be lifelike and full of spirituality. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of sword energies spiraled around each other, forming 9 true dragons that intertwined and formed a sword energy dragon diagram that enveloped the front. Sword energy dragon, splitting the sky with one sword. At this moment, Lin Xian also pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, his aura incomparably powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of stars in the sky collided with the sword energy dragon diagram, formed by Lin Xian. Cracks appeared in the void and extended for dozens of miles. The surrounding martial artists kept retreating, frantically avoiding the aftermath of this energy. At the same time, they were extremely horrified. The reason for that was because the two of them were simply too powerful. Boom. There was an earth-shattering collision, followed by blood sprinkling down from the sky. Someone's injured. Everyone was shocked and looked over carefully. The next moment, they were stupefied because the one injured was none other than 7-Star. In the sky, The sword energy dragon diagram rapidly flew upward and confronted the stars in the sky. Sword energy slashed out, annihilating those stars and piercing through the void. There was even a sword energy hole that pierced through Seven Star's shoulder, causing blood to instantly spray out. At this moment, all the martial artists were stunned. This was because Lin Xian actually managed to injure Seven Star. This was truly too shocking. As for the seniors and peerless powerhouses, they were even more astonished. This was because Lin Xian was only a 6-star king, while 7-star was a true almighty. But at this moment, a 6-star king with heaven-defying combat strength injured an almighty. This was truly too shocking. The sword energy dragon diagram was still rapidly pressing upward and was about to completely envelop 7-star. 7-star's expression completely changed. Fury surfaced in his eyes along with a trace of horror. This was because he didn't expect that the other party could actually injure him. This was unacceptable to him. If an almighty could injure him, he would accept it. However, the other party was a 6-star king. How could he injure him? Ah! Scram! 7-star roared madly. He waved his arm, and the star chart above his head swiftly pressed down. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper flickered and landed beside him, forming terrifying stars one after another. It quickly circled around, resisting the sword Chi dragon diagram. Boom, boom. The two collided once again, causing even more cracks to appear in the void. However, at that moment, the first elder coldly snorted, "Enough! Stop fighting!" He could also tell that Lin Xian had the combat strength of an almighty. Moreover, if they continued to fight, the two of them would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Or 7-star might be killed. From the looks of it, 7-star was being suppressed by Lin Xian. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Elder 8 had already been killed in front of him, so he wouldn't allow 7-star to be killed as well. This was because he was the future hope of the Golden Sword Peak. Thus, at the next moment, the great elder took action, releasing a screen of light, wanting to separate the two. Humph! However, Lin Xian snorted and executed the Heavenly Dragon 8 steps. Using his extreme speed, he instantly dodged the great elder's attack. Then he appeared in front of 7-star, and the demon sword in his hand swiftly slashed down. Boom! The sword slashed down, and the void completely exploded. Terrifying air currents rolled, and sharp sword lights flashed. The entire sky was trembling. This was the demon sword. Coupled with the power of the dragon sword soul, it was abnormally powerful at this moment. Boom! Even though 7-star had the starlight screen and was an almighty, he was still sent flying by this sword. Poof! 7-star spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Buzz! However, Lin Xian didn't stop. He stomped his foot, and his entire body turned into a shooting star as he chased after 7-star. At the same time, the demon sword in his hand slashed out crazily. Poof! 7-star gritted his teeth and roared crazily. The entire starry sky formed a Taoist robe that draped over his body to resist. However, he was still struck by the two-sword chi and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was in an abnormally wretched state, suffering serious injuries. "Ah, I don't believe it!" 7-star roared crazily. He couldn't accept this fact. The other party was actually stronger than him. How was this possible? First Elder's expression also changed. He didn't expect that Lin Xian could still injure 7-star even after he made a move. This made him incomparably furious. The next moment, he roared angrily and transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving in the sky. Then he clasped his hands together, and a divine thunder hammer rapidly appeared and slammed toward Lin Xian's black demon sword. Clang! With an earth-shaking sound, the two weapons collided, causing a terrifying earthquake. Countless bolts of lightning descended, and sword chi crisscrossed. Many of the martial artists on the Gold Spirit platform were directly sent flying, because this collision was truly too terrifying. Old fogey, you want to stop me too? Today, I'll slay you too. Lin Xian looked at First Elder with an icy expression. He seemed to have transformed into a killing god as countless sword chi rushed out of his body. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The dragon sword spirit domain was executed and instantly enveloped the front. Courting death, First Elder was also enraged. The other party actually dared to attack him. He brandished the Thunder God hammer in his hand and swiftly counterattacked. Clang! Another collision, and a terrifying sound wave tore through the void. Meanwhile, First Elder retreated 3 steps. His face was pale, and his entire arm involuntarily started trembling. What powerful sword chi! How is this possible? First Elder was astonished. The other party's sword chi could actually numb his arm. It was truly too unbelievable. At this moment, Lin Xian charged over again with the demon sword in his right hand. First Elder also roared angrily, and Lin Xian behind him roared even more crazily. Carrying the stars that filled the sky, they wanted to converge with First Elder and slay Lin Xian together. That's enough. However, at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Instantly, a golden giant appeared in the sky. His body was suffused with a glassy light as he stood indomitable. 2 enormous palms waved and blocked Lin Xian, First Elder, and 7 Star. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth. The golden giant was like a celestial god, instantly blocking the 3 of them. Buzz! Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and didn't attack again. However, his expression was extremely solemn. The dragon sword soul in his body could explode at any moment because the golden giant in front of him was too much of a threat to him. It far surpassed ordinary almighties. On the other side, First Elder and 7 Star felt their scalps go numb when they saw the golden glassy giant. They didn't dare to attack anymore and stood respectfully in the void. 7 Star Heart kept coughing and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were very serious, so he hurriedly consumed some spirit medicine. At this moment, the golden giant rapidly transformed into a beam of golden light and charged into the clouds. Then the clouds that filled the sky parted, and the spiritual immortal platform slowly descended. Everyone was excited. The pressure that the golden giant brought to them was truly too great. Chapter 2012. Those from the prince's residence were even more shocked because this Velurium giant was one of King Velurium's ultimate moves. Needless to say, King Velurium had made a move just now. Sure enough, King Velurium stood up and strode into the sky. He spoke loudly like a king. The 2 of you are indeed not bad. 7 Star, your strength has increased again. It won't be long before you break through again. King Velurium waved his sleeve as he spoke, and a vast amount of mighty power poured into 7 Star's body. It healed his injuries. Thank you, Your Highness. 7 Star knelt on one knee excitedly, with a respectful expression. The others exclaimed in surprise because they could see that 7 Star's injuries were very serious. However, this King Velurium was too heaven-defying. He healed such a terrible injury with a wave of his sleeve. It was truly shocking. Even the peerless experts were shocked by King Velurium's move. Lin Xian was also surprised. King Velurium had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, King Velurium's gaze shifted from Lin Xian to Lin Xian. Little fellow, you're even better. You're a young 6-star king, yet you possess the combat strength of a mighty figure. It's truly rare in 1,000 years. Your Highness is too kind. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, You're indeed very good. you've exceeded my expectations. Your talent, I have only seen it in my son and the other princes. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this because this evaluation was too high. Princes were the children of the various princes in the prince's residence. They could be said to be favored by the heavens. Moreover, they were all born with spiritual treasures in their mouths. Such people were naturally terrifying. However, no one expected that the young man in front of them could be mentioned in the same breath as princes. It was truly beyond their expectations. At this moment, King Valurium said loudly, "Come with me." With that, he waved his sleeve and enveloped Lin Xian. Then, a prismatic light dragged Lin Xian into the sky. Lin Xian did not resist because he realized that the other party had no ill intentions. Soon, he was carried by the light into the clouds and landed on the Immortals Advent platform. Seeing the scene, everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to ascend the Celestial Arrival platform. That was a place only the core members of the Wang clan were qualified to ascend. Now, a 6-star king had been invited by King Valurium to ascend the Immortals Advent plateau. This was a meteoric rise. As expected, the eyelids of those from the Golden Sword Peak twitched violently when they saw this scene. First Elder's expression became extremely grave, while 7-star's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, and his lungs were about to explode from anger. Jealousy, incomparable jealousy. Originally, ever since the other party had just entered the Golden Sword Peak, he had already begun to be wary of the other party because he was afraid that the other party would surpass him. It would have a huge impact on him taking over Jinjian Peak in the future. However, he did not expect that he had still underestimated the other party. Not only had the other party surpassed him, but he had also surpassed the entire Jin Jianfeng. This was because in the entire Golden Sword Peak, only the Peak Master had the right to ascend the Celestial Advent platform. However, the Peak Master was already a mighty figure who had lived for thousands of years, while the other party was only a youth in his 20s. When the two were compared, everyone could see at a glance who had greater potential in the future. To be personally invited by King Valurium to ascend the Celestial Advent platform was a supreme honor. For a moment, 7-star was extremely jealous. As for the others, they were even more envious. Eldest senior sister Qinlan was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Previously, she knew that Lin Xian's talent was not bad, but she did not think much of him, because she was a mighty figure, and he was only a 6-star king. The difference between the two was like the difference between a wild goose and an ant. Unless the other party could truly break through and become a mighty figure, otherwise, no matter how talented he was, there was no way he could be compared to her. But now everything had changed. First, the other party had displayed powerful strength that was not weaker than a mighty figure's combat strength. Now, he had ascended the Celestial Advent platform. This was an honor that no one in the younger generation had ever achieved. At this moment, the difference and status between the two had changed. The other party was the eagle that soared in the sky, while she, Qinlan, was nothing but a laughable egomaniac. Lin Xian did not expect King Valurium to invite him to the Celestial Advent platform, but since he was already here, he would not go down. In the next moment, he looked around and bowed slightly in greeting to the seniors. Good, good, good. Heroes come from the young. I'm old. The younger generation these days is truly heaven-defying. King Valurium is so fortunate to have found such a peerless genius. In the future, you will be able to surpass the other houses. Congratulations sounded one after another. King Valurium laughed heartily and called out loudly, "Servants, give me a seat." Soon, a few stewards appeared and took an exquisite chair and a white jade platform at the end of the banquet. Lin Xian thanked them and sat down. Although he was at the end of the banquet, his status was completely different, apart from the external experts. Those from the other 5 peaks who ascended the celestial advent platform represented that they had truly entered the core of the house. This was something that many people dreamed of, and Lin Xian had accomplished it in only a few months. Next, Lin Xian and the others watched the fights between the cultivators from the 5 peaks. Those who stood out would receive special attention and training. The banquet lasted for 6 days. No one left during these 6 days. At their level, it was very easy to watch the competition for 6 days. It was as frequent as eating and drinking. After 6 days, the competition came to an end. Those who performed well were summoned by the house and trained with all their might. As for the other experts, they also congratulated him one after another before leaving. King Valurium once again projected a glass screen and led Lin Xian away from the celestial advent platform. A ray of glazed light soared into the sky and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the air. This speed was much faster than Lin Xian's Sky Dragon's 8 steps. They weren't even on the same level. Lin Xian was extremely shocked as he was enveloped by the aura of glass. He knew that King Valurium was no ordinary person. Judging from his speed, he was at least a peerless expert. But where was he taking him? He didn't know, but soon he narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian saw 7 dragon balls in front of him, forming a screen of light. This should be the heart of the Valurium Palace. He had come here to investigate before, and knew that he had to enter openly. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered if he sneaked in. He didn't expect that King Valurium would personally take him to the heart of the palace 2 months later. Chapter 2013. However, when they noticed Valurium's presence, the aura quickly dispersed like the tide. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian still felt cold sweat trickle down his back. The murderous aura was too terrifying. It was the aura of a great expert. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to defeat dozens of great experts at once. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly barged into the heart of Valurium Manor. After entering, Lin Xian looked around curiously. He discovered that the heart of the manor was even more magnificent and vast than the outskirts. There was no trace of it, as if it was a kingdom. Valurium flew at top speed, passing through countless mountains and rivers. Finally, he came to a stop in front of a black mountain. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the aura of Valurium on Lin Xian's body disappeared. Lin Xian's figure then appeared in front of him. Around him was a continuous mountain range. In front of him were 3 peaks. There were 3 towering mountains that towered into the clouds. Moreover, the aura of these 3 peaks was terrifying. It was as if they were the mountains of the divine realm. They exuded a terrifying aura. If that was all, Lin Xian wouldn't be shocked. What shocked Lin Xian was that the 3 peaks in front of him all exuded a terrifying aura, but upon closer inspection, they were all different. The peak on the left was fiery red. Flames and magma filled the sky, forming a world of fire. That terrifying fire elemental energy shocked even Lin Xian. He could feel that this flame was even more terrifying than the netherski flame he'd obtained from the sky nether bird. The mountain peak in the middle was surrounded by bolts of black lightning. The berserk power continued to pierce through the void. Lin Xian had never seen the power of lightning in his life. As for the 3rd mountain peak, it was completely white. The peak was covered in white snow, and a terrifying ice chi could be felt even from far away. Each of the 3 peaks towered into the clouds. They contained 3 different types of energy. What do you think of these 3 peaks? King Valurium asked in a low voice. It's mysterious and contains great power, Lin Xian replied. He didn't know why Valurium King had brought him here. Hearing Lin Xian's words, King Valurium nodded. It was indeed very strong. Even great experts would benefit greatly from it. Do you want to go in? Let me in. Lin Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected King Valurium to ask such a question. Then his eyes blazed. Indeed, the 3 mountains before him contained more power than the wind, fire, and lightning forces he possessed. If he could go in and refine the energy inside, his strength would definitely increase again. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Why is King Valurium helping him? Is it just because he is talented? Of course I want to enter such a strange mountain. I just don't know what conditions your highness has. Lin Xian asked. Valurium smiled when he heard this. You're a smart kid. I do have some conditions. Let me introduce you to these 3 peaks first. Instead of stating his conditions, King Valurium began to introduce the 3 mysterious peaks in front of him. Have you heard of the Cerberus? The Cerberus. Lin Xian was shocked. He had indeed heard of it before. He was no longer a newbie. The Whispering Headhound was one of the most powerful demon beasts on the Sky ranking. It was said that it specialized in suppressing the 9 hells. It was extremely terrifying. Then Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His face was full of shock. Could it be that these peaks are related to the Cerberus? He was indeed shocked. The Cerberus not only possessed great strength, but also 3 heads. As for the 3 heads, they respectively grasped the power of fire, lightning, and ice. It was similar to the 3-headed vermilion bloodbird, but it was much more powerful than the latter. Indeed, these peaks are related to the Cerberus. As for how they are related, that is a secret of the manor. I can't tell you, but you only need to know that it is a great fortune to be able to enter. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The Whispering Headhound's reputation was too great. He didn't expect that the peaks in front of him were related to the Cerberus. Moreover, whether they were related or not, just the energy of the 3 attributes that he felt now was enough to move him. Therefore, he asked again, "What are your conditions, your highness?" "Help me do 3 things. As long as you succeed, I will let you enter the Purgatory Peak." 3 things? What 3 things? Lin Xian asked. These 3 things are not simple. They can even be said to be very dangerous. I can't tell you all at once. I will only tell you the next mission after you complete one, because there was more than one person who accepted this mission. Unfortunately, none of them completed it. Are you willing to accept this mission? None of them completed it. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be an earth-shattering mission? Thinking of this, he said, "Your Highness, I am just a little 6-star king, although I have some strength and can fight against the Almighty. But if it is beyond my strength, I am afraid I can't accept it." "Don't worry, it will not exceed your strength. At least, it will not make you fight against the Almighty." King Valurium said, "You are the one I have chosen. I still need you to help me fight against the other mansions in the future. That's why I won't let you throw your life away. However, although there is no Almighty, it is still very dangerous. So, it is your choice whether to accept it or not. I can agree to your 3 conditions, but you must let me enter one of the peaks first." Lin Xian said, "No problem. I can let you enter the Fire Peak first. Then you can go and complete the first mission." King Valurium said. Then he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the clouds in front of him rolled. The aura of Valurium filled the sky and quickly formed a bridge. It connected Lin Xian's feet to the Hell Peak in the distance. "I will let you enter the Fire Peak. As for how long you can stay there and what kind of fortune you can obtain, it is entirely up to you." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Xian cupped his fist and strode onto the Valurium Bridge. He looked at the distant peak with sparkling eyes. At the same time, he was extremely excited. Soon, his speed became faster and faster. In an instant, he was in front of the Fire Peak. In the next moment, he took a step forward and entered the fire peak. "Kid, let me see if you have the strength to help me complete that mission," King Valurium said in a low voice. He did not leave. Instead, he waited there quietly. On the other hand, Lin Xian entered the fire peak. After entering, he felt a monstrous heat that turned into a sea of fire surging towards him. Chapter 2014. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Black flames rushed out of his body and turned into a black light screen, enveloping him. It resisted the sea of fire around him. Whoosh! This flame was the heavenly demonic flame. It was rolling and fighting against the sea of fire. The two flames collided and made crackling sounds. Obviously, the heavenly demonic flame could not resist at all, because the surrounding flames were more violent, and there were more of them. Therefore, the light screen formed by Lin Xian's demonic flame was on the verge of collapse and would break at any time. What a terrifying flame! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The power of the flames here was beyond Lin Xian's expectation. He did not expect the heavenly demonic flame on his body to be so weak. It was suppressed by the surrounding flames. However, this made him even more excited. The stronger the surrounding flames were, the more powerful they would be after he absorbed them. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate to use his means to absorb and refine the surrounding flames. To be honest, the flames here were very terrifying. Even a mighty figure would not dare to stay here for a long time. Lin Xian was also in trouble. Fortunately, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to release streaks of Dragon Soul Sword Chi. The terrifying sword aura extinguished the surrounding flames, creating a vacuum. That was why Lin Xian was able to cultivate in such a safe and secure place. He did not miss any opportunity to absorb the surrounding flames and fuse them with the heavenly demonic flame. Whoosh! A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Outside, King Valurium frowned. To be honest, he expected Lin Xian to last for a few days at most before he could not withstand the power of the flames inside. Even a mighty figure could last for 10 days at most. The stronger ones could last for half a month, any longer, and they would not be able to stay any longer. Now that a month had passed, Lin Xian had not come out. This was beyond his expectations. He even suspected that Lin Xian had been burned inside. Therefore, King Valurium's expression was solemn. He stretched out his hand and formed a seal. Immediately, his gaze became extremely sharp. It pierced through the void and looked inside. Then he let out a sigh of relief. That was because he discovered that the other party had not been burned to ashes by the flames. Instead, he was still cultivating. This made Glazed Tile heave a sigh of relief. At least the other party was fine. However, he soon revealed a look of shock. That was because the other party was actually able to persist for so long. Even ordinary almighties were unable to do so. How did he do it? Wang. Lin Xian opened his eyes when he felt King Valurium's gaze. He sensed that someone was watching him, so he stopped cultivating and withdrew from his state of cultivation, because he didn't want his secret to be discovered. In the next moment, the surrounding flames gathered and poured into Lin Xian's body. From now on, I'll call you Hellfire. Lin Xian was from the infernal realm. This flame came from the Cerberus, so it was naturally called the infernal flame. At that moment, the flames on his body were still black. However, their might was no longer the same as before. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian took a step forward. He tore through space and instantly appeared near King Valurium. King Valurium said, "I didn't mean to spy on you. I was just worried about your condition. That's why I did it. Don't worry. If you can complete one task, I'll let you enter the Fire Mountain again." "Thank you, Your Highness. It's about time. I can go complete one task now," Lin Xian said in a low voice. All right. King Valurium smiled when he heard this. Then he began to transmit a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian left the area and even left the heart of Valurium Manor. However, Lin Xian did not leave the manor. Instead, he flew towards the east. Iron Cloud Peak was one of the 5 great peaks under the manor. It was the most powerful peak. As the strongest peak under the manor, Iron Cloud Peak was not only powerful, but also had some special uses. For example, there was a super transportation formation on Iron Cloud Peak. This super transportation formation was located in a valley under Iron Cloud Peak. This valley was heavily guarded. There were 36 teams silently watching over it. The leader of these 36 teams was an old man. His hair was white, but his eyes were unusually bright. The aura of his cultivation had reached the great perfection of 6 stars. The old man patrolled around the valley, constantly observing to make sure that there was no danger. At the same time, he thought to himself, there were still 3 months left. 3 months later, his task of guarding the valley would be completed. At that time, he would no longer be the leader here. He would be transferred back. That way, he would be able to cultivate in peace. He was already at the great perfection of 6 stars. Perhaps he could break through to the great perfection realm after a dozen years of seclusion. But if he could become a great perfection realm expert, everything would be different. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his status, there would be an earth-shattering change. Therefore, becoming a great perfection realm expert was the old man's lifelong goal. While he was thinking, the sound of wind breaking came from afar. Then, a sword light flew towards him, like lightning. Someone is coming. The old man frowned, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. The aura in his body was secretly circulating. His right hand reached into his sleeve and grabbed a black flag. As long as he waved the black flag, he could immediately summon the 36 teams around him to fight against the enemy. However, he did not act rashly because he did not know who was coming. The next moment, he was stunned, because when the sword light disappeared, a young man was standing in the void. He had a handsome face and was wearing a red robe. His black hair was casually tied with a red string. He was about 24 or 25 years old, and his expression was very calm. Sensing that there was no murderous intent from the other party, the old man's body swayed, and he came to the other party and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Lin Xian," the young man said in a deep voice. Then he stretched out his palm. In his palm, there was a golden token that emitted thousands of rays of golden light. There was a word token written on the token, and behind it was a flying dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The azure token. Seeing the token, the old man became unusually respectful. He knelt on one knee on the ground. Although he did not know who the young man in front of him was, he was sure of the token. This token belonged to King Valurium. Only the most important people in the prince's residence were qualified to have it. Seeing the token was like seeing King Valurium. That was why the old man was so respectful. Get up," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "I want to activate the super teleportation. I'll go prepare now." Chapter 2015. 2 hours later, there was a blinding flash of light and a tremendous amount of spirit energy. Then the light disappeared. Peace returned to the pavilion. Once more, the change happened so quickly that only Iron Cloud Peak's men noticed. The other peaks didn't notice at all. However, in a pavilion deep within Valurium Manor, King Valurium stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like torches as he looked into the distance. Beside him was a handsome young man. He wore purple robes, and his expression was somewhat similar to King Valurium's. He stood next to King Valurium and asked in a low voice, "Father, why did you give him the medallion? If he fails, won't his identity be exposed?" Don't worry, it's a temporary medallion. It's only enough for him to use the super transportation formation. If he really is killed and the mission fails, the medallion will disappear. King Valurium said faintly, but I think he has a chance. Is that so? Is he stronger than those great experts? The young man in purple didn't quite believe it. However, King Valurium narrowed his eyes. Stars flickered in his pupils. The central continent was incomparably vast. Aside from the Tai dynasty, there were 8 other great dynasties. The 9 Li dynasty was one of them. The 9 Li dynasty's territory was connected to the Tai dynasty's territory. The borders of the 2 empires often had conflicts. Overall, however, it was very peaceful. There was a special area near the border between the 2 kingdoms. They were the Eastern Li clan. The 9 Li clan was divided into 2 branches, East and West. The 9 Li dynasty was currently under the control of the Western 9 Li clan. Eastern Julia had been pushed to the outskirts. There was a city here called Lilac City. Not only was the city filled with lilacs, but even the surrounding area was filled with lilacs. A faint fragrance gathered in the air and refreshed anyone who smelled it. Young master, please buy a lilac flower. The buildings in the city were tall and majestic. The streets were like a long dragon that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was very prosperous. On the side of the road, a little girl held a lilac flower and asked a passerby, "Are you an idiot? There are lilacs everywhere in this lilac city. Is there still a need to buy them?" One of them sneered disdainfully and shot a glance at the little girl on the roadside. "No, those lilacs are all golden. My lilacs are white," the little girl said weakly, but she was ignored. However, the little girl did not give up and continued to ask by the roadside. Soon, she saw a handsome young man in a red robe walking over. She immediately ran over. "Brother, brother, buy a lilac. My lilac is white. Which family's little girl is this? How dare she deceive people here? No one will buy it. How can there be white lilacs? She's obviously a liar. It's dyed with dye." The passers-by shook their heads and sneered. However, the red-robed youth stopped in his tracks. This red-robed youth was none other than Lin Xian. He'd used a super transportation formation from Valurium Palace to 9 Li Dynasty. Now, he'd come to Lilac City according to his mission. Lin Xian lowered his head to look at the thin little girl and said, "All right, I want 1. How much?" 1 supreme grade subdivine crystal. The little girl said weakly. The surrounding people were even more shocked when they heard this. Damn, is this little girl crazy? She dares to ask for a supreme grade subdivine crystal? It's just a broken flower. Is it worth that much? However, Su Qin took out a supreme grade subdivine crystal and handed it over. Then he took a white lilac from the little girl's hand. "Brother, this lilac will protect you." "Good girl." Lin Xian rubbed the little girl's head and asked, "Little girl, do you know where 9 Li Tower is?" "There." The little girl pointed into the distance. Then she skipped away with a piece of substandard divine crystal in her hand. Soon, she disappeared into the crowd. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They looked at Lin Xian and discussed among themselves. Is this kid an idiot? He actually used a supreme grade subdivine crystal to buy a broken flower. He's not just an idiot. I think water has entered his brain. What a wastrel. A supreme grade subdivine crystal is so expensive. He actually used it to buy a flower. Many people shook their heads and sighed. However, a few people in the crowd revealed cold smiles. They stared at Lin Xian with greed in their eyes. Although they didn't know Lin Xian, a person who could take out a supreme grade subdivine crystal so casually must be rich. Moreover, the other party's aura wasn't too strong. Therefore, in their eyes, this was a fat sheep. They wouldn't miss such a prey. Immediately, a few cultivators retracted their auras and quietly followed Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a cold smile appeared on his lips. There are really people who aren't afraid of death. How dare they follow me? However, he didn't care because his target this time was Julie Tower. Julie Tower was easy to find because it was very magnificent and majestic. It stood on the ground like a heavenly pagoda. It was filled with the vicissitudes of time. However, there were few people around Julie Tower, and basically no one would come here. Lin Xian came here and looked at the tall Julie Tower in front of him. He fell into deep thought, but soon he frowned and said coldly, "Come out, Humph. Your soul perception is not bad. You can actually detect us. So what? He's just a kid. Can he run away?" The three of them sneered. "Kid, I advise you to be obedient. Hand over your storage ring, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." These three burly men were looking at Lin Xian with cold smiles on their faces. "Get lost. I don't want to kill anyone." Lin Xian said coldly, "Fuck, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you know who we are?" "Kid, no one dares to talk to us like that. You're the first. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be dead. Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and do it." The three of them sneered. In the next moment, three king domains rushed out from their bodies and overlapped with each other, shrouding Lin Xian. 3 king domains in the later stage of 6-star. "Humph," Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Such people were nothing in his hands. In the next moment, a black flame appeared on his body and enveloped him. Then it spread in all directions. Suddenly, the 3 king domains burned fiercely. Damn it, how is this possible? The three of them were horrified because they couldn't believe that their king domains had been ignited. Moreover, they were burning. Chapter 2016. The next moment, they screamed in agony. Not only were their king domains affected, but their bodies were also covered in flames. They were instantly burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the 3 late-stage 6-star kings were reduced to ashes. As expected of the hellfire, it was indeed powerful. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Xian's face as he gazed at the black flames. This was the hellfire that was formed by fusing the flames in the fire peak. This kind of flame was already at the level of an almighty. It could easily burn 3 late-stage 6-star kings to death. Feeling the power of the hellfire, Lin Xian was even more excited. He wondered what kind of powerful ability he could condense in the other 2 peaks. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and looked at the Julie Tower in front of him. Only by completing the first mission could he continue to enter the 3 hell peaks. However, at this moment, Lin Xian was extremely solemn. Although he had not entered the Julie Tower yet, he could feel a mysterious energy fluctuation in front of him. This power made him shudder with fear and trepidation. What is this Julie Tower? How can it have such terrifying energy? Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, the dark red dragon also said, "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid this place is not simple." Lin Xian nodded, but he did not enter. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and thoroughly understood the surrounding environment. After all, he was not here to admire the scenery, but to carry out the first mission. When he made his move, there would be a big battle. He had to figure out the situation here first. Otherwise, if he was trapped here, he would most likely die. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He did not make a move these 2 days. Instead, he stayed in Lilac City and waited for the opportunity. In fact, it was not just Lin Xian. Lilac City welcomed another 2 powerful figures. One of them was a woman dressed in white, as beautiful as a fairy. The other was a tall young man who looked like a demon king. These 2 people did not come together, and they were not in the same group. They entered Lilac City at different times. However, without exception, The auras of these two people were extremely powerful. One look, and one could tell that they were heaven's favored children. Moreover, the two of them were accompanied by many powerful guards. It seemed that his status was either honorable or noble. Therefore, in the past few days, other than Lin Xian, there were two other groups of people that appeared from time to time in the vicinity of Juli Tower. They seemed to be investigating the situation as well. This scene attracted Lin Xian's attention. Although the other two groups of people had concealed themselves and were secretly investigating the situation, the other two groups of people had already concealed themselves. But how could she hide it from him? With Lin Xian's soul power and Tianji God eyes, he was able to track the other party's movements. Therefore, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that there's someone else that has designs on the Juli Pagoda? Lin Xian frowned. He'd come here to complete Valurium's mission. However, why did the others come here? What was his goal? Did they have the same goal as him? Lin Xian didn't know. Therefore, he used his chaos doppelganger to secretly follow these people back. He wanted to investigate the situation of these people. The two chaos doppelganger disappeared into the void and quickly left with the two groups of people like ghosts. Luo Hua House was a very famous pavilion in Lilac City. However, it had already been booked by someone else. There was no one else in the pavilion. Only a woman in white stood there, looking up at the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her body, as if a layer of golden gauze was draped over her body. It set off her delicate face and made her even more beautiful. One of the two scouts had come to Luo Hua House. However, they didn't know that a chaos doppelganger had also sneaked in. Soon, a middle-aged woman walked up to the 7th floor with graceful steps. Then she said softly, "Princess, I've finished my investigation." "Very good." The woman in white nodded slightly, a smile on her beautiful face. Now it was time to act. "However, Princess, it is not easy to enter Juli Tower, although Dongli tribe has declined and is suppressed by our Shili tribe. Juli Tower is still very dangerous." The middle-aged woman frowned and seemed to be very worried. The beautiful woman in white smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will be an imperial edict in 2 days. When that time comes, most of the experts in Juli Tower will leave, and only a small number of people will stay. At that time, Juli Tower will be at its weakest. We can take advantage of the opportunity to enter. That thing has been in Dongli tribe for thousands of years. It's time to return it to our Shili tribe." However, at this moment, a furious roar was heard from Luo Hua House. Then, a huge amount of soul power gushed out quickly, forming a towering pressure that shrouded the entire Luo Hua House. Boom! Then, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The powerful soul power turned into a soul sword and slashed down quickly, killing the chaos doppelganger instantly. "What's going on?" The woman in white frowned and asked coldly. At this moment, the void rippled and an old man appeared. He said in a deep voice, "Princess, someone is eavesdropping." "Eavesdropping? Who is it?" "I don't know. It has been killed. However, it seems to be a doppelganger, so we can't get any information." "A doppelganger?" Hearing this, the woman in white frowned and said, "Be careful. Why do I feel that someone has the same idea as us?" On the other side, the tall young man also received the news. Then, a smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect Juli dynasty to help us. There will be an imperial edict in 2 days. Great, then we will take action in 2 days. However, we must be careful of Princess Bai Wei. That woman is not simple. Don't fall into her trap." Buzz. As he spoke, the palace under his feet suddenly shone brightly. Then, a huge array shrouded it. Suddenly, the tall young man frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Young lord, someone has sneaked in." Then, an old man appeared. "Find him We must not let him go. He might be sent by Princess Bai Wei, the tall young man said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a divine weapon as it streaked across the void. Soon, a chaos doppelganger was found. However, Wonton's doppelganger exploded instantly, turning into a strong light and dissipating in the void. Damn it! The people on the tall young man's side gritted their teeth when they saw this scene. In this way, they had no idea who was eavesdropping in the dark. However, after thinking about it, they all felt that it must be Princess Bai Wei's doing. Chapter 2017. However, in an ordinary inn, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Although the two clones had been destroyed, he had heard the news from both sides. 2 days later, Julie Tower's defense would be at its weakest. It seemed that he could only wait until then to make his move. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that there would be people from the 9 Li dynasty eyeing the Julie Tower. What exactly is that thing? Even people from the 9 Li dynasty are eyeing it? Lin Xian was indeed puzzled. Judging from the white-clothed lady, she should be from the 9 Li dynasty. The young man should also be a prince. Therefore, he did not know which dynasty he was from. Moreover, King Valurium was from the Tai dynasty. Therefore, there were at least 3 dynasties eyeing the Julie Tower. It was indeed surprising. Could it be that there are some secrets in the Julie Tower? Sure enough, an imperial edict arrived 2 days later. Most of the experts in Lilac City and Julie Tower went to receive the imperial edict. Princess Bai Wei and the tall young man also went to receive the edict. However, they did not bring the people beside them. Instead, they had the people beside them wait outside to receive them at any time. Princess Bai Wei and the tall young man entered the Julie Tower by themselves. Of course, there was another person, and that was Lin Xian. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Therefore, when the experts of the Julie Tower went to receive the imperial edict, Lin Xian hid in the void and set off towards the Julie Tower. Most of the experts in the Julie Tower had left, and it was empty. Therefore, Lin Xian was safe for the time being. He did not advance rashly. Instead, he carefully checked his surroundings. Therefore, his speed was not fast. As for the other 2 people, the tall young man and Princess Bai Wei, they were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the center of the Julie Tower. The Julie Tower looked magnificent from the outside. Inside, it was filled with vicissitudes. Every stone and building had existed for countless years. There was even a mysterious power lingering on it. When the tall young man arrived, he looked around and carefully sensed his surroundings. Then, his lips curled into a smile. He realized that the information he had received was correct. The item was indeed here, and there was no one around. It seemed that this time he would definitely succeed. However, at this moment, the void suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the tall young man's expression changed, and he turned around to leave. But soon, he froze, cold sweat dripping down his face. This was because the entire void had been sealed. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands firmly suppressing him. At this moment, an aged voice came from behind the tall youth. "Young man, your reaction is quite fast. You were actually able to detect it in advance. But so what? You can't escape from me." The tall young man's face turned extremely ugly, and at the same time, his heart beat wildly. An expert! This was definitely an expert. He never expected that there would be such an expert in the Julie Pagoda. Originally, he thought that there were not many experts left in the 9 Li Pagoda. However, it seemed that he was wrong. There was a peerless expert guarding this place. Judging from the other party's aura, he should be close to the level of a peerless powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to immobilize him so easily. However, at that moment, the aged voice sounded again. "Little doll, you should come out as well. Or Do you want me to do it myself? Wang. As soon as he said that, the pressure in the air became even more terrifying, as if it was going to freeze the entire sky. However, this time, a white light lit up in the void, and then a woman in white appeared. Roar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the tall young man roared angrily, and suddenly, a red light rushed out of his body. His body suddenly expanded, and then he forcefully broke the seal of the void and quickly retreated to the side. In the next moment, he saw that the person who had immobilized him was an old man in gray. He wasn't tall, and he had a hunchback. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man. However, the tall young man didn't dare to let his guard down, because he knew that this ordinary-looking old man in front of him was extremely powerful. The old man in gray looked at the woman in white and the tall young man, and he sighed softly. This belongs to the Julie tribe, and outsiders can't get it. Indeed, there was that thing. Hearing this, the tall young man's eyes lit up. Previously, although he had received the news, he wasn't sure. However, at this moment, with the words of an expert in the Julie tribe, he was finally sure that there was that legendary thing in the Julie tribe. However, the woman in white snorted coldly. The Julie tribe is also divided into the East and the West. Don't you think that this thing doesn't belong to the East Julie tribe? The atmosphere in the main hall was very solemn. However, they didn't know that when they were confronting each other, a figure was hiding in the distance. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, he was hiding in the void, and he didn't let out any aura. He had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, so he could use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to imitate the Great Void technique of the Gu family. Although it wasn't 100% the same, it was 70% to 80% similar, so he didn't let out any aura. However, cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. Fortunately, he was very cautious. If he had rushed out, he would have been discovered by the old man in gray. The old man in gray was extremely terrifying, and he was definitely not an ordinary almighty. In fact, he was close to being an exceptional almighty. Such a person could be said to be extremely terrifying. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that these people were here for the thing in the Julie Pagoda. Moreover, he faintly felt that this thing might be the thing that he wanted to obtain. Damn it, this King Valurium is really despicable. The first mission is already so dangerous. Lin Xian's face turned black. No wonder those who had come to accept the mission failed. Julie was such a terrifying place that even an exceptional almighty wouldn't be able to succeed. This damned King Valurium. How dare he say that there isn't an exceptional almighty? If it wasn't for the imperial decree, there would be even more terrifying experts in the Julie Pagoda. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he could feel a few powerful auras rushing in from outside the Julie Pagoda. Indeed, in the next moment, the old man in the main hall sighed, and his eyes lit up again. He looked at the long passageway in front of him and said loudly, "You guys are here. Buzz, buzz, buzz." Indeed, in the next moment, the void split open and 5 figures appeared in the main hall. The person in front was an old man with a head of white hair, and his aura was fierce. Behind him were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom looked middle-aged. Chapter 2018. The old man in the lead had a stronger aura and was close to that of a peerless expert. His strength was similar to the gray-robed old man in Julie Pagoda. "Western Julie, it's you. It's been so long. Haven't you given up yet?" The gray-robed old man looked at the 5 figures floating in the sky and sighed. "Give up? Why should we give up?" The 5 newcomers sneered. "You should be the ones giving up." The white-haired old man snorted. "This thing has been in your hands for thousands of years. It's time to change it. This belongs to Eastern Julie. No one can take it away from us. Not even Western Julie can take it away. Speaking of which, the surrounding void flickered once more. Then, a few figures walked out swiftly. There were 4 or 5 experts. They were wearing the uniform of Julie Pagoda. Their eyes were sharp, and their expressions were cold. Obviously, they were the experts guarding Julie Pagoda. Xian took a deep breath when he saw the scene. This is too fucking terrifying. He wouldn't be able to fight back against such a lineup. There were at least 10 experts in the main hall. 2 of them were close to the level of a peerless expert. Such a lineup was absolutely terrifying. At the same time, Lin Xian was even more puzzled. What is it that could attract so many people's attention? Why does King Valurium want it too? The news he got from King Valurium was that he was going to take a mysterious box. There was a picture of Julie Pagoda on the box and a hexagram formation on the back. King Valurium didn't say what was in the box. Lin Xian knew that there must be a treasure in the box. However, he didn't expect the treasure to be so heaven-defying. In such a short time, there were already 10 experts fighting each other. King Valurium must be hiding some important information. In front of them, the experts from both sides were confronting each other. Terrifying sounds of collisions could be heard in the void. The white-robed lady and the tall young man took the opportunity to escape from the gray-robed old man. Then, they quickly retreated in the opposite direction. At this moment, the gray-robed old man in Julie Pagoda spoke again. People of Western Julie, I'll give you one last chance. Leave now. I can choose not to attack you. This is something left behind by our East Ninely sage. It's not something you can touch. However, the white-haired elder sneered. You're wrong. It's the Ninely tribe sage. We, the Western Julie, belong to Julie as well. Naturally, we deserve to have it. It's just that your East Julie is too domineering. You have been hogging it and refusing to share it. That is why we had no choice but to act. Speaking of which, you guys are too greedy. As the white-haired old man finished speaking, his aura suddenly erupted. Waves of air quickly swept in all directions. Clang! Inside the 9 Dawn Pagoda, there were countless runes flickering on the walls and floor. The entire Julie Pagoda was abnormally sturdy. The Julie Pagoda was a building that had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely sturdy and could definitely withstand such a violent attack. This was also the reason why the experts from the 9 Li Pagoda dared to make a move here. Since you're courting death, don't blame us for taking action. The gray-robed old man from Jioli Tower snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, the few almighties around him began to attack. Buzz, a bright light shone in the sky, following which a fiery red domain flew forward and enveloped the people from the Western Julie. The people from the Western Julie did not want to be outdone and sneered. In the next instant, a blue domain shot out from one of the almighties and collided with the fiery red domain. When the 2 king domains clashed in the sky, terrifying spatial cracks were formed. The spatial cracks were like dancing lightning snakes. It was a ghastly sight. However, the entire Jioli Pagoda shone with a mysterious and ancient array that blocked the spatial cracks. These people were so strong. Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked. Although they were all almighties, it was obvious that their strength was even more terrifying. The people from the Julie tribe were indeed not simple, raging waves. At this moment, one of the Western Julie tribe's almighties in blue waved his hand. Then the blue king domain above him surged rapidly. The energy that filled the sky turned into waves and swept forward at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled and was instantly torn apart by the blue waves. The terrifying waves were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It was as if a blue mountain was pressing down from the sky. Humph! Raging flames burned the sky. On the other side of the Julie Pagoda, the Almighties in red also launched a fierce attack. His fiery red spirit domain turned into a fiery giant that instantly resisted the seawater that filled the sky. The two types of energy, water and fire, intertwined in the sky and shattered the void. The terrifying energy turned the space into chaos. Although the Julie tribe was extremely strong and could use the mysterious ancient array to defend against such an attack, it was still weak. However, the entire ground started to tremble rapidly. In an instant, the Julie Pagoda also started to shake. Not only that, but the nearby buildings also started to shake. After the two Almighties exchanged blows, the other Almighties also made their moves. They each looked for an enemy and started to fight crazily. A terrifying battle broke out. King domains appeared one after another. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. A battle of this level was enough to make even him shudder. Therefore, he quietly retreated, afraid that he would be affected by the energy. The battle here finally attracted the attention of the entire Lilac City. Instantly, a group of martial artists flew over, wanting to find out what was going on. The Julie Pagoda was a sacred existence in Lilac City. Now that a battle had broken out, they naturally could not tolerate it. "It's over," Lin Xian sighed. He turned around and was about to leave. That was because he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the treasure. If it were him, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. However, such a large-scale battle had happened. Dozens of Almighties were fighting, and their momentum had attracted the attention of the entire Lilac City. He probably had no chance at all. If he continued to stay, he might be discovered by others. At that time, he would be treated as an enemy and hunted down by the powerhouses of the Julie Pagoda. Therefore, Lin Xian prepared to retreat. However, just as he retreated, a white light flashed. Then it condensed in front of him and formed a beautiful figure. The woman in white appeared in front of him. The woman in white frowned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and shock. She did not expect that there would be someone else here besides the Eastern and Western Julie tribes and the tall young man. She did not notice this person at all. Chapter 2019. She blocked the way and stared at Lin Xian. She asked coldly, "Who are you? Which faction do you belong to?" "Kid, you're quite bold to hide near us. Are you trying to fish in troubled waters?" At this moment, the void on the other side fluctuated. Then, the tall young man walked out. His eyes were scarlet like two sharp swords as he stared at Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was attacked from the front and back. He was in a very dangerous situation. Lin Xian's current situation could be described as extremely dangerous. However, Lin Xian wasn't nervous at all. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately released the dark red divine dragon. "You're finally out. I've been holding it in for so long." The dark red divine dragon laughed like an old monster when it came out. As for the white-clothed woman and the tall youth, they both frowned. They did not expect the other party to have a helper. However, when they saw that it was a red snake that crawled out, they all had a look of disdain on their faces. Soon, they were frightened by the other party's aura. The aura was so fierce that they had to be careful. It was 2 against 2. It could be said that both parties were evenly matched. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "I don't mean to attack you. Also, I have an idea. I wonder if the two of you would agree." "Idea? What idea?" The lady in white frowned and asked, "Speak." The tall young man said in a cold voice, "It's very simple. The 3 of us will work together to retrieve the treasure of Julie. What do you think? You're really here for the treasure." The tall young man's eyes were cold, but the lady in white's eyes were flickering. To be honest, she was tempted by the idea. because now those powerful experts have already started to fight. If they were to attack now, they might be able to retrieve the treasure of Julie. Kid, what right do you have to join forces with us? The tall young man sneered. You'll know whether I have the right or not after you try. Lin Xian was not angry. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a ball of black flame rushed out. You dare to attack me? You're really overestimating yourself. The tall young man sneered. Red light burst out from his eyes. A strong and fierce aura was emitted from his body. Then he threw out a red punch. The terrifying punch was like a fire dragon that swept across the void. Boom! In the next moment, a deep sound was heard. The two of them collided, and a black hole was formed in the void. The entire space trembled along with it. However, in the next moment, the two of them retracted their palms. Lin Xian stood there calmly. However, the expression of the tall youth changed. He did not expect Lin to be able to fight with him. This surprised him. At this moment, Lin Xian asked, "What do you think? Am I qualified to join forces with you?" Humph! Hearing this, the tall young man coldly snorted. His expression was gloomy and cold. However, it seemed that he had tacitly agreed. On the other side, the woman in white nodded in agreement. That was because the most important thing now was to retrieve the treasure. She believed that with her strength, she would definitely be able to obtain the treasure in the future. The three of them discussed and prepared to attack immediately. In the next moment, the three of them moved and quickly flew deeper into Julie Tower. I know where it is. Follow me, the woman in white said coldly. She took the lead and turned into a white flash of light. She led Lin Xian and the tall young man to a secret chamber. Along the way, there were many formations. However, the three of them used their tyrannical methods to destroy the formations. Although the three of them were not almighties, they had the strength to fight against almighties. Therefore, when the three of them attacked together, it was really terrifying. Even if one or two of the formations were especially powerful, and the three of them could not destroy them, they could easily break them with the help of the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of Julie Tower at their fastest speed. The three of them stopped in their tracks. This time, even without the woman in white saying anything, Lin Xian and the tall young man were shocked. This was because they could already sense a heart-palpitating power coming from the front. It was as if there was a huge creature that was in a deep sleep. Although the aura was not strong, the coercion within it made one want to kneel down and worship it. This is the place. The woman in white took a deep breath. The tall young man's eyes were burning with passion as he curled his lips into a cold smile. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned as the aura was beyond his imagination. What exactly was it that was so terrifying? This belongs to a sage. The dark red divine dragon said, "This aura is too terrifying. It is definitely the aura of a sage. Even an invincible king would not be able to emit such an aura." A sage. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Indeed. He recalled that when the eastern and western branches were talking, the people from East Julie had said that this was something left behind by their sage. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva and secretly asked, "Little White, can we use space shift to get out?" Inside the black earth, the little white monkey hugged the spiritual fruit and shook his head with a helpless look, although he had the treasure ball and could move items out of thin air. However, the treasure in front of him was at the level of a sage. With the little white monkey's current strength, it was impossible for him to take it out. It seemed like he could only force his way in. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then the tall young man and the woman in white looked at each other, and the three of them attacked together. The woman in white slashed out a bright sword light. It was dazzling and extremely sharp. The tall young man threw out a punch. His fiery red fist brought with it a sky full of magma as it surged forward. Lin Xian also threw out a black fist that turned into a black dragon and roared out. 3 terrifying attacks flew forward, trying to destroy the secret chamber in front of them. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound as a huge crack appeared in the secret chamber. However, at this moment, an even more violent aura came from the secret chamber. Suddenly, the huge wall shattered into pieces. When Lin Xian and the other 2 saw that the secret chamber had been opened, they wanted to go in. However, they immediately stopped in their tracks. There was even a hint of shock in their eyes. That was because they felt 2 powerful auras under the sage aura. There are people. The 3 of them stopped in their tracks and looked forward with solemn expressions. Sure enough, 2 figures slowly walked out from under the crumbling wall. They were tall and strong, and they walked with majestic gait, as if they were gods of war. They were middle-aged men, and they were wearing the clothes of Julie Tower. One of them held a silver spear in one hand, while the other held a golden saber in one hand. Chapter 2020. The 2 middle-aged men exclaimed softly when they saw Lin Xian and the other 2. A trace of surprise appeared on their faces. It's 3 kids. I thought they were the experts from the Shili tribe. The other middle-aged man said, It seems that the Julie Tower has been quiet for too long. Even the younger generation dares to fish in troubled waters. The 2 men's voices were sonorous, and their expressions were extremely cold. Lin Xian and the other 2 frowned because the aura of the 2 men in front of them was too strong. They were definitely the elites among the Almighties. They did not expect the layout of the Julie Tower to be so exquisite and meticulous. They even arranged for peerless experts to be in the secret chamber. This made their faces very gloomy. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man with the silver spear in his hand snorted, "Since you're here, don't go out." Having said that, he stabbed the silver spear in his hand. The silver light shone and lit up the entire space. It was as if a silver waterfall was falling from the sky. This attack was very sharp, and the middle-aged man was very arrogant. He attacked Lin Xian and the other 2 with his spear. The other party dared to look down on them, and this made the tall young man very unhappy. Therefore, he roared and attacked with his palm. The fiery red palm turned into a huge handprint and slapped forward. It was as if it came out of a sea of fire, and the space was trembling. On the other side, the woman in white also attacked quickly. She quickly swung a white sword. Suddenly, the sharp sword light shone and turned into a huge sword light that slashed forward. Lin Xian did not show any mercy. He formed a seal with his palm, and the black flames in the sky gathered to form a black, flaming bottle. Lin Xian held it in his hand. The bottle's mouth was facing down, and the black flames in the sky poured down and enveloped the 2 middle-aged men. Although the 3 of them were not almighties, each of them was a young genius, and their strength was terrifying. At this moment, the 3 of them attacked, and the momentum was even more terrifying than the almighties. As for the 2 middle-aged men, they were not ordinary almighties. They were the elites among the almighties. Therefore, 3 against 2, the 2 sides were actually tied. Spatial cracks spread out as energy storms swept out in all directions. At this time, Lin Xian sent a sound transmission to Ruffian Long. "Ruffian Long, you and Little White go to the secret room to get something." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Ruffian Long's face. The little snow-white monkey also came out of the black earth. Then the dragon and monkey quietly headed towards the secret room. On the other side, the 2 middle-aged higher beings furiously roared as their king's domains covered Lin Xian and the others. Then he dragged Lin Xian and the other 2 and flew outside. Even though the Julie Pagoda was exceptionally sturdy, The battle between the 5 of them was simply too terrifying. They were afraid of damaging the treasures in the secret chamber. As such, the 2 of them used their king's domains to try and drag Lin Xian and the others away. It had to be said that these 2 middle-aged almighties were extremely powerful. The 2 of them joined hands to suppress Lin Xian and the other 2. Furthermore, they forced Lin Xian and the other 2 to retreat. The battle outside was even more terrifying. More than 10 mighty figures attacked, their momentum shaking the heavens. However, the people in the Jili Pagoda also had the same thought. They were forcing the people from the western Jili Pagoda to fly out. They wanted to join forces with the martial artists outside the Jili Pagoda to take down the people from the western Jili Pagoda. Damn it! When Lin Xian and the other 2 were forced to retreat outside, another 2 mighty figures and many martial artists joined the battle. Instantly, the pressure on Lin Xian and the other 2 multiplied. This was only because Lin Xian and the other 2 were strong. If it were any other 6-star king, they would have been turned into a bloody mist in an instant. Humph! The tall young man roared as a red glow appeared in his body. Then his body suddenly expanded. 2 red wings spread out and covered the sky, forming a huge red tornado that swept the surroundings. This was the bloodline of the dragon sparrow. Damn it, you are from the Great Xia dynasty. When the people in the Jili Pagoda saw this, their faces changed. They did not expect this tall young man to have such a background. The Great Xia dynasty was also one of the 9 great dynasties of the Middle Ground. The people from the Great Xia dynasty possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Great Xia dragon sparrow. At this moment, the tall young man was using the bloodline of the Great Xia dragon sparrow. The red wings on his back became more and more real, as if they were really the wings of the Great Xia dragon sparrow. They were unusually sharp. They were like 2 red, heavenly blades that swept the surroundings. In an instant, the 2 mighty figures who were attacking him were forced to retreat. On the other side, the lady in white also shouted. A mysterious Tao mark appeared on her forehead. Then, an illusory figure appeared behind her. It was like a demon god that stood tall. Boom! When the illusory figure appeared, the surrounding people were all sent flying. When the people in the Jili Pagoda saw this, their pupils shrank, and they were extremely shocked. Jili Totem, you are from the Jili tribe. They were too shocked. Indeed, they were very familiar with the tall, illusory figure. It was the totem of the Jili tribe. However, this totem could only be activated by someone who possessed the power of the bloodline. Moreover, the stronger the power of the bloodline, the stronger the totem that was summoned. They did not expect the lady in white to be from the Jili tribe as well. Moreover, she possessed such a strong bloodline. In an instant, the people in the Jili Pagoda were extremely shocked. However, they would not let these people have their way. Therefore, a large number of experts came forward to suppress them. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the 2 mighty figures in the Jili Pagoda roared. Mysterious Tao runes also appeared on their foreheads. 2 demon god phantoms also appeared behind them. Totem against totem. Terrifying energy tore through the void and formed a storm of energy. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. The tall young man and the lady in white displayed their powerful bloodline power. Instantly, those who were sent flying did not dare to move forward. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. This was because they felt that Lin Xian was the weakest among the 3 of them. At least until now, he had not displayed any powerful bloodline power. Therefore, many people surrounded Lin Xian. Humph! Seeing that these people dared to target him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Indeed, he did not have any bloodline power. However, his king domain was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the dragon sword domain appeared, and tens of thousands of sword chi surged in all directions. Instantly, the warriors who surrounded Lin Xian were sent flying again. However, the middle-aged almighty with the golden saber was nailed to Lin Xian. He waved his arm, and the illusory figure behind him stretched out a huge illusory hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Buzz! It covered the sky and the earth and brought with it a monstrous pressure. Seeing this, the tall young man and the lady in white did not help. Chapter 2021. Boom. In an instant, the illusory palm grabbed Lin Xian and quickly closed around him. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding sword chi was instantly crushed by the force of the illusory palm. Just as Lin Xian was about to be crushed, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, two sharp sword chi turned into a cross and shone in the air. Then, with a bang, the enormous hand shattered into pieces. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding experts were all stunned. The middle-aged almighty, holding the golden saber, was also stunned. But soon, they felt a terrifying aura coming from the front. The aura was so sharp that they felt like they were being penetrated. Damn it, who is this kid? In the next moment, everyone looked forward, and their pupils constricted, because in front of Lin Xian, a green sword shadow appeared. It was as if a huge dragon was circling there, and it looked very lifelike. What kind of bloodline power was that? What a terrifying sword chi! At this moment, even the top almighties felt a chill run down their spines. The woman in white and the tall young man were also shocked, especially the tall young man. His face was gloomy. Originally, he thought that the attack just now would be able to kill Lin Xian, but he did not expect Lin Xian to not only dodge it but also use such a terrifying sword shadow. Even though he had the bloodline of the great Xia dragonfinch, he could not help but tremble in front of the sword shadow. Fortunately, he was able to restrain himself. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. The appearance of the great dragon sword soul had caused a change in the battle situation. Although Lin Xian did not have the bloodline power, the strength that he displayed was not inferior to the woman in white and the tall young man who had the bloodline power. In fact, he was even more powerful. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others who were originally suppressed were now at a disadvantage again. Hurry up and stop them. We must not let them escape. The middle-aged almighty, holding the silver spear, roared crazily. However, at this moment, a white figure streaked past him. Then a little white monkey appeared in the void. It was very cute, and its big eyes were like gems. At this moment, it was dancing with joy. On top of its head, there was a furry little paw, holding up an antique box. The box was not big, only the size of a palm, but it was very simple. Engraved on it was the image of the Jewelry Pagoda. Below, it was a 6-point array formation that was emitting a faint golden light. Not sure what to do, the snow-white little monkey hugged the ancient box and looked around, jumping around in the air. I'll go, little one. Slow down. Behind him, the dark red mystical dragon sighed. Even his body was charred black from being struck by lightning. This was because there was a powerful array protecting the antique box in the secret chamber. If the dark red divine dragon wasn't an array master, it wouldn't have been able to open it in a short period of time. But even so, he was still struck by the thunder and flames in the array. Fortunately, he had the physique of a divine beast, so he was not damaged by the thunder. However, it still made it grimace in pain. Looking at this scene, the surrounding experts were all stunned, especially the experts from the Jewelry Pagoda. They were all dumbfounded. That was the relic of the saint that they had guarded for thousands of years, with the powerful array formation protecting it. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to break it. But now, it was taken out by someone. How did this monkey and dragon do it? They could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. Kid, I got it. The dark red divine dragon came to Lin Xian's side, grimacing in pain. However, there was still an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. However, the people from the Jili Pagoda had indeed gone crazy. They stared at the snow-white little monkey anxiously. At the same time, many people quickly turned around and blocked the path. Buzz, at this moment, a red ray of light pierced through the void and struck the snow-white little monkey. It was the tall young man who had made his move. The red wings behind him quickly streaked across the sky like a heavenly knife, slashing at the snow-white little monkey. The snow-white little monkey was frightened. Its body swayed, and it wanted to leave. However, in the next moment, the tall young man reached out and grabbed the antique box. Boom! I got it! The tall young man held the box in his hand, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Then he roared angrily. The red light on his body exploded and shrouded the entire space. He flapped his huge red wings and turned into a gust of wind as he escaped into the distance. Damn it! Chase after him! Don't let him get away! Stop him! The people from the Jili Pagoda roared angrily. The people from the western Jili Pagoda were also shocked. They did not expect that after snatching for such a long time, they would end up benefiting someone else. People from the great Xia dynasty, how dare you snatch the relic of the Jili tribe? Do you want to start a war between the two countries? Angry roars could be heard. However, the tall young man did not care about them. He used his maximum speed to escape. Buzz, stay here. At this moment, a huge hand that covered the sky stretched out and covered a radius of 1,000 miles. It even covered the tall young man. However, at this moment, the sound of space being torn apart could be heard near the tall young man. Then, a few almighties appeared and attacked the huge hand rapidly. These people were the tall young man's subordinates. They had been waiting outside. When they saw the tall young man and received his message, they attacked him crazily. Ha ha! Jili Pagoda, thank you for the relic. The tall young man laughed maniacally. Then he was protected by a group of people, and they quickly escaped into the distance. The lady in white snorted and flew up to the sky. She led the experts from the western Jili tribe and chased after the tall young man. The people from the 90 Pagoda were not to be outdone. They roared angrily and swore that they would find the people from the great Xia dynasty. For a moment, no one cared about Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. He pulled the little white monkey and the dark red divine dragon over and asked, "Did someone snatch the relic?" He was puzzled. That was because the two of them were greedy, and it was impossible for them to lose the relic so easily. Even if the relic was lost, the two of them would be the first to take action. However, the two of them did not seem to have any intention of taking action, and were even laughing slyly. The box was indeed taken away. The dark red divine dragon laughed. However, the relic was not in the box. Wu Ji, the little snow-white monkey, also grinned. There was a trace of cunning in its gem-like eyes. "Where is the relic?" Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon said, "I took it out a long time ago. It is still in the secret chamber." Chapter 2022. You two go quietly. I'm too big of a target. I'm afraid I'll be targeted by them. Lin Xian said. He didn't follow anyone. Instead, he soared into the sky and left. The dark red dragon laughed proudly. The two of them turned into a ball of light and disappeared into the void again. Outside, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The entire void was filled with violent energy, tearing thousands of miles wide cracks from time to time. At this moment, the cultivators of Lilac City raised their heads and cried out in alarm. They didn't expect such a fierce battle to break out. It had been many years since something like this had happened. In an ordinary inn, Lin Xian was waiting anxiously. At this moment, 2 flashes of lightning came from outside the window. Then, they turned into a snow-white monkey and a dark red dragon. "It's here." Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and formed countless formations, enveloping the entire room. Then he asked, "Did you get it?" "I got it," the dark red dragon said. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a red ball of light. The red ball of light was filled with dancing flames. Inside, there was a spotlessly white hand bone. "Kid, be careful. This thing is too terrifying. If I hadn't wrapped it in dragon flames, I wouldn't have been able to take it out. I've already used more than a dozen formations to protect it," the dark red dragon said with a fearful face. Indeed, this was the first time it had come into contact with something left behind by a saint. And from the looks of it, it was a saint's bone. A saint's bone. Lin Xian was also very excited. He stared at the red ball of light in front of him and the white bone inside. "Is this really a saint's bone?" Lin Xian was very shocked. Then he said, "Ruffian dragon, tear a corner of your formation. I want to take a look." He was indeed very shocked. This was the treasure that King Valurium wanted him to take. He didn't expect it to be a saint's bone. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. He just didn't expect King Valurium to be so bold as to ask for such a thing. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the dark red dragon waved its dragon claws and tore a corner of the formation. Lin Xian walked up and observed with rapt attention. However, at this moment, the spotlessly white finger suddenly blossomed with a golden light. Then, a golden pillar of light gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the golden light arrived in front of Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a sense of impending death. At the next moment, without any hesitation, the black robe battle armor instantly enveloped his body. At the same time, he summoned the dragon sword realm to form a huge divine shield in front of him. However, it was still useless. The golden light instantly pierced through the battle armor and the dragon sword, spirit domain. It was too terrifying. This was the killing intent emitted by the saint's bone. No one below the king realm could resist it. The crimson divine dragon and the snow white monkey's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect such a situation to occur. However, at this moment of crisis, a lilac flower suddenly flew out from Lin Xian's sleeve and blocked in front of Lin Xian. This was just an ordinary lilac flower. However, at this moment, it actually blocked the attack of the saint's bone. Then, the golden light disappeared, and the white lilac flower slowly fell to the ground. The petals scattered all over the ground. "Kid, are you all right?" The crimson divine dragon hurriedly closed the formation. At the same time, it retracted the saint's bone. "I'm fine. That was close." Cold sweat flowed down Lin Xian's forehead. This bone was too terrifying. It was almost pierced through. Then he looked at the lilac flower on the ground with a face of lingering fear. He had bought this flower for fun, when he had nothing better to do. He did not expect that it would really save her life. "Forget it. Let's seal it first. The saint's bone is too terrifying. I don't think we can handle it at all. Put it in the black earth. It's safe there." Lin Xian did not dare to let the saint's bone stay outside. If it caused another mutation, the people from Julie Tower would definitely come for it. Then Lin Xian placed the saint's bone in the black earth. Then he and the crimson divine dragon quietly left Lilac City. Along the way, they heard the surrounding cultivators talking about Jili Tower and the Great Xia dynasty. It was clear that this matter had spread and caused an uproar. The people from the Great Xia dynasty must have found out that the box was empty. However, when the time came, they would not be able to explain themselves. The people from Jili Tower would not believe them at all. Moreover, they would not be able to guess that the real saint's bone was in their hands. However, Lin Xian still had a doubt. This was because this was something that the king of Valurium wanted. If he gave it to the king of Valurium, he would not be satisfied. After all, this was the saint's bone. It was extremely precious. However, if he did not give it to the king of Valurium, he would not be able to enter the 2 mountains behind to cultivate. Therefore, for a moment, Lin Xian was hesitant. Forget it. Compared to the saint's bone, the 2 mountains were nothing. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to keep the saint's bone. After all, saints were legendary existences. In the current world, there was no trace of them at all. They were existences that were even more terrifying than invincible kings. Even the 4th generation successor of the Great Dragon Sword had not reached the saint realm. One could imagine how terrifying a saint was. The bone left behind by a saint was definitely extremely precious. Moreover, the world now knew that the people from Jili Tower were chasing after the people from the Great Xia dynasty. The king of Valurium must have received the news. If he said that he did not find it, the king of Valurium would not suspect him. Therefore, Lin Xian prepared to return. With a wave of his hand, a spirit boat appeared and carried him away. His soul entered the Black Earth. In the Black Earth Kingdom, He too was also very excited. To be honest, he had never obtained the saint's bone before. Therefore, at this moment, he was extremely excited to have such a treasure in his hands. Kid, I have to say that you are really surprising. You can even obtain something like the saint's bone. Seeing Lin Xian enter, He too shouted excitedly, "How is it? Do you have a way to use it?" Lin Xian asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. If he could not use it after obtaining it, that would be the most frustrating thing. It was like guarding a mountain of gold and silver, but not being able to spend a single cent. That kind of feeling was unbearable. However, He too had followed the 4th generation successor of the Dragon Sword. His understanding far exceeded Lin Xian's imagination. Don't worry, although I have never seen the saint's bone, I still have a way to use it. It is said that when one reaches the saint realm, they cultivate the law. Therefore, this bone definitely has the aura of the law. Moreover, this saint's bone was abnormally strong. Chapter 2023. In fact, I think it's possible to refine the saint's blood from this bone. If that's the case, it'll be the best. The saint's blood is unimaginable. It's extremely beneficial to refine a cultivator's body. It can even be used as a source of energy for Black Earth. Even though it's just a small hand bone, it's full of treasures. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. This matter will be left to Black Earth. Lin Xian can't help much now, so he can only use all his strength to drive the spirit vessel. Tai Dynasty, Valurium Palace. It was early in the morning. The sun had just risen and thousands of rays of light shone on the mountains. At this moment, a gray light like sword light streaked across the void and quickly shuttled through the mountains. Then it entered the depths of Valurium Palace. Your Highness, there's news. The gray sword intent turned into a gray-robed man and said respectfully, boom. The door of the palace slowly opened, and King Valurium strode out. He wore a crown and a royal robe. His aura was like a dragon. Speak. A majestic voice sounded. The saint's relic in Jili Pagoda has been stolen. It's Prince Xiang Yu of Great Xia Dynasty. It's really stolen? King Valurium asked again. It's indeed stolen. Now the entire Jiuli pagoda, including the people of Western Jiuli, are chasing after Xiangyu. Father, we've failed. At this moment, a purple-robed young man came from behind. He frowned and seemed a little unhappy. No, King Valurium smiled. Do you think an almighty can enter Jiuli pagoda and steal the saint's relic? It's obviously impossible. Father, do you mean that you've never thought of getting the saint's relic? This thing is so precious. We must send a lot of elites to get it. Even an almighty can't get it with just one person. So, we're sending people to disrupt the battle. Once the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons is out, the 9 nations will be stirred. Tai dynasty will definitely be caught in it. It's better to cause a war between the 2 nations now and deplete their strength. This way, we'll have an advantage when the battle for the nest of 10,000 dragons starts. In the past, those people failed because they didn't disrupt the war at all and couldn't cause the 2 countries to go to war, and now that brat has succeeded. I believe that the relationship between the Ninely dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty must be very tense. Who knows, the experts from both sides might even fight. At that time, some of them will definitely die. We just need to watch from the side. Moreover, the things of the saints are just legends. Don't take them seriously. Even if there is, it's a hot potato. We can't eat it now. Father is wise. Behind him, the purple-clad young man's face lit up when he heard this. Have you prepared the things for the 8th prince? Valurium waved his hand as he spoke. Immediately, the gray-robed man, who was kneeling in front of him, left the hall. The purple-clothed youth said, "Don't worry, Father. Everything is ready." Hearing this, Valurium nodded slightly and said, "We're already on the 8th prince's side. There's no turning back. If the 8th prince fails in the end, I'm afraid our Valurium palace will suffer a great blow. Don't worry, Father. 8th brother has gathered many experts this time. He definitely has the strength to fight for the position of crown prince." Valurium nodded and looked into the distance, his eyes incomparably deep. 10 days later, a figure arrived. This person was Lin Xian. He was travel-worn, but he had rushed over and used the super transportation formation to return to Valurium Palace. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian strode into the depths of Valurium Palace. Stand. There were 2 guards at the door, holding long spears in their hands, blocking the way. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "My name is Lin Xian. I have a matter to discuss with the king. Please pass on my message." "Wait." A guard went in to pass on the message. Before long, he returned and said respectfully, "Please, Sir Lin." Lin Xian nodded and followed the guard inside. In the distance, immortal mist drifted. A great hall was hidden in the clouds like an immortal palace. By the time he reached the steps of the great hall, the guard had already retreated. Only Lin Xian remained, stepping on the stone platform, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was as if he was in an immortal realm. Creak, the vermilion doors opened, and Lin Xian entered the great hall. It was empty inside. Only a stalwart figure stood at the front with his hands behind his back. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lin Xian cupped his hands slightly and said, "The operation failed. I didn't get the box you wanted." "You're back, Sir Lin." Valurium turned with a smile on his face. "I've heard about it. The whole world knows about it." The box was stolen by the Great Xia dynasty. Not only the Great Xia dynasty, but also the people of Western Jiuli. They were well prepared and brought a large number of experts to attack. It's normal that you didn't get it alone. So, you're not to blame for this. "Huh?" Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and was surprised, because this was not what he had expected. He thought that Valurium King would be depressed and angry, but now it seemed that he wasn't. In fact, Valurium King seemed happy. This made Lin Xian very confused. What about the other 2 missions? He asked subconsciously. Continue with the other 2 missions. You can enter the other 2 mountains. As long as you complete the mission, Valurium King said with a smile. Although you didn't get the box I wanted this time, you were able to retreat safely from so many experts. This is enough to prove your strength. He could continue. This made Lin Xian even more surprised. Could it be that Valurium King didn't want the saint's treasure at all? However, at this time, Valurium King spoke again. Are you willing to accept the second mission? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. I'd like to see what Valurium King is up to. The mission is very simple. Kill someone. Kill someone? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. It was indeed simple and crude. He asked, who do you want to kill? Sword King of Breeze, by Zijing. Valurium King waved his sleeve and threw a jade slip to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and took it. Valurium King said, this jade slip contains information about Bai Zijing. It contains his cultivation, strength, and the characteristics of his cultivation method. Study it. Prepare to leave in 3 days. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and left with the jade slip. Chapter 2024. Valurium King's eyes flickered. According to their strength, it's a tie. However, this Bai Zijing is a sword expert that the first prince paid a great price to invite. His existence is a great threat to us. So, let this kid make a move. Even if he can't kill the other party, injuring such a powerful sword king will be of great benefit to us. Hearing this, the purple-clothed youth also smiled. In other words, Bai Zijing might not die. As long as that kid can win, the Tai dynasty had a vast territory. With a large territory, there were many natural people. With many people, there were many opportunities to produce geniuses. Therefore, the Tai dynasty could be said to be full of geniuses and experts. However, among the younger generation, there was one person who was very famous. He was a swordsman. To be exact, he was a sword king. His name was Bai Zijing. Although Bai Zijing only had the cultivation of a 6-star perfection, his combat strength was already comparable to a mighty figure. He could even fight with a mighty figure. It was rumored that he had even killed one before. It was rumored that once his sword technique was used, no one could match it. Even the older generation had to retreat. And now, there was another crazy news that quickly spread throughout the Tai dynasty. That was Bai Zijing wanted to challenge various experts to break through. Have you heard? Bai Zijing has already gone south. He's probably going to challenge Sky's Sword Elder. He wants to challenge Sky's Sword Elder? He's crazy. If I remember correctly, Sky's Sword Elder is a mighty figure. And Sky's Sword Elder is also a swordsman. A mighty swordsman is definitely terrifying. This Bai Zijing actually dares to challenge him. What exactly is he relying on? I don't know. I think he wants to break through to the realm of a mighty figure. After all, he's already a 6-star perfection now. He's only one step away from the realm of a mighty figure. When he becomes a true mighty figure, his strength will definitely be even more terrifying. I'm afraid that even those mighty figures who have cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years are no match for him. Heavens, this guy is too terrifying. Do you think he'll succeed? I don't think so. Sky's Sword Elder isn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he's been famous for almost 1,000 years. The entire Tai dynasty was discussing this matter everywhere, because this matter was simply too shocking. However, they did not know that at this moment, in a barren mountain in the south, 2 figures were confronting each other. One of them was a young man in white. He carried a green sword on his back and stood in the air, looking valiant and heroic. The other person was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. His gaze was gloomy and his face was withered. However, his eyes were extremely sharp, like a peerless sword that pierced through the void. "Little doll, are you sure you want to fight me?" The elder with a sharp gaze was none other than Sky Sword Elder. "I'm naturally here to fight you. Sky Sword Old Man, draw your sword." The young man in white robes said coldly. He was by Zijing, a very young sword king. "If that's the case, then don't blame me." Old Man Tion slowly pulled out a red sword and coldly said, "My bloodthirsty sword will not return to its scabbard without seeing blood." Wong. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword, and a red sword aura shot out quickly. Like a river of blood, it shone in the air. Accompanying it was an extremely terrifying aura, as if a peerless beast had awakened in the air. Wind Slayer. Facing this terrifying sword, the young man in white, by Zijing, was very calm. He quickly unsheathed the green sword on his back and thrust it forward. Boom! Suddenly, the river of blood that filled the sky was cut in half, scattering countless blood flowers and surging in all directions. That sharp attack and murderous aura were also destroyed by a single sword strike. "You can see through my flaws?" Opposite him, Sky Sword Elder frowned. To be honest, although he had heard of the other party, in his opinion, the other party was not able to fight with him. He was an almighty, and the other party was only a 6-star king. Although he was also a swordsman, the gap between their realms could not be made up at all. However, he did not expect the other party to change his attitude after just one sword attack. Although it was just one sword attack, he had already realized that the other party's timing and the sharpness of the sword aura were not inferior to his. This made him extremely shocked. "Interesting. Kid, I'll let you see my true strength." Sky Sword Elder snorted coldly, then attacked again. This sword pierced through the void, emitting a terrifying aura. It was like a divine red painting that pierced through the 9 heavens. This sword attack was too fast, so fast that it dazzled one's eyes. However, after attacking, Sky Sword Elder's pupils shrank. This was because he realized that the other party's sword was even faster than his. But how was this possible? He had already displayed his best sword technique, the Heavenly Sword technique. Even an almighty could not dodge the terrifying sword light. However, the other party's sword light was even faster than his. This simply made him unable to believe it. Who exactly was this young man in front of him? He was actually so powerful. Damn it, Sky Sword technique. Sky Sword Elder finally roared and fought with all his might. He realized that although the other party was a 6-star king, he was definitely not weaker than him. He had to fight with all his might. Therefore, he waved the red sword in his hand, and immediately 18 red sword lights were drawn in the sky. They formed a mysterious pattern in the sky. Once this sword pattern was formed, its terrifying aura kept rising, and its power was several times stronger than the previous sword light. Buzz. This sword pattern shrouded the front, wanting to suppress the white-clothed youth, by Zijing. Finally using your ultimate move, on the opposite side, by Zijing's lips curled up slightly, and there was a sharp light in his eyes. Gale's sword blade. Facing the terrifying red sword pattern, by Zijing did not dodge at all. Instead, he held the sword with both hands. Then he attacked with the green sword in his hand. Boom. A hurricane blew in the sky. Then a cyan sword light formed in the storm and slashed forward. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and it was unusually fierce and powerful. Crack. The next moment, a corner of the red sword pattern was cut open, and the green sword light poured in like a storm. Oh no! Seeing this, Sky Sword Elder's face changed. Then he blocked with his sword, forming a circular sword aura that condensed in front of him. Clang! That sword aura had just formed when the green sword aura slashed over. Then it slammed into it. In the next moment, the sword light dimmed. and Sky Sword Elder was sent flying while vomiting blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chapter 2025. Because this was too shocking, too unexpected. A young man was actually able to defeat him. Furthermore, it was in terms of sword Dao. This was something that he could not accept. Kid, I admit that I've underestimated you. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me like this. Next, I'll show you the true power of the Sky Sword technique. Then, Old Man Sky Sword wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and held the red sword tightly. His entire body emitted a blood-red aura, and the surrounding sky was instantly dyed blood red. He still wanted to fight. However, the white-clothed young man, Bai Zijing, frowned. His opponent had already lost, but he still refused to stop. This made him a little angry. Therefore, he snorted at the next moment, and the aura on his body rose rapidly. Beside him, green sword edges revolved. In the wind, there were streaks of blue lightning that rose rapidly. You've already taken up too much of my time. Therefore, let's end this with a move of wind, Bai Zijing said indifferently. You're courting death. Old Man Sky's sword was furious. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. Therefore, he snorted at the next moment, and there was a sharp light in his eyes. Sky Sword's secret technique, Sky Killing. Old Man Sky Sword finally used his strongest move. Then the sky changed color, and there was a sea of blood surging. The red sword light slashed out at the fastest speed. This sword was too fast, so fast that it was hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, the sharp sword light was already in front of him. It was just like traveling through time and space. Competing in speed with me? You're not good enough. At this moment, Bai Zijing was also extremely terrifying. The green sword in his hand also slashed out instantly. Whirlwind Wild Cloud. Although it was released later, the speed of this move increased tremendously. In an instant, the red sword light in front of him was split into two. Not only that, the green sword light had already enveloped Old Man Sky's sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Strong winds swept, and Old Man Sky's sword retreated again with blood dripping from his body. A strand of pale hair also fell from the sky. 16 moves. In an instant, 16 sword scars appeared on his body. There was even one that brushed past his heart. Lost. Sky Sword Elder was completely defeated. His body began to tremble, and the hand holding the sword became unstable. This was because his opponent's swordsmanship was simply too powerful. In an instant, these 16 sword scars could kill him 16 times. It was just that the other party hadn't made a move yet. You won. Old Man Heaven Sword said this softly and instantly. He seemed to have aged several hundred years. Hearing this, Bai Zijing withdrew his green sword and said in a deep voice, I won't kill you, nor will I ask you to do anything else. You just need to seal your sword for 30 years and not make a move. He had his reasons for saying that. The reason he challenged the various sword experts was so that he could surpass himself. Apart from that, there was another reason. It was to help the first prince clear the obstacles. Now, in the Tai dynasty, all the princes were fighting openly and secretly, preparing to seize the position of crown prince. Among them, the first prince, the third prince, and the eighth prince were the most powerful, and he, Bai Zijing, was the first prince's man. Therefore, those who couldn't be recruited by the first prince, Bai Zijing wouldn't allow them to be recruited by the third prince and the eighth prince. Therefore, he thought of this method to make them not make a move for 30 years. All right. Hearing this, Old Man Heaven Sword nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Not making a move for 30 years was nothing to him. It was because he only needed to go into seclusion. For someone like him, it would take at least 30 to 50 years to be in seclusion. After getting Old Man Heavensword's answer, Bai Zijing soared into the sky and left. Looking at Bai Zijing's back view, Old Man Heavensword had a complicated expression. He didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. He was afraid that the Tai dynasty wouldn't be peaceful for the next few years. He sighed because the third prince had once looked for someone to invite him, but he had rejected him for the time being. The reason why Bai Zijing looked for him was probably because of the fight for the position of crown prince. Not making a move for 30 years was also a good thing for him. It was because he could avoid such a whirlpool of power struggle. Every time there was a fight between the princes, countless experts would die. There would be people who would lose their lives because they stood on the wrong side. Not long after, the news of Bai Zijing defeating Old Man Heavensword swept through the Tai dynasty like a gust of wind. In an instant, all the martial artists in the Tai dynasty knew about it. Everyone was in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. Heavens, this Bai Zijing is too terrifying. He actually defeated Old Man Heavensword? Isn't Old Man Heavensword an almighty? Moreover, he's an expert in the sword Dao. How did he lose? Not only that, I also heard even more shocking news. It's said that Old Man Heavensword failed and is not allowed to make a move for 30 years. Discussions sounded one after another, all about Bai Zijing and Old Man Heavensword. Ha ha! Great! In the palace of the Tai dynasty, a round-faced young man immediately bowed his head and laughed when he heard the news. He was dressed in a yellow robe and was slightly plump. His eyes were smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. He was the crown prince of the Tai dynasty. Bai Zijing, I really didn't misjudge him. Yeah, I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Even Old Man Heavensword isn't his match. Someone laughed at the side. They were all experts recruited by the crown prince. I reckon the third prince is going crazy with anger. The third prince originally wanted to recruit Old Man Heavensword, but he didn't expect us to beat him to it. Ha ha! The third prince will definitely go crazy with anger. I can already imagine the look on his face. The first prince laughed heartily. Then a cold light bloomed in his long and narrow eyes. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. From now on, Bai Zijing will defeat all the sword Dao experts in the Tai dynasty. I will let everyone know that if they don't join me, no one else will be able to get them. In another palace, a tall and thin young man's face was gloomy and abnormally angry. Trash! A bunch of trash! The young man roared. He wore a crown on his head and a purple robe with golden flying dragons embroidered on his sleeves. He was the third prince. At this moment, he also received the news of Old Man Heavensword's defeat and instantly went crazy with anger. Prince, I think this should be the crown prince's action to target us. Someone said. The third prince snorted coldly. Nonsense. Of course I know that. What you need to do now is to think about how to break out of this situation. After Bai Zijing defeated Old Man Heavensword, he went south again to challenge other sword Dao experts. Chapter 2026. Humph, that Bai Zijing is too arrogant. Does he really think that he can challenge all the experts in the world? I guess it won't be long before he is defeated. Someone was unconvinced. However, another middle-aged scholar holding a folding fan said, Your Highness, I think we should send someone to assassinate him secretly. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to recruit any experts in the future. Oh, what is Mr. Sidhu's opinion? The third prince looked at the middle-aged man holding a feather fan and asked in a deep voice. The first prince's move is very clever. It can stop many experts. However, he has forgotten that by doing so, he will not only be facing us. Everyone will become his enemy. Although the first prince is powerful and is born from the empress, do you think he can contend against all the other princes? Speaking of this, the middle-aged man smiled and waved the feather fan in his hand. The others understood what he meant. The third prince was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, "Yes, that's right. Not only will I be angry, but the other princes will also be angry." "Boss, you've really made a bad move this time." The third prince smiled. "Hurry up and join forces with the others to kill Bai Zijing." "Oh, right, especially Old Eighth. Old Eighth's strength is not weak. We must not let him hide his strength at this time." Orders were passed down one after another. Then figures walked out of the palace. They went to contact the other princes and prepared to join forces against the first prince. Valurium Palace. At this moment, figures were moving around as news came in from the outside. They were collating the information and presenting it to the depths of Valurium Palace. In the palace, King Valurium looked at the news in his hand with a solemn expression. The purple-clothed young man beside him also had a gloomy expression. "Father, the first prince and Bai Zijing are too arrogant. Do they really want to challenge all the experts in the world?" "You are wrong. He doesn't want to challenge all the experts in the world. He wants to challenge the experts who oppose the first prince." King Valurium raised his head and placed the jade slips on the table. He then said in a deep voice, "Since they have taken action, let's take action too. Men, call Lin Xianin." Valurium gave the order, and the guards at the door quickly left like ghosts. After the time for half an incense stick to burn, Su Chen arrived at the hall and asked, "Your Highness, you were looking for me? You've already learned about Bai Zijing, right?" King Valurium asked. "Understood." Lin Xian nodded, while King Valurium said, "Very well. You can go now. The bottom line I'll give you is to defeat Bai Zijing and prevent him from taking action for 100 years. Then the second mission will be considered a success." "Got it." Lin Xian nodded, then turned and left Valurium Manor. Looking at Lin Xian's departing figure, the corners of the Valurium King's lips curled up into a smile. "First Prince Bai Zijing, have a taste of the surprise I prepared for you." After Bai Zijing defeated Old Man Heavensword, he consecutively defeated 2 Sword Dao experts. The 2 of them were older generation figures. They were powerful and had reached the level of almighties. Moreover, their attainments in the Sword Dao were extremely powerful. But even so, they were still defeated and forced not to take action for 30 years. These 2 pieces of news, coupled with the incident with Old Man Heavensword, caused a stir among all the cultivators in the Tai dynasty. All the cultivators, especially the young ones, were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, because it was hard for them to imagine what level Bai Zijing had reached. And those older generation figures were even crazier, because they had witnessed the rise of a genius. The Golden Age is coming. Some of the older generation figures cried out in surprise. That's right. The Golden Age referred to the era of cultivation geniuses and monstrous figures. They would appear in the same era and compete with each other. On the difficult path of martial Dao, dazzling sparks would be created from the collision, and every battle for the position of Crown Prince was the main factor that pushed the Golden Age forward. Those peerless geniuses and shocking experts would come out one after another and choose a prince to work for. Because when the prince they chose became the Crown Prince, these people would also receive great benefits. They would receive the baptism of the Tai dynasty's dragon vein. This was not an ordinary dragon vein, but the dragon vein that had allowed the Tai dynasty to last for a long time. It spiraled for thousands of miles like a giant dragon hidden under the ground. This kind of dragon vein baptism could be said to have heaven-defying benefits. This was also why those peerless geniuses and experts would participate in the battle for the position of Crown Prince. For a time, the entire Tai dynasty could be said to be gathering. And at this time, Bai Zijing even announced that he would set up an arena at Mount Nanhua to welcome the challenges of various experts and peerless geniuses. Moreover, the time was set to be August 15th, a month later. August 15th, Mount Hua Sword Tournament. This news instantly swept through the entire Tai dynasty. For a time, countless people were shocked, and those experts and young geniuses all set off for Mount Nanhua. The other cultivators were even more excited because this was definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years grand event. They would definitely not miss such a good thing. Therefore, these people quickly set off and headed there one after another. The young geniuses snorted coldly and did not think much of it. They felt that Bai Zijing was too arrogant. He actually dared to challenge the world with his own strength. They decided that they must climb Mount Hua and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. At the same time, under the joint efforts of the third prince and the other princes, the third prince and the other princes also sent their experts to challenge Bai Zijing. This time, they must defeat Bai Zijing in front of everyone in the world. They wanted to ruthlessly slap the first prince's face in front of the world and let the world know that he was the most qualified person to become the crown prince. August 15th, Mount Hua Sword Tournament. Lin Xian naturally heard the news as well. The corners of his mouth immediately curled into a smile. This guy is really arrogant. Great, let's go and meet him then. With that, he boarded the spirit boat and flew in the direction of Mount Nanhua. Time passed day by day, and August 15th was getting closer and closer. Countless cultivators had arrived near Mount Hua. The cities near Mount Hua were filled with a large number of cultivators, and there was no lack of mighty figures among them. In fact, there were even those hidden experts, young geniuses, and terrifying swordsmen. In short, those experts that could not be seen usually had all arrived at this moment. On the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about the Mount Hua Sword Tournament and Bai Zijing. Have you heard? During this period of time, Bai Zijing defeated another two sword experts. One is an elder, and the other is a young genius. Chapter 2027. Do you think he'll really defeat all the experts in the sword meet on Mount Hua in a few days? I don't dare to say anything about the older generation, but I don't think many people in the younger generation are his match. Yeah, judging from his strength, he's definitely at the level of a prince, but those princes won't come here to fight. So the number of people who can resist him can be counted on one hand. Not necessarily. You're underestimating the Tai dynasty. Those that you mentioned are all in the open. There are also some hidden in the barren mountains and swamps. They're hermit experts. They don't usually appear. If one of them appears, it'll definitely shock the world. That's true. I remember that a few hundred years ago, there was a person who came from the mountains. He defeated half of the dynasty. Basically, no one in the younger generation is his match. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. Indeed, there was such a person in the historical records. He's too heaven-defying. There are very few people like him. Who knows if he'll come to the sword meet on Mount Hua? If such a person doesn't appear, Bai Zijing will really defeat the younger generation. Sounds of discussion could be heard. It was obvious that everyone was worried about the upcoming sword meet on Mount Hua. In a city 30,000 miles away from the sword meet on Mount Hua, there was a huge super teleportation formation. The formation shone, and then a young figure walked out of it. He was tall and wore a brocade robe. His face was fair, but there was a hint of evilness. After coming out of the teleportation formation, the evil-looking young man raised his head and looked at the towering Mount Hua in the distance. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Bai Zijing, how dare you challenge the heroes of Mount Hua? You're overestimating yourself. I'm here this time. Just wait to be defeated in front of the world. The evil-looking young man sneered. Then his figure turned illusory and disappeared into the void. Time passed quickly, and it was already the 10th of August. There were only 5 days left until the 15th of August. During this period, a large number of experts came to Mount Hua. Most of them were from the younger generation. And those young geniuses also arrived one after another. Among them, the 3rd prince and the 8th prince were the leaders, as well as the other princes. They sent out their capable subordinates, and those young geniuses also rushed over, preparing to kill Bai Zijing. Many veteran almighties had come as well. All of their expressions were cold, and their auras were solemn. It was because Bai Zijing had not only defeated the younger generation, but he had also challenged a few great existences. Such behavior infuriated the veteran almighties. As for the rest, most of them were here to watch the show. This was because they wanted to see what level Bai Zijing had reached. Among them, there was a young man who was valiant and heroic. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, floating in the void. A large number of young martial artists gathered around him. His name was Li Mengbai, and he was a very famous prodigy among the younger generation. He was a subordinate of the 8th prince. Brother Li, you've interacted with that Bai Zijing before. How is he? Is he as strong as the legends say? A warrior beside him asked. However, Li Mengbai said in a deep voice, he is indeed very strong. The rumors should be true. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists changed, and they were all extremely solemn. That was because they all knew of Li Mengbai. Furthermore, Li Mengbai was also a top-notch genius. They believed that Li Mengbai would definitely not exaggerate and praise her opponent. Since he said so, that Bai Zijing must be terrifyingly strong. Originally, they thought that the rumors were exaggerated and could not be trusted. But from the looks of it, that might not be the case. On the other side, on a lone peak, a man in a green robe stood on the peak. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted an extremely sharp aura. Gale's sword hero, Bai Zijing? Let me see if your Gale's sword technique, or my Dian sword technique, is more powerful. The corners of the green-robed man's mouth curled up into a smile. If anyone heard this, they would definitely be extremely shocked. This was because the Dian sword technique was very famous and came from the Dian sacred land. The Dian sacred land was a sacred land in middle ground. Its strength was extremely terrifying and mysterious. It was definitely an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dynasty. Unexpectedly, the Dian sacred land also sent someone here. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been riding on a spirit boat and flying quickly towards Mount Hua. However, there was still some distance. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he quietly cultivated to maintain his peak state. This was because he knew that since the other party wanted to challenge the world's experts, he would not leave after challenging just 1 or 2 people. He had plenty of time and opportunities. The days passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was August 15th. On this day, everyone was excited as they climbed up Mount Hua, which was tens of thousands of feet tall. Since ancient times, Mount Hua had always been an extremely dangerous path. It was like a natural chasm. However, it was not a problem for these king almighties. They quickly soared into the sky like lightning and arrived at Mount Hua. At this moment, there were already a few figures standing at the peak of Mount Hua. The person in the lead was a young man in white. He was like a peerless divine sword as he stood there quietly, emitting a sharp aura. On his back, he carried a green sword. He was Bai Zijing. This time, he did not come alone. There were still a few martial artists standing behind him. These people were sent by the first prince to prevent Bai Zijing from being beaten up by the crowd. Among them, a man and a woman stood very close to each other. They looked like Bai Zijing's lackeys. Oh, so many experts have come this time. The man in blue looked around and immediately narrowed his eyes. The woman in red beside him snorted softly. It was useless no matter how many people came. No one was a match for Bai Zijing, unless a peerless almighty made a move. The auras of these two people were also abnormally sharp. They were also prodigies of the younger generation. Bai Zijing, the youngest Sword King? You're too arrogant. Kid, let me break your legend. At this moment, a young man walked out with large strides. This young man was dressed in black and had a thin face. However, the aura on his body was extremely violent. There was a purple long sword at his waist. The sword was 1/2 meter long and 3 fingers wide. There was no scabbard. One could see that there were incomparably simple sword patterns engraved on the sword. Who is this person? How dare he be the first to step forward? Don't you know him? He's the purple lightning sword, Lei Aotian. What? He's Lei Aotian, the legendary sword genius? I heard that his sword technique is extremely terrifying and comes from the 9 heavens' divine thunder. This is too exciting. I didn't expect the first to appear to be the famous Lei Aotian. Chapter 2028. Everyone was excited. They didn't expect to see such an exciting battle as soon as they arrived at Mount Hua. Kid, did you hear that? Quickly draw your sword and let me defeat you. Lei Aotian said coldly. On the other hand, Bai Zijing was calm. He glanced at Lei Aotian, then retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "No need. You're not my match." What? Hearing that, everyone was in an uproar. Sounds of discussion could be heard, like muffled thunder spreading in the surroundings. Too many people came to the sword meet on Mount Hua this time. At a glance, there were more than 1 million people. Apart from the front where there was enough space, the other places, such as the sky, the distant mountains, the ancient trees, and the mountain streams, were all filled with martial artists. However, so many people were stunned when they heard that. What did he say? He's not my match? He's actually looking down on Lei Aotian. This kid is too arrogant. As far as I know, Lei Aotian is powerful and famous. He's not weaker than Bai Zijing at all. In front, Lei Aotian's face turned gloomy when he heard that. His gaze was gloomy, and there was a cold glint in his narrow eyes. Good. I've always been the arrogant one. I didn't expect to meet someone who's even more arrogant than me today. However, kid, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. As he said that, Lei Aotian took out the purple sword at his waist and stabbed it out. Boom. At the same time, purple lightning descended from the sky, forming a terrifying sea of lightning. Everyone felt their scalps go numb and their hearts skip a beat. That was because the power of lightning formed by the sword strike was simply too terrifying. However, Bai Zijing didn't make a move at all. He still stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "This person isn't worthy of my attack. Beichen, I'll leave him to you." "All right, I'll play with him." At that moment, the blue-robed man behind Bai Zijing laughed. Then he took a step forward, and a blue long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was very strange. It was 1 meter long, and there were 7 stars on it. They were like real stars that had shrunk countless times and were embedded in the long sword. Buzz. He swung the sword, and everyone's vision blurred. Then starlight shone in the sky, as if stars had descended, blocking the terrifying lightning. What? He actually blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lei Aotian was extremely terrifying. He was one of the top sword Dao geniuses of the younger generation. Who was this blue-clothed man? How could he block Lei Aotian's attack so easily? Everyone was stunned. That was because they had never expected such a scene to occur. Lei Aotian's expression also changed. He also did not expect that his opponent would be able to block his sword. However, he quickly snorted coldly. So what if he blocked the sword? His strength wasn't limited to this. As expected, in the next moment, Lei Aotian's swordsmanship changed again. Along with his purple sword, 3 purple flood dragons appeared around him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew towards the man in blue. A terrifying killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens. The berserk lightning caused the surrounding cultivators to continuously retreat. Big Dipper Dusk, however, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the blue-clothed man remained calm. He waved the blue sword, and the 7 stars on it glowed together, forming a starlight screen in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The purple sword accompanied the 3 lightning flood dragons and collided with the Big Dipper star screen. Cracks even appeared in the surrounding void, and they quickly spread all over the place. However, the Big Dipper star screen was abnormally strong. It did not shatter under such a fierce attack. Lei Aotian, is this your purple lightning sword technique? If that's all you've got, then it's over. The blue-clothed young man, Bei Chun, said coldly, You want to attack my brother, Bai Zijing, with just that bit of strength? You're overestimating yourself. Humph, you're the one who overestimates yourself. Lei Aotian snorted coldly. How dare you go against me? This time, I'll let you know how powerful I am. In the next moment he roared, and the light in his body shone even brighter. On the sword, streaks of sword chi surged out and turned into bolts of thunder, forming a terrifying sea of lightning. The purple sea of lightning lit up the entire sky. In an instant, a terrifying energy pierced through the void. Purple lightning sword technique, destroy. The purple lightning that filled the sky formed streaks of terrifying purple sword shadows that slashed forward, one purple sword shadow after another. A total of 6 circled around each other in the air, forming a purple sword curtain, and quickly chopped down with great force. Lei Aotian finally used the purple lightning sword technique. It seemed that he was really enraged. Once the purple lightning sword technique was used, even a mighty figure would have to go all out to deal with it. That blue-clothed young man would probably not be able to withstand it at all. Indeed, this Bai Zijing was too arrogant. He didn't make a move himself, but got his subordinate to do it. Just watch, he'll definitely lose this time. Big Dipper, illusory destruction. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man, Bei Chun, also snorted coldly. His gaze became abnormally sharp, and there were stars in his eyes. The Big Dipper sword also released a terrifying radiance. On the sword, the Big Dipper shone, forming a beautiful sword light. Then he slashed down with the sword. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by this terrifying sword shadow, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. 7 huge star shadows appeared, forming the appearance of the Big Dipper. Thousands of starlight drooped down. These powers were all poured into that sword shadow. Immediately, the sword shadow's power skyrocketed. What kind of sword technique was this? It was too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and they felt a chill run down their spines. That was because this murderous aura was too terrifying and sharp. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the 2 collided. Then, the 6 huge purple sword shadows in the sky were instantly blasted into pieces. And that Big Dipper sword light passed through the purple lightning that filled the sky and slashed heavily on Lei Aotian's body. Buffed! Lei Aotian vomited blood and flew out. What? Lei Aotian was defeated. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes widened and their eyeballs almost fell out, because this was simply too unbelievable. If Bai Zijing had made a move and defeated Lei Aotian, they might still be able to accept it. But now, Bai Zijing had not made a move at all. Just the blue-clothed young man beside him had defeated Lei Outyen so powerfully. This made them feel as if they had gone crazy. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. However, in the crowd, those peerless prodigies and seniors were frowning. That was because they realized that the blue-clothed young man's victory was not luck at all, but strength. His strength was indeed above Lei Outyen's. Who was this blue-clothed young man? He was so powerful. Whether it was in terms of speed, strength, or attainments in sword techniques, he was above Lei Outyen. Chapter 2029. Damn it! How is this possible? When did such a powerful helper appear? By Zijing's side. The first prince, they are definitely the first prince's people. This first prince is too terrifying. Where did he find so many young experts? Their strength is probably not much weaker than Bai Zijing's. There is still a woman in red beside him who has not made a move. Could it be that this woman in red is also an incomparably terrifying top genius? Discussions sounded one after another. Clearly, this scene was completely out of their expectations. Lei Outyen was already a very powerful young genius, but in front of Bai Zijing, he did not even have the strength to make him make a move. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. From the looks of it, if the weak stood out, Bai Zijing would not make a move at all. The two people beside him would be able to deal with them. In other words, if they wanted Bai Zijing to make a move, they had to first defeat the man in blue and the woman in red beside him. This also prevented everyone from using the wheel tactic on Bai Zijing to exhaust his strength to a certain extent. "I'll fight you." At this moment, another loud and clear voice rang out. Then everyone turned their heads, and a million gazes were all fixed on a figure. It was a tall young man, more than 2 meters tall, and his entire body was bronze in color. He was like an iron tower, giving people a heavy feeling. Sure enough, when he walked, the mountains below trembled. Who is this person? Ah, what terrifying strength! I reckon that he can crush this mountain range with one step. It's him! Berserk Sword! Chong Lu! What? It's actually him! Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were all extremely shocked. However, soon someone frowned. Although Berserk Sword Chong Lu was also powerful, he was still a little inferior to Purple Lightning Sword Lei Outyen. Even Lei Outyen was no match for him, but Berserk Sword Chong Lu actually dared to come out. To be honest, they were indeed puzzled. However, at this moment, a young genius spoke in a deep voice. "It's not like that. Berserk Sword Chong Lu is not as simple as you think. Indeed, Lei Outyen looked more powerful, but that was reflected in his speed and sword technique. Chong Lu's specialty was in his strength and defense. From the previous battle, it could be seen that the blue-clothed youth surpassed Lei Outyen in both speed and sword technique. Unless there was a genius far stronger than Lei Outyen, only then could he defeat the blue-clothed youth. Otherwise, they could only attack from other places. For example, this Berserk Sword Chong Lu, his defensive power was amazing. Therefore, no matter how fast the other party was and how skillful his swordsmanship was, if he couldn't break through his defense, it would be futile. Furthermore, since he was known as the Berserk Sword, his swordsmanship and strength must be incomparably terrifying. He might not have been able to match up to the other party in terms of speed, but in terms of strength, he was definitely able to crush the other party. So that's how it was? Hearing this young genius's explanation, the surrounding crowd understood. Thus, they looked forward with great anticipation. The man in blue, Bei Chun, looked at the towering figure in front of him and smiled. "The aura on your body is even weaker than Lei Outyen's from before. It seems like your strength is inferior to his. Even he is no match for me. Do you think you can defeat me? Whether I can defeat him or not, we'll know after we fight." Wild Sword Demon Lord coldly snorted and stomped his foot. Suddenly, The mountains below trembled. At the sight of this scene, Bai Zijing let out a soft cry of surprise. Then he looked toward the man, who was like a metal tower. Immediately, he said, "Bei Chen, be careful. This guy has a thick earth constitution." "What? Thick earth constitution?" Hearing this, the man in blue, Bei Chen, was also surprised. Then he narrowed his eyes. "You have the thick earth constitution, which is known to have an extremely strong defense. No wonder you dare to come out and fight me. Come on, show me your thick earth constitution. Let me see if it's as strong and unbreakable as the legends say." "You'll see." Wild Sword Demon Lord snorted coldly. In the next moment, a layer of earthy yellow light appeared on his body, as if he was wearing a layer of earth armor. Lines of rock-like patterns appeared on its surface. Not only that, he also pulled out a huge black sword from his storage ring. The sword was very heavy, like a door plank. When it was waved gently, the pressure caused cracks to appear in the void. However, such a heavy sword was like straw in Demon Lord's hand. It was abnormally agile. Boom. In the next moment, Demon Lord held the huge sword and slashed out. In the sky, a rumbling sound rang out. This sword brought with it a terrifying force of wind and thunder. In fact, black cracks appeared in the sky. Large cracks appeared in the mountain range below. Countless mountain peaks collapsed, unable to withstand the force of all this. Big Dipper Curtain, feeling the terrifying power contained in this sword, the man in blue, Bei Chen's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he waved the Big Dipper sword in his hand and quickly formed a curtain of stars. In the sky, 7 huge star illusions formed a curtain of light, blocking in front of them. Boom, boom. The sound of a violent collision rang out, and a thunderous sound resounded in the sky. Everyone retreated frantically, afraid that they would be affected by this energy. However, what was shocking was that such a violent sword did not shatter the blue Big Dipper Curtain. The Big Dipper Curtain looked very thin, like a piece of paper, but its sturdiness was beyond everyone's imagination. Bai Zijing was still very calm, and the woman in red beside him also smiled disdainfully. "It's useless. The Big Dipper Curtain is very terrifying. Even a mighty figure can't break it, let alone the Demon Lord. Next, it's my turn to attack." The man in blue, Bei Chen, sneered. He tapped his long sword lightly, and light appeared in the sky, turning into a huge star that quickly smashed out. Boom. This sword was too fast, like a flying meteor. In an instant, it arrived in front of Demon Lord. Moreover, the blue starry sword light ruthlessly struck Demon Lord's body, making a terrifying sound. Cracks flashed in the void, and the surrounding people retreated again, their faces palpitating. However, Demon Lord did not dodge at all. Lines of rock-like runes appeared on his body, completely forming an armor of the earth. He actually managed to block this sword attack. He blocked it? He really blocked it. How is this possible? Heavens, I'm not dreaming. Am I? This Demon Lord is too terrifying. His defense is so amazing. Even Lei Aoqian, who had been defeated earlier, was shocked. Because he knew the strength of the man in blue, Bei Chen. Even he did not dare to take that sword light head-on. However, Demon Lord blocked it without any damage. His defense was heaven-defying. Even the man in blue, Bei Chen, revealed a trace of surprise. Chapter 2030. Berserk Sword Breaks the Wolf. At that moment, Chong Lu suddenly took a step forward and slashed down with the giant black sword in his hand. He used a killer move. The terrifying giant black sword transformed into a black gust of wind that swept out in an instant. Boom. The sword was very sudden. Not only was it powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Therefore, the man in blue, Bei Chen, didn't have time to use the Big Dipper star curtain. He was struck by this violent sword strike and was forced to retreat. However, he was also a genius, so in the moment of crisis, he activated a set of star armor. Bei Chen was sent flying. Although he was sent flying, he wasn't injured. However, the blood in his body kept churning. Obviously, this sword had caused him to suffer a loss. Berserk Dragon breaks the sky. At that moment, Chong Lu attacked again. The giant black sword in his hand transformed into a giant black dragon that quickly charged over. This was a high-grade earth rank technique. When it was used, the momentum was quite terrifying. Big Dipper connects the sky. Bei Chen's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that his opponent could use such a powerful killer move consecutively. He had just been hit, so the spiritual power in his body was very chaotic. Now he could only react hastily. He roared and crazily urged his spiritual power to form 7 stars in front of him to block the terrifying black dragon gust. Bang, bang! There was another earth-shattering collision. Bei Chen retreated dozens of steps again. Every step he took cracked the void. However, he used this opportunity to quickly stab out 3 times with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 sword strikes were like a meteor shower that quickly crashed into Chong Lu's body. However, Chong Lu's defense was too terrifying, so Bei Chen still didn't succeed. When Chong Lu saw this scene, he laughed loudly. He was wearing the earth rank armor, and his entire body exuded a dignified aura. The giant black sword in his hand stirred up a gust of wind as it continued to attack Bei Chen. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The momentum was very terrifying. When the surrounding people saw this, they were even more amazed. Heavens! This Chong Lu is too terrifying. What kind of defense does he have? How can he be so strong? Earth physique. The legends are true. He really has the earth physique. In the crowd, an elder exclaimed. The others were puzzled and asked, Senior, what exactly is the Earth Empress physique? Heavenly Earth Empress. These are 2 types of physiques passed down from ancient times. Among them, those who possess the yellow sky physique cultivate very quickly. They can be said to be the favored children of heaven and earth. As for those who possess the earth constitution, their defense is extremely strong. Even if they don't cultivate any special defensive techniques, they can still reach a heaven-defying level. It's actually a legendary physique passed down from ancient times. Everyone exclaimed after hearing this. He didn't expect that Chong Lu had such a background. In front of him, North Star was forced back once more. He was incomparably gloomy. In the next moment, he said coldly, I have a high-grade earth rank martial art too. 13 starry swords. Bei Chen switched to a different sword technique. Suddenly, the aura on his body changed. He no longer focused on defense, but was filled with a terrifying killing intent. With a swing of his sword, the sky was filled with twinkling starlight. Then, streaks of sword light shot into the sky, turning into huge stars that shone in the sky. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was illuminated. A huge star map formed above everyone's heads. It spun rapidly and emitted a mysterious power. Then, these stars turned into sword light again and quickly slashed down. The sword light that came down was much more powerful than before. Each of them was extremely terrifying. In an instant, they enveloped Chong Lu. Chong Lu shouted loudly. Then, the earth armor on his body trembled and emitted a dazzling light. It continued to expand like an exquisite pagoda, enveloping him and forming a powerful defense. Mysterious runes began to form on his body. This was the power of his bloodline. It was his unique earth constitution. At this moment, when he used it, it was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on everyone's heads, causing their hearts to tremble. Boom, boom. At the same time, he waved his huge black sword, bringing with it a terrifying power of wind and thunder, and quickly slashed forward. Boom, boom. Terrifying sword light collided, causing heaven and earth to shake. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out in all directions, and the entire mountain range trembled. The surrounding mountain range was also shaking nonstop. Some directly split open. So terrifying. Everyone looked at the piercingly cold sword light and felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't resist such an attack at all. They couldn't even block it. Amidst the attacks that filled the sky, Chong Lu relied on his terrifying earth constitution and didn't dodge at all. He stubbornly resisted. On the other side, Beichen executed his footwork. He stepped on the Big Dipper and kept dodging. Although there was no victor for a while, Beichen Lu was clearly at a disadvantage. But it was clear that North Star was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he lost. Damn it, how can this guy's earth constitution be so strong? Beichen's face was gloomy and unwilling, because he didn't expect that the other party's constitution could actually restrain his attacks. It was really unexpected. However, at this moment, Bai Zijing spoke. He said in a deep voice, "Beichen, come back. You're not his match. Let Jianying go." As soon as he said that, Beichen's expression didn't change, but he still nodded. He stepped on the Big Dipper steps and quickly returned to Bai Zijing's side. On the other side, the woman in red took a step forward and walked up. What? There's a switch? Seeing this scene, the million people were shocked. Chong Lu also stopped the huge sword in his hand. Millions of gazes looked at the woman in red in front of him. Everyone was puzzled. Who was this person? They had never seen her before. Could it be that this woman's strength is above that of the blue-clothed man? They had seen many female geniuses. However, pure female swordsmen were few and far between. After all, swordsmen were existences that only pursued infinite attack power. Among female cultivators, there were very few who had such extreme personalities. Clang! Chong Lu stood the huge sword in his hand in the void, letting out a deafening sound. Then he laughed and looked at the figure in front of him. "Who are you? Tell me your name." After defeating Beichen, Chong Lu's confidence increased greatly. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw the woman in red walk up, he didn't think much of it, because he was very confident in his earth constitution. It could be said that his defense was unparalleled. Probably, other than Bai Zijing, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone here. The woman in red looked very delicate, and she had a unique aura. That's right, a valiant aura. Although she was beautiful, she didn't have the graceful aura of a woman. Instead, she had a heroic spirit. It had to be said that it was indeed rare. Chapter 2031. The woman in red walked forward and stood quietly. Then she said coldly, "My name is Zhou Jianying. I'm Bai Zijing's junior sister." What? Bai Zijing's junior sister? Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Bai Zijing was very terrifying. His junior sister should be pretty good too. On the other side, Chong Lu also asked in a deep voice, "What? You want to stand up for your senior brother? In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." The woman in red, Zhou Jianying, said indifferently, "If you have any means, just use them. However, I only need 3 moves to deal with you." What? 3 moves? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Everyone had seen Chong Lu's earth physique. Even a powerful swordsman like Beichen couldn't break through his defense. One could imagine how terrifying the earth physique was. But now, this woman in red, who had just appeared in front of them, actually said that she would finish him off in 3 moves. This was simply a fantasy. For a moment, even the older generation figures and the surrounding geniuses frowned. Could it be that this woman in red has some trump card or ultimate move? After hearing this, Chong Lu laughed out loud. Finish me off with a move. You're quite arrogant. However, you're underestimating my Earth physique too much. You won't succeed. It's useless to say more. Make your move. The woman in red, Zhou Jianing, didn't want to say anything at all. Her jade-like hands gripped the long sword at her waist. It was a red long sword. It was very thin, only 2 fingers wide. Mysterious runes were drawn on the blade of the sword. Beauty, just make your move. I won't dodge. Chong Lu laughed. He was very confident in his Earth physique. Buzz. As soon as he said that, a red sword shadow quickly flashed in the void. Clang. Immediately after, a deafening sound rang out. Then, everyone's ears went numb, and their faces turned pale. They quickly sealed their hearing, and all of them looked terrified. What happened? They were all stunned because the sword light was simply too fast. In the next moment, the surrounding geniuses and older generation experts all frowned. His expression was extremely solemn. Earlier, they had thought that the red-clothed woman was boasting, but now it would appear that she was definitely not boasting. That sword strike just now made them feel a sense of fear and trepidation. They didn't catch the sword shadow at all. Demon Lord's complexion changed greatly. To be honest, he did not have an advantage in terms of speed. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. Because he was using a heavy sword, his speed was ordinary. Only when he used some unique skills could he increase his speed. Under normal circumstances, his speed was not fast. However, he was not afraid of fast opponents because his defense was strong. If his opponent could not penetrate it, it would be useless no matter how fast they were. But this time, he was truly stunned. That was because his opponent's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't even react in time. Fortunately, he possessed the Earth Constitution. Thus, he was currently wearing a layer of Earth armor. The sword strike just now had landed on the Earth armor, emitting an incomparably sonorous sound. Damn it! How could this be? Then Demon Lord exclaimed. That was because a crack had appeared on the Earth armor he was wearing. From the looks of it, it was a full 1/3. What? The Earth armor was split open. Hearing this news, everyone was even more shocked. This was even more shocking than not being able to catch the other party's sword shadow. That was because the other party's speed was fast. If his attack power was not good enough, he would not be able to catch it at all. But now, it seemed that the other party was not only fast, but his attack power was also terrifying. One sword strike had split open the Earth armor. The second sword strike. Just as everyone was in a daze, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianing, spoke again. Then, another earth-shattering sound was heard. This time, they still did not see how the other party attacked. They did not see how the sword light appeared. They only heard Demon Lord scream. His eyes were wide open, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. That was because the Earth armor on his body had been completely split open. A vacuum was revealed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Isn't the other party's attack power too strong? 2 sword strikes, and the Earth armor had been split open? This made Demon Lord's hair stand on end. The Earth armor was not a treasure. It was a kind of magical ability that extended from his Earth constitution and bloodline power. Normally, even mighty figures would not be able to break it open. But now, it had been split open by 2 sword strikes. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The red-clothed woman in front of them was several times stronger than the blue-clothed man from before. However, at this moment, the nightmarish voice sounded again. The third sword strike. Damn it! Demon Lord roared angrily. Speed was not his strong suit. so he could not dodge at all. He could only take the other party's sword strike head-on. In the next moment, he changed his angle so that the earth armor that had not been split open faced the sword light. At the same time, he activated the defensive inner armor on his body to quickly resist. Bang! In the next moment, he screamed and was sent flying backward. His huge body directly tore through the void. It was useless. Everything was useless. Even though he had changed his angle, the other party's sword chi still accurately entered the armor that had been split open. Then, the inner armor on Demon Lord's body was also split open. Fortunately, he had the Earth Constitution. Otherwise, this sword strike would have directly split him into two halves. But even so, he was still injured. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth into the void. "You've lost." In front, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, slowly withdrew her sword and said coldly. The surroundings were quiet. No one spoke. This was because everyone was stunned. The millions of cultivators were completely stunned by these 3 sword strikes. What kind of 3 sword strikes were these? They couldn't describe it at all. At this moment, they felt a surge of emotion. At the same time, there was a deep chill in their hearts because they realized that even if they faced these 3 sword strikes, they wouldn't be able to resolve it at all. Other than resisting it head-on, they couldn't think of any other way. But resisting it head-on was useless. Even Demon Lord, who had the Earth Constitution, couldn't resist it, let alone them. In the distance, Demon Lord struggled to stand up from the void. He covered his wound with a pale face. He wanted to fight again, but his body didn't allow him to fight anymore. Because he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was very unwilling. He came this time to challenge Bai Zijing. But now, Bai Zijing didn't make a move at all. Just a junior sister of the other party had seriously injured him. This made him extremely unwilling. At the same time, there was a strong fear in his heart. Chapter 2032. Unexpectedly, Bai Zijing did not make a move at all. Just a junior sister of the other party had severely injured him. This made him extremely indignant. At the same time, there was a strong sense of horror in his heart. His junior sister was already so powerful. What terrifying level had Bai Zijing reached? For a moment, everyone fell silent. What a fast sword! At this moment, a figure exclaimed from the distant horizon. This figure was a young man wearing a red robe and had a handsome face. It was Lin Xian, who had rushed all the way to Mount Hua. He had just arrived near Mount Hua when he saw Zhou Jianying's 3 sword moves. He immediately exclaimed, because these 3 sword moves were too fast. Even he was a little shocked. Could this be Bai Zijing's strength? He is indeed very strong. No wonder he is so famous, Lin Xian thought to himself. The next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked forward. However, he soon frowned and even exclaimed softly. This was because he discovered that the one who attacked was not the legendary Bai Zijing, but a woman in red. Moreover, he was somewhat familiar with this woman in red. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he knew this woman in red. Zhou Jianying, why is she here? Lin Xian was surprised. This woman in red was none other than Lin Xian. Back in the Tianan region, when the younger generation of the Azure Dragon Association was competing, Lin Xian had seen her before. Moreover, they had exchanged blows. At that time, Zhou Jianying was one of the 4 great geniuses of the Tianan region, and her sword intent was very sharp. However, he did not expect her to appear here now. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the other party's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Meeting an old friend here made Lin Xian very emotional. It seems that I'm not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter. This Zhou Jianying definitely had a great fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian muttered to himself in a low voice. Indeed, if not for a fortuitous encounter, how could she have come to the middle ground from the small island Nantian region? Moreover, her strength had become extremely strong. As for what kind of fortuitous encounter she had, Lin Xian did not care. What he cared about now was the other party's strength, and which one was Bai Zijing. It was because Bai Zi was actually his opponent this time. Originally, Lin Xian thought that this was just a battle between the two of them. He did not expect Bai Zijing to create such a grand spectacle. It was no longer his business to challenge everyone on Mount Hua. Therefore, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he quickly joined the crowd and watched silently. Lin Xian's arrival did not attract much attention. He was not famous in the Tai dynasty. Moreover, he was only a 6-star king right now. This kind of cultivation was not outstanding among the millions of martial artists. There were quite a number of mighty figures around. Apart from that, there were also peerless geniuses and powerful seniors. Thus, no one paid any attention to a mere 6-star king. At this moment, their gazes were all on the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, in front of them. Who else wants to challenge me? Feel free to step forward. At the front, Zhou Jianying coldly spoke. Her voice clearly rang out in everyone's ears. If there's no one, you'll have to respect my senior brother Bai Zijing as the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. Hearing this, the millions of martial artists were enraged. Being the #1 swordsman was a supreme honor. That was because there could only be one #1 in the younger generation. However, at this moment, loud laughter came from afar. The #1 swordsman of the younger generation? What an arrogant tone. But I'd like to see if he's qualified or not. Hearing this voice, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, raised her eyebrows and looked into the distance. The millions of martial artists in the surroundings also turned their heads. In the distance, a figure walked over quickly like a fleeting shadow. At first, he was still on the horizon, but in an instant, he arrived in front of everyone. What a fast movement technique! Everyone was shocked. Just by looking at the speed of the movement technique, they knew that the person who came was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Xian was in the crowd. He also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw that the person who came was a young man with an evil charm. He was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. However, there was an evil aura around him. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Bai Zijing and said coldly, "If you want to become the #1 swordsman of the younger generation, you'll have to ask if I, Shangguan Qi, agree to it." Shangguan Qi, he's evil sword Shangguan Qi. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. They did not expect him to come too. Evil sword Shangguan Qi, the top swordsman of the younger generation. His reputation was on par with Bai Zijing's. However, Bai Zijing was the first prince's man, while Shangguan Qi was the third prince's man. They did not expect him to finally come now. Things were getting interesting. The experts sent by the third prince were here. The 8th prince and the other princes would probably send experts here too. This time, it would be impossible for Bai Zijing to succeed if he wanted to challenge everyone. Yeah, putting the others aside, Shangguan Qi alone is extremely terrifying. I wonder if Bai Zijing can defeat him. The surrounding martial artists discussed animatedly. The seniors and supreme talents also looked solemn. They knew that an expert had finally stepped up. However, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, smiled and stared at Shangguan Qi. "Your evil sword, Shangguan Qi? Great. I wanted to look for you. If I defeat you, I should be able to become famous." Facing Shangguan Qi, Zhou Jianying was not afraid at all. Instead, she was excited. She felt that the sword aura in her body was surging rapidly. However, Shangguan Qi smiled evilly and said, "Girl, You're quite powerful, but you don't stand a chance against me. Let your senior brother do it. We'll know if I have a chance after we try." Zhou Jianying snorted coldly. In the next moment, her jade-like palm grabbed the red sword at her waist again. Buzz. Another sonorous sound was heard. Then, a fine sword radiance flashed across the sky. This sword was so fast that the crowd could not catch it. Clang! However, Shangguan Qi was not afraid of such a fast sword at all. He drew out a gray long sword and blocked it in front of him. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal clashing. It was extremely terrifying. Shangguan Qi blocked the lightning-like sword aura calmly. He blocked it. The surrounding martial artists cheered excitedly when they saw this scene. That was because the red-clothed woman's fast sword had given them too much pressure. In fact, they could not think of anyone who could block it. However, as soon as Shangguan Qi appeared, he blocked it with ease. This made everyone very excited. Shangguan Qi was indeed worthy of his reputation. His reputation was not inferior to Bai Zijing's. The surrounding martial artists were excited. The red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, also frowned. This was the first time someone had blocked her sword. Chapter 2033. However, it was impossible to defeat her. Soon, Zhou Jianying would use her second and third sword. The terrifying sword light turned into continuous lightning, quickly slashing forward. However, the evil young man opposite her, Shangguan Qi, dealt with it calmly. The gray longsword in his hand also turned into a dazzling sword screen, blocking Zhou Jianying's attack. Both of them were very fast, and all kinds of sparks could be heard from time to time in the sky. Everyone was dazzled. Only the older generation experts and peerless geniuses could still keep up with their movements. The others couldn't see them at all. They could only see blurry afterimages. As expected of Shangguan Qi, he was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even a strong physique like the thick earth physique couldn't defend against the sword technique, but he was completely fine. That's great. I think Shangguan Qi will definitely succeed. Not necessarily don't let your guard down. That woman in red is also very terrifying. She's not famous at all, but she can actually fight to a draw with Shangguan Qi. Don't you think it's too terrifying? Moreover, she's only Bai Zijing's junior sister. Do you think the two of them will win? Everyone was discussing. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said indifferently, although both of them are very strong. It seems that Shangguan Qi will win. Hearing this, some people nodded, while others disagreed. Someone asked again, how many moves will it take for them to win? It seems that it will take at least 100 moves. Lin Xian voiced his guess. Hearing this, the others sneered and shook their heads. What a joke. 100 moves. Why would there be a need for so many moves in a battle between experts? I think 30 to 50 moves should be enough. It will definitely not exceed 30 moves. This kid is obviously talking nonsense. What can an ordinary 6-star king like him know? He probably can't even see the speed of the two of them. Feeling the aura emitted by Lin Xian, everyone shook their heads. In their opinion, Lin Xian was just a person with good talent, but in front of so many geniuses, he was not enough at all. For a moment, no one believed Li Xian's words. The battle between the two was very intense. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, at that moment, Zhou Jianying started to frown. She discovered that her opponent was truly very powerful. Furthermore, he was so powerful that it surpassed her expectations. One must know that she was very confident in her sword technique. Other than her senior brother Bai Zijing, she had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation. But now, her opponent's swordsmanship was so sharp that it could block her attack. Even the terrifying defense of the thick earth physique couldn't block it. But the other party actually blocked it. Whoa! At this moment, Zhou Jianying shouted and raised the red sword in her hand. On the body of the sword, a bright light blossomed. Red runes flashed rapidly and connected together. For a moment, more than half of the space was enveloped by this red light. Terrifying sword runes flickered in the void, emitting a mysterious aura. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists changed. Some of them even cried out in alarm. Look, the other party is about to use his ultimate move, Blazing Red Rock Slash. At this moment, Zhou Jianying used her ultimate move. With the red sword as the center, the entire space around it was covered with a layer of red runes. A terrifying murderous aura appeared in the void, shaking the void. Then, as the sword slashed down, the runes in the sky trembled rapidly. Ha 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 ha! Take my evil god sword technique. On the other side, Shangguan Qi wasn't afraid at all. He laughed loudly. Immediately, the sword light in his body soared into the sky. A few terrifying sword qi enveloped him, forming a powerful battle suit. Not only that, but there were also streaks of gray sword qi circling around him. He seemed to have turned into a god of death and was abnormally sharp. Clang, 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 clang. The red sword light and the red sword runes in the sky collided with the gray sword qi, letting out thunderous sounds. The entire void was torn apart in an instant, and countless spatial cracks appeared. Boom. Then, the two collided intensely, and a terrifying force surged into the distance. Suddenly, a terrifying hole was torn in the sky. A huge black hole appeared and spun rapidly, completely engulfing a mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. They swallowed their saliva and quickly retreated. That was because this attack was simply too terrifying. If they were hit by these attacks, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. These two people were too heaven-defying. Although they hadn't reached the almighty level, their combat strength had already surpassed ordinary almighties. Peerless geniuses, they were the true peerless geniuses. The surrounding people discussed animatedly and clenched their fists, extremely excited. In the distance, Bai Zijing stood with his hands behind his back, watching quietly. Meanwhile, the man in blue, Bei Chen, frowned, because he was very clear about Zhou Jianying's strength. Other than Bai Zijing, there were probably not many people who could contend against her. But now, Shangguan Qi could actually contend against her, and he could even withstand Zhou Jianying's ultimate move. It really surprised him. In front, the two of them fought even more intensely. Every time they collided, it was astonishing. However, at this moment, Shangguan Qi snorted coldly. Streaks of gray sword qi were emitted from his body. They quickly intertwined and formed a terrifying domain that instantly covered the entire area. Oh no! Shangguan Qi has activated his king domain. It's already been more than 90 moves. Is the outcome about to be decided? On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying also snorted coldly. The red sword light behind her soared into the sky, and she also activated her own domain. The two domains kept colliding and exchanging blows in the air. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves had passed. They had actually exchanged more than 100 moves. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Originally, they thought that the outcome would be decided in 30 moves. They didn't expect that it would actually take more than 100 moves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This scene was similar to what he had expected. Next, it was time for Shangguan Qi to use his ultimate move. Thinking about it, the battle should be over soon. Sure enough, at this moment, Shangguan Qi floated in his own domain and laughed loudly. His black hair had actually turned gray at this moment, and it even carried an aura of death. Sword of the evil god. his handsome face became abnormally evil. Then Shangguan Qi swung his sword forcefully. Buzz! The sword slashed out, revealing its sharpness. The sky seemed to have been cut in half. An incomparably evil aura was emitted from the sword light, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Oh no! Feeling the sword qi, Zhou Jianying's face also changed. That was because he realized that the sword qi was not only fast and powerful, but it could also affect one's soul. The sword qi actually contained a soul power killing move. Zhou Jianying was shocked. No wonder it was called the evil sword. It was indeed evil. Chapter 2034. A set of red armor covered her body. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out a curtain of swords, forming a Milky Way defense in front of her. Bang! Zhou Jianying was shaken by this tremendous power until she kept retreating backwards. Her delicate jade-like feet stomped on the void, creating one black hole after another. Seeing this, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Jianying was pushed back, she did not suffer any serious injuries. She was only lightly injured. At this rate, she would not be defeated. However, soon, they exclaimed in surprise. After Shangguan Qi succeeded in his attack, he did not stop. Instead, he launched an even fiercer attack. Blade of the evil sword. Shangguan Qi waved his long sword again. Suddenly, an even more terrifying gray sword Qi slashed forward like a crescent moon. Damn it! Block it for me! Seeing that Shangguan Qi was attacking her again, Zhou Jianying roared. The red long sword in her hand seemed to have turned into a ball of terrifying fire. The red light in the sky quickly shot up into the sky and formed a huge storm. It wanted to burn the gray sword Qi. However, the gray sword Qi was too terrifying. It extinguished the flames in the sky and slashed on Zhou Jianying's long sword. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Zhou Jianying's arm went numb, and she was pushed back again. Soul of the evil sword, seeing that his opponent was pushed back again, Shangguan Qi laughed and launched an even fiercer attack. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by gray sword Qi. He was like the god of death floating in the void. The king's domain around him surged quickly along with his arm. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, a huge gray sword Qi slashed out and formed a demonic beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws like a dragon or a qilin. It tore through the void and charged toward Zhou Jianying. Red lotus sword Qi protection. Seeing this terrifying attack, Zhou Jianying did not dare to be careless. Her long sword suddenly exploded and turned into a red lotus, instantly enveloping her. Clang! The gray sword Qi was too terrifying. It split the red lotus shadow and slashed Zhou Jianying's body. Puff! Zhou Jianying flew out and crashed into a few mountains. Her delicate body trembled in the void. Not only that, but she also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her face was extremely pale. She was defeated. She was actually defeated. She did not expect that other than Bai Zijing to be able to defeat her. She was really surprised. The surrounding people were also stunned. The older generation experts and peerless experts were all frowning. Even Bai Zijing revealed a surprised expression for the first time. He squinted his eyes and stared coldly at Shangguan Qi, who was standing in front of him. Bai Zijing finally met an interesting opponent. He revealed a smile. Of him. Geniuses were lonely. It was lonely at the top. When one reached a certain height, the feeling of not having an opponent was simply too unbearable. And now, he had finally found someone who could be his opponent of... Beside him, the blue-clothed youth, Bei Chen, sucked in a deep breath. This fellow is so strong. In the crowd, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, Shang Guanqi was very strong. Even he had to be careful when dealing with him, as expected of the middle ground. Just the Tai dynasty alone had such powerful young geniuses. These people were definitely not weaker than the saints of the East. Now that they had reached their level, the meaning of the younger generation was different from that of ordinary people. Those below 300 years old were all called the younger generation. Lin Xian did not know the real age of these geniuses, but there was no doubt about it. These people were the ones who had the most hope of becoming higher beings in the shortest amount of time and obtaining powerful battle prowess. Lin Xian was calm, but in other places the geniuses had lingering fear. Damn, these people are too strong. I originally thought that the gap between us wasn't big, but now it seems that's not the case at all. That's right. Fortunately, I didn't make a move. Otherwise, I would have been embarrassed. They were true, peerless geniuses, far surpassing other ordinary geniuses. The older generation figures were also amazed. At this moment, Bai Zijing finally moved. He slowly stood up, looked ahead, and said coldly, "You are qualified to be my opponent." "Is that so? But I don't want to fight with you now." The evil-looking young man, Shang Guanqi, shook his head. He had his own plans. Although he was strong, Bai Zijing was also very strong. He was definitely not weaker than him, and he had just finished a great battle with Zhou Jianying and had already exhausted a lot of energy. He had to recover now and reach his peak before he could fight with Bai Zijing with all his might. Otherwise, if he was not in the right state, he might very well lose. Therefore, he definitely would not fight with Bai Zijing immediately. "Let me do it." Bai Zijing, "I'll fight you." Another tall and straight figure walked out from the crowd. This was also a handsome young man. He was Li Mengbai, who had explained to everyone previously. Li Mengbai was also an A-list genius. He far surpassed the other geniuses and was very powerful. Therefore, when he came out, everyone also exclaimed in surprise, each and every one of them exclaiming in satisfaction, because now 4 or 5 peerless geniuses had already appeared. Each of them made them look up to and excited, making their blood boil. However, Bai Zijing furrowed his brows. He said, "I remember that we seemed to have fought a year ago. At that time, you were not my match." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that the two of them had actually fought before. Li Mengbai said in a deep voice, "Indeed, I was not your match a year ago, but in the past year, my improvement is definitely not what you can imagine. Therefore, I am completely qualified to fight with you now." Speaking of this, powerful sword chi suddenly erupted from Li Mengbai's body. Streaks of sword light were like long dragons spinning rapidly. Immediately, everyone felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Although Li Mengbai was defeated a year ago, no one dared to underestimate him, because the aura he was emitting now shocked these millions of cultivators. A defeated opponent was not qualified to challenge Brother Bai. The young man in blue, Bei Chen, stood out. He pulled out the Big Dipper sword in his hand. "Why don't I play with you first?" "Okay." Li Mengbai nodded and did not refuse. He knew that if he did not show off his powerful combat power, Bai Zijing would not fight with him. So, at the next moment, he made an inviting gesture. Big Dipper connecting the heavens. Bei Chen used a powerful killing move the moment he attacked. The Big Dipper sword in his hand released a terrifying aura. Immediately, 7 huge star phantoms appeared in the sky. Together, a terrifying sword light slashed down. Chapter 2035. In the sky, 7 huge stars revolved, and the terrifying starlight turned the entire void into night. The power of the stars in the sky swept out crazily, completely enveloping Li Mengbai. Li Mengbai stood in the void with a solemn expression, and his body emitted sharp sword light. Facing the terrifying killing intent of the stars, he strode forward like a king. Buzz! He drew his silver-white long sword and slashed horizontally. Instantly, the illusory stars were destroyed one after another. What? He's actually so strong. Bei Chen was shocked. Seeing that his killer move had been destroyed so easily, he was extremely shocked. Because a year ago, when Li Mengbai fought with Bai Zijing, he was also there. At that time, Li Mengbai's strength was on par with his. But now, after just a year, Li Mengbai could easily destroy his killer move. This meant that Li Mengbai's strength had completely surpassed his. Damn it. How much did Li Mengbai's strength increase in a year? They were all geniuses and had similar resources. Logically speaking, the increase in combat power should be about the same. But now, it seemed that this was far from the case. Li Mengbai's increase in combat power far surpassed his. Therefore, Bei Chen was extremely shocked. No wonder Li Mengbai had the confidence to challenge Bai Zijing again. Bai Zijing also narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised. No wonder. Your strength has indeed increased a lot. It seems that you're not weaker than junior sister Zhou. Since that's the case, you're qualified for me to make a move. What? Bai Zijing is going to make a move. Seeing this scene, everyone was abnormally excited. They didn't expect that after waiting for so long, Bai Zijing was finally going to make a move. On the opposite side, Li Mengbai also clenched the silver longsword in his hand tightly. This time, I won't lose to you easily. Make your move. However, Bai Zijing was very calm. His black hair fluttered, and his handsome face was extremely calm. His slender body exuded an extremely sharp aura. Come, let me see how much you've improved in this year. You'll see, Li Mengbai said coldly, and then he made his move. A silver-white sword light lit up, and then the world lost its color. The surrounding wind blew, and even many mountain peaks were directly sliced in half. Everyone exclaimed and retreated continuously, their eyes filled with intense shock. They thought that Li Mengbai was very strong, but they didn't expect that they had still underestimated him. This sword was even stronger than before. Whoa! On the other side, Bai Zijing also frowned. He had not expected that the other party had hidden his strength. So, in the next moment, he drew his sword. His speed was very fast, even faster than the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying. No one could see the trajectory of his attack. They could only see a ray of light flashing through the void, followed by an earth-shattering sound. The surrounding gale and silver-white sword light were instantly split in half. What a terrifying sword art! Seeing this scene, those exceptional experts and people of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. Li Mengbai's expression was also extremely solemn. He naturally knew how powerful and terrifying the other party was. Therefore, he did not think that he would be able to succeed in one go. However, the fact that his opponent was able to easily cut through his attack still surprised him greatly. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who had improved. The other party's improvement in the past year was also frightening. White Dragon Pierce, Li Mengbai, did not dare to be careless and hurriedly used her ultimate move. Boom, boom. Above the long sword, a white dragon shadow appeared, roaring in the void. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the surrounding void, forming a powerful and terrifying power that directly charged toward Bai Zijing. The million cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect such a terrifying killing move to appear right after they exchanged blows. It was truly shocking. Facing the white dragon shadow, Bai Zijing also nodded slightly. Not bad. Your combat strength has indeed improved greatly. However, your speed is not fast enough and can't hurt me at all. This is not fast enough? In the crowd, those geniuses were dumbfounded. This attack was already very terrifying, and they had no confidence in taking it on. However, Bai Zijing actually said that his speed was not fast enough. It was really despairing. Buzz. At the next moment, Bai Zijing took a step forward, and 10,000 rays of light flashed on his body. Then 10,000 phantoms appeared, and each of them was exactly the same as him. They filled the void, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake myriad mirror movement technique. This Bai Zijing had actually cultivated this movement technique to such a profound level. Some people of the older generation exclaimed, this was a terrifying movement technique that could instantly create 10,000 clones. Each of them seemed real, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, there was only one real body, and he was hidden among the 10,000 clones. Only by finding him would he be able to break the clones. Since I can't find him, I'll break all of them. Li Mengbai took a step forward, and the aura on his body also changed. He was no longer calm and composed. Instead, he was filled with killing intent. His hair danced wildly in satisfaction. Behind him, a silver-white sword light quickly interweaved, forming a terrifying domain. It soared into the sky like a wave. These sword lights blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They emitted an astonishing killing intent that enveloped those clones. Boom, boom, clang. The clones that filled the sky were pierced by the sharp swords and quickly disappeared. Those clones became fewer and fewer, from 10,000 to only a few hundred in the end. However, Li Mengbai's expression was grave. At the next moment, he frowned, and his expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated to the side. That was because he felt a biting, cold, killing intent coming from behind him. Poof. However, he was still a step too late. Behind him, a dazzling sword light transformed into a long rainbow, instantly enveloping him. Damn it, his real body is actually here. When did he come over? Li Mengbai was extremely shocked. He did not expect Bai Zijing to secretly come to his side, and even emit such a terrifying sword aura. He could not dodge it. The other party's speed was too fast, even faster than Zhou Jianying. With Li Mengbai's current speed, there was no way he could dodge it. Boom. So at the next moment, he activated the ring in his hand. That ring was extremely black, and it was worn on his middle finger. Everyone originally thought that it was a storage ring, but now it seemed that it was not at all. That was because the black ring suddenly emitted a monstrous black light, and then a huge pressure was emitted. Immediately after, a black tortoise phantom appeared, completely enveloping Li Mengbai. Clang! Bai Zijing's sword aura slashed on the black tortoise, emitting a deafening sound. Countless cracks were torn in the void, and the black tortoise phantom also dimmed in an instant. However, it did not shatter. Li Mengbai was also forced back a few thousand meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and a strand of hair also floated down. That was too dangerous. Chapter 2036, A Defensive Dharma Treasure. The surrounding people exclaimed. That black tortoise phantom was indeed terrifying. Even Lei Aoqian's expression was solemn. That was because that kind of defense was comparable to his Earth Constitution. However, there was still a difference between the two. The Earth Constitution was the power of the bloodline and could be used continuously. On the other hand, Li Mengbai's defensive Dharma treasure was obviously a treasure and could not be used for a long time. Therefore, it could only be used for defense and protection at critical moments. Black tortoise defensive ring. It seems that not only did you grow stronger in this year, but you also had many fortuitous encounters. Bai Zijing was also slightly surprised. However, no matter how many treasures he had, it was useless. He took a step forward and attacked again. The Gale's sword in his hand flashed rapidly. Gale's sword blade. With a thrust of the sword, heaven and earth rumbled. The surrounding green gale spun rapidly and enveloped the entire void. It was not an ordinary gale, but was formed by sword chi. Every gust of wind was a gust of sword chi. There were millions of them densely packed together. With a loud boom, heaven and earth were pierced through in an instant. The terrifying gale's storm charged toward Li Mengbai. Boom! Li Mengbai was hit by the gale's sword blade again and was instantly sent flying. The injuries on his body were even more serious. However, his eyes were extremely bright like stars. Floating light phantom sword. Li Mengbai gritted his teeth and roared as he quickly counterattacked. The silver-white long sword in his hand kept flashing, and the domain behind him was also rolling rapidly. Then 36 light swords formed in front of him and quickly intertwined, forming a mysterious sword pattern. 36 sword lights were arranged neatly and combined together, emitting a monstrous killing intent. Then they quickly turned into shooting stars and charged forward. Bai Zijing was also surprised again. He had to admit that Li Mengbai had given him too many surprises. He did not expect that in just a year, Li Mengbai could grow to such an extent. The sword pattern formed by 36 sword lights was already enough to threaten him. Therefore, he also used his ultimate move. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wild winds and lightning flashed in the wind. With a slash of the sword, the entire sky was cut into two halves. The sword pattern formed by 36 sword lights was also instantly split apart. Puff! Li Mengbai vomited blood and flew backward. A terrifying sword wound appeared on his body. Fortunately, Bai Zijing pulled back at the last moment. Otherwise, this sword might have cleaved him into two. When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. As expected, Bai Zijing was too strong. No one could defeat him. However, everyone was shocked by the strength that Li Mengbai displayed, because he was very strong, so strong that they couldn't fight against him. No matter which one it was, they were both peerless geniuses. They were not people they could fight against. Some of the geniuses in the crowd were discussing, "This Li Mengbai is too terrifying. I was also present at the battle a year ago. At that time, he couldn't resist the white mirror at all. In fact, he was defeated within 10 moves. Now that they had exchanged close to 50 to 60 moves, it could be said that the increase in his strength was truly terrifying. That's right. This Li Mengbai was also a rare sword genius. On the other side, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as a smile appeared on his face. He knew he had met his match. This Bai Zijing was indeed strong enough. It was no wonder that millions of martial artists were afraid of him. He was definitely a terrifying opponent. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he was extremely excited, because along the way, he had rarely met an opponent of the same level. Now that he finally met one, how could he not be excited? Moreover, the other party was also a sword genius, which made him even more satisfied. Do you think it's time for Shangguan Qi to make a move? Of course, Shangguan Qi has a lot of pills in his hands. He should be able to recover in this short period of time. That's great. I'll be able to see another battle between the two of them. Both of them were peerless swordsmen. I wonder who will be better. Sure enough, at the next moment, Bai Zijing also turned his head and looked at Shangguan Qi. Shangguan Qi stood up with a sinister smile on his face. He was about to say something when a voice came from the other side. Bai Zijing, I'll fight you. What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Why was there still someone coming out? Could it be that another sword genius had come? Everyone looked over. Even Bai Zijing and Shengguan Qi frowned slightly. They also turned their heads to look. Who is this kid? He's so unfamiliar. Could it be that a peerless genius had come? Everyone was discussing animatedly because although Lin Xian was only a six-star king now, they didn't dare to underestimate him. However, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, those who dared to challenge Bai Zijing were all supreme geniuses. Kid, who are you? Shangguan Qi was a little displeased. He originally wanted to make a move, but he didn't expect another person to appear halfway. A handsome young man in a red robe slowly walked out from the crowd. My name is Lin Xian, and I'm here to challenge Bai Zijing. That's right, this red-robed man was Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Hearing this name, everyone frowned and fell into deep thought. However, after thinking for a while, they realized that there was no genius called Lin Xian in the Tai dynasty. Could it be that he's not a famous young genius but a newcomer? Everyone was puzzled, and the older generation figures also frowned. They had never heard of him either. Shangguan Qi had never heard of him either. He immediately frowned and asked, "Never heard of him? Who are you? What sect are you from? What are your achievements?" "I don't belong to any sect. I'm an itinerant cultivator." As for my achievements, Lin Xian thought for a while, and then said seriously, "I don't think I've lost before. Don't belong to any sect? Itinerant cultivator?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How much can an itinerant cultivator achieve? No matter how talented you are, you can't do it without enough resources. These peerless geniuses all had powerful sects or families behind them. Those cultivation resources could be said to be endless. That was why he could surpass the older generation figures who had lived for thousands of years at such a young age. However, could an itinerant cultivator do that? Everyone was extremely doubtful because they had never heard of him. What shocked them even more was the last sentence. Never lost? How is that possible? Even peerless experts like Zhou Jianying and Li Mengbai had lost before, but this young man in front of them actually said that he had never lost before. This was even more unbelievable. Some people even sneered. You haven't lost before because you haven't made a move at all. Kid, how many battles have you fought? How dare you say such big words? That's right, kid. Who do you think you are? A prince or a princess? The saint is the reincarnation of a great emperor. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know what kind of person Bai Zijing is? I'm guessing that this kid definitely came out from some mountain valley and probably hasn't seen much of the world. I thought that the entire Tai dynasty is the same as their small village. Chapter 2037. Kid, scram to the side and play. This is the sword meet on Mount Hua, a battle between top prodigies. Someone like you isn't qualified to participate at all. Cold shouts came over one after another. Bai Zijing frowned slightly, but he did not speak. While the man in blue beside him, Bei Chun, snorted coldly. Want to challenge Bai Zijing? Bring out your strength. Get past me first, or else you won't have any chance. Zhou Jianying frowned even more. Her gaze stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Is it him? Why is he here? Could it be someone with the same name? Zhou Jianying was extremely puzzled in her heart, but when she looked at Lin Xian carefully, she discovered that the other party was actually really that person she knew. Immediately, her mind went blank. Around them, discussions sounded one after another. No one believed it at all. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The next moment, he took a step out. His gaze became sharp, and the sword qi on his body suddenly erupted. Boom. With a loud boom, the world turned upside down. A beam of sword light gushed out from Lin Xian's body, then pierced through the clouds. The terrifying sword qi emitted a sharp aura. The entire space froze in an instant. The mockery on everyone's faces disappeared and was replaced by horror. Even their bodies started to tremble. Those martial artists in the vicinity were directly sent flying by this sword chi. So powerful. Who is he? Damn it, this sword chi? How is it possible? A million martial artists cried out in surprise. And those geniuses and older generation figures also had their pupils constricted abruptly. They felt pressure, tremendous pressure. Although it was just a beam of sword chi, it pressured them until they could not breathe. It was as if a divine sword descended from the heavens, hanging above their heads. Even Bei Chun and Zhou Jianing's bodies trembled too, a hint of shock appearing in their eyes. Because this sword chi made them feel a sense of horror. But how is this possible? Apart from Bai Zijing, who else could do this? This young man in front of them actually brought them such a huge threat. This made them dare not believe it at all. Especially Zhou Jianing. She was even more shocked. She already recognized that Lin Xian came. But in her view, it was truly a surprise that Lin Xian could come here. But thinking about it, his strength should be inferior to hers. After all, the fortuitous encounters she had over the years were not something that ordinary people could understand. But unexpectedly, she was wrong. Furthermore, he was gravely mistaken. The aura that the other party was emitting at this moment was too sharp. It still surpassed hers. Moreover, she didn't know if this was the full strength of the other party, but without a doubt, it made her extremely shocked. The most shocked ones were the evil-looking man, Sheng Guanqi, and the white-clad Bai Zijing. The two of them were extremely surprised. Originally, they did not pay any attention to this person who had suddenly appeared. But now, it seemed that the other party was very strong. He was definitely qualified to fight with them. Who was this guy? He was actually so powerful. Sheng Guanqi's eyes lit up as he revealed an evil smile. He was so excited that he started to tremble. Bai Zijing's expression was solemn. He was indeed qualified to fight against me. Since that's the case, I'll watch another show. Sheng Guanqi sneered. Then his body swayed, and he went to the audience to watch. Bai Zijing turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Then a terrifying aura surged from his body. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying as they constantly clashed in the air. In the void, countless cracks began to spread out rapidly. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and kept retreating because this pressure was just too strong. The closer they were to the two of them, the greater the pressure. They could only retreat. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand it, and their bodies would split apart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Their gazes also turned into sharp sword lights as they clashed in the air. The sound of collision was earth-shattering. Then, many cultivators bled from their ears and fell to the ground, fainting. Sword soul. This was a collision of sword souls. Everyone retreat quickly. Some of the older generation exclaimed and retreated frantically at the same time. Both of their sword intents were very sharp, and their soul powers were very strong. At this moment, the power of their sword souls erupted. The 1 million cultivators could not withstand it at all. The surrounding people all retreated. There was a black mass in the distance, and only two figures were left on Mount Hua. They were like two sharp swords confronting each other. Buzz. At this moment, Bai Zijing made his move. He was very fast. The crowd could not see him drawing his sword. They only saw a hurricane in the sky. Then, the light that filled the sky swept out like waves. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed, "What a fast speed!" It was too fast, far surpassing Zhou Jianing's previous speed. They could not see it clearly at all now. Even the other geniuses were pale, cold sweat flowing down their foreheads. But in the next moment, their pupils constricted as they exclaimed, because they discovered that Lin Xian actually dodged it calmly. That's right, Lin Xian had indeed dodged it. The other party's sword speed was very fast, making him shocked. However, his heavenly dragon's 8 steps was not to be trifled with either. That kind of extreme speed was something that even a mighty figure could not compare to. Therefore, facing this biting, cold sword light, Lin Xian executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he flicked his finger. Immediately, the 9 underworld demonic sword appeared in the void, and he grabbed it. Then he slashed out with his sword. Black flames spread, and a terrifying heat wave swept across the sky. Everyone was surrounded by this heat wave, as if they were melting. And in this sea of fire, streaks of sword light appeared and quickly slashed out. Those sword lights turned into black phoenixes that spread their wings and flew. They were like a black torrent as they quickly charged toward Bai Zijing. What a terrifying sword light! What a terrifying flame power! This person was not only a swordsman, but also a fire elemental cultivator. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the monstrous flames arrived, Bai Zijing's robes were blown apart. Feeling this heat, he nodded solemnly. Not bad. Very strong. Far beyond my expectations. However, such an attack is still unable to defeat me. Speaking up to this point, he let out a long roar and waved his sword, bringing about a terrifying gust of wind to resist the black flames. Wind and fire clashed, energy surged, and the entire sky was completely engulfed. Buzz. Not only that, his sword even turned into streaks of lightning as he slashed out crazily. Speed. He wanted to use speed to suppress Lin Xian. It was too fast. Everyone was dazzled and could not see it clearly. Those peerless geniuses were also terrified. At this moment, only Lien Beichen, Zhou Jianying, Li Mengbai, Lei Aoqian, and the others could still see the other party's trajectory clearly. However, it was also very strenuous. Although their souls could capture it, their reaction speed was probably too slow to avoid it. This was the most helpless situation. In other words, they could judge it, but could not avoid it. At this moment, Zhou Jianying muttered to herself, "I wonder if he can dodge it." When Beichen heard this, he shook his head and sneered. What a joke. Even you can't keep up with such speed. Chapter 2038. But very soon he was stunned, because he discovered that Lin Xian had really dodged. He was in complete disbelief. Not only did Lin Xian dodge, but he also quickly attacked. In the sky, the duo's speed was even faster than lightning. Their sword lights completely exceeded everyone's soul perception. No one could clearly capture how many sword strikes they had made, only to see cracks and black holes appearing in the sky one after another. Too fast. How could these two possibly have such fast speed? It was not strange for Bai Zijing to have such speed. Firstly, he was Zhou Jianying's senior brother. Zhou Jianying's speed was fast enough, so Bai Zijing's speed should be even faster. Moreover, Bai Zijing was a wind elemental martial artist and had an additional boost to his speed. However, what was even more surprising was that young man called Lin Xian. He was a fire elemental martial artist. Logically speaking, his sword chi should be incomparably violent. What was going on with his speed? He could actually keep up with Bai Zijing's speed, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Everyone found this hard to believe. As they spoke, Bai Zijing and Lin Xian had already exchanged dozens of blows. Not only were their sword techniques fast, but their speed was even faster. At this moment, not to mention these sword lights, both of their bodies had disappeared. Everyone could only see each other's afterimages when they collided. Normally, they could only hear thunderous sounds. They could not see the duo's figures at all. Who exactly was this guy? How could he have such fast speed? Li Mengbai was shocked. His injuries had already recovered by 70% or 80%, but at this moment, his face was extremely pale because he could no longer keep up with the duo's speed now. He had personally experienced how terrifying Bai Zijing was. However, that young man called Lin Xian was also so terrifying. But why had he never heard of his name before? What was this kid's background? On the other side, Sheng Wanqi also frowned. He was slightly stronger than Li Mengbai, so, at this moment, he could clearly see the situation of the duo fighting in the sky. It was precisely because of this that he was extremely agitated. And the one who was the most surprised was Bai Zijing. Originally, he wanted to use the advantage of speed to suppress the other party. However, he did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. Therefore, up until now, the two of them were still tied. In the next moment, his figure flashed and stopped in the void. Clearly, the speed suppression had no effect. He would use other methods. At the next moment, he decided to use his killer move. Wong, Storm Thunder Sea, Bai Zijing bellowed and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, a gale flickered in the sky, and thunder and lightning descended. On one side was the power of wind, and on the other was the power of thunder. The two forces transformed into two sharp sword lights that intertwined with each other in the air. Then, it quickly slashed down. With a loud boom, a pitch-black hole was smashed open in the sky. Wherever the sword of wind and thunder passed, nothing could resist it. Furthermore, the range of the storm's power was simply too wide. Therefore, even Lin Xian was forced back. He revealed his true form and let out a long howl as he looked at the incoming sword light of wind and lightning. In the next moment, he stomped his foot. Suddenly, mysterious sword runes appeared in the sky. They were like small swords and were abnormally sharp, demon-slaying sword array. Here, Lin Xian performed the demon-slaying sword formation. His aura changed. The fiery and sharp aura in the past became decisive and murderous. A monstrous sea of blood surged and quickly formed in this demon-slaying sword formation. The smell of blood made even those peerless geniuses frown. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Once the demon-slaying sword formation appeared, it enveloped the entire sky. Then, blood-colored sword lights that filled the sky rushed out and collided with the sword of wind and thunder, resulting in an intense explosion. The incomparably terrifying sword chi of wind and thunder was successfully blocked. Not only that, but it was also besieged by these blood-colored sword lights. In the end, it dimmed and even disappeared in the sky. What? Bai Zijing's attack was actually blocked. This was too unbelievable. This was the first time, right? This was too exciting. This person could really contend with Bai Zijing. Moreover, they were locked in a stalemate. The surrounding cultivators were agitated. Zhou Jianing also clenched her fists. What level had he reached? How could he contend with senior brother? In the sky, Bai Zijing was also surprised. The other party could actually block his killer move. It was indeed surprising. This was probably the most powerful person he had ever met in the younger generation. Therefore, he decided to go all out. You're very strong, and are qualified to make me go all out, Bai Zijing said in a deep voice. On the opposite side, Lin Xian also laughed loudly after hearing that. Is that so? I just don't know if you can make me go all out. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. Facing Bai Zijing, was he still planning to hold back? Everyone was dumbfounded. Bai Zijing also snorted coldly. No one had ever dared to look down on him, yet the other party dared to do so. This made him furious. On the opposite side, Lin Xian stood in the demon-slaying sword formation and quickly counterattacked. Below his feet was the demon-slaying sword formation, and above him, Lin Xian displayed the dragon sword's spiritual domain. Immediately, the cyan sword Qi transformed into numerous true dragons. terrifying roars, and sharp sword light pierced through the clouds and shattered the void. The violent power made everyone tremble again. Heavens, he actually still had strength. This aura was even more terrifying than before. That was his king domain. It was actually a dragon. How did it form? Everyone was stunned. Bai Zijing's expression also froze. The other party's strength had indeed become stronger again. This was unexpected. Boom. In the sky, the green sword shadow turned into a huge dragon. Then it opened its mouth and spat out black flames. It was like a black waterfall pouring down. Bai Zijing didn't dare to be careless. He gripped his long sword tightly and quickly waved it, forming a huge wind sword blade that enveloped all the flames in the sky. This wasn't the end. After the dragon head spat out flames, it started to spit out frost. In an instant, space froze and the ground was sealed in ice. The terrifying cold air made people tremble. Ice attribute. After the fire attribute, he displayed the ice attribute. Was he a dual attribute cultivator of ice and fire? Bai Zijing also frowned. He placed one hand on his long sword and flicked it lightly. Immediately, a crisp sword hum sounded, turning into thunderous golden ripples that resisted the frost in the sky. However, he still underestimated the power of the sea god ice. Therefore, for a moment, he was actually suppressed by the ice snow and hell flames in the sky. No way. Was Bai Zijing going to lose? Heavens, this is too hard to believe. This person called Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could actually suppress Bai Zijing. Could it be that he was the #1 swordsman of the younger generation? Exclamations sounded one after another. No one dared to accept this reality. At this moment, even Li Mengbai and Bei Chen were shocked. Chapter 2039. At this moment, even Li Mengbai and Bei Chen were shocked. Zhou Jianying shook her head. Impossible. Senior brother won't lose. Senior brother still has many trump cards that he hasn't used yet. As Bai Zijing's junior sister, Zhou Jianying knew very well that her senior brother still had some powerful trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Therefore, she wasn't worried. On the other side, Shang Guanqi also frowned. Although Bai Zijing was at a disadvantage now, he didn't think that Lin Xian would win easily, because as a peerless expert, he had fought with Bai Zijing before. He knew that Bai Zijing's strength was definitely not limited to this. Whoever underestimated Bai Zijing would lose miserably. This was also why he didn't attack directly and had to adjust his body to the peak before daring to fight against Bai Zijing. Swift Storm Dragon. At this moment, Bai Zijing, who was suppressed by the ice and fire powers, suddenly roared. Then, his green sword turned into a hurricane that filled the sky, gradually condensing into the shadow of a dragon, and instantly slashed out. Buzz. Crack. This sword was so sharp that the entire void was split into 2 halves. The ice and fire powers around him were also split apart by the sword. The power was much weaker. Not only that, the swift storm dragon circled around him, creating a vacuum around him. Without the threat of the ice and fire powers, Bai Zijing heaved a sigh of relief. Then he waved his sword and the swift storm dragon charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and the demon-slaying sword formation under his feet immediately emitted 50 huge blood-colored sword chi that intertwined in the air, forming a huge blood-colored palm. It quickly slapped down and smashed the swift storm dragon into pieces. However, although the swift storm dragon was shattered, the energy exploded and blasted the blood-colored uncle into pieces. In an instant, the 2 attacks disappeared in the sky at the same time. Whoosh! Bai Zijing waved his hand, and the energy in front of him dissipated. Then he didn't attack again. Instead, he stood quietly in the air. "Kid, I have to admit that you're very strong. You've completely exceeded my expectations. To be able to fight until now, you're the strongest swordsman I've ever seen in the younger generation. However, do you think you can defeat me like this? Next, I'll let you see my true strength." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. His true abilities. This meant that Bai Zijing had yet to unleash his full power. Heaven. Without using his full strength, he was already so powerful. If he used his full strength, how terrifying would he be? At that moment, even the people of the older generation started to twitch their mouths. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard Lin Xian's words. However, it was a pity that he had hidden his strength as well. "Let's see which of us is hiding more of our strength." He was also hiding his strength. Everyone was stupefied. This brat was too abnormal, wasn't he? He actually hid his strength as well. Damn it, I don't believe it. How could this kid be hiding his strength? He must be boasting. Bei Chen gnashed his teeth. Zhou Jianying's expression was solemn. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it either. But in the next moment, they all believed it. This was because Lin Xian's aura had exploded once again, reaching a new height. This height had completely surpassed them. Even Shangguan Qi, who was watching the battle from the side, had a terrible look on his face. Bai Zijing was the first to bear the brunt, and his expression was even more solemn. He shouted coldly, and the sword Qi in his body also erupted. A green sword intent quickly appeared, rushing straight into the clouds, turning into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. The current by Zijing was incomparably terrifying, as if he was a sword god. The powerful pressure made everyone's scalp tingle. Lin Xian's body also flickered with sword light, carrying an incomparably domineering aura. There were even dragon roars that sounded. Everything under the 9 heavens and 10 lands was connected by his sword Qi. At this moment, he was like a supreme king, looking down on everything. This time, both of their auras were very powerful, and they clashed in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder descended from all directions, and the 2 sword lights quickly collided, turning into the most dazzling fireworks that bloomed in the sky above everyone. Then they quickly disappeared. Bai Zijing's expression was solemn. He didn't expect that when he used his full strength, the other party could still match up. It seemed that the other party also had a lot of hidden strength. However, he wouldn't be defeated. As the top genius of the younger generation, he had never been defeated before. So this time, he wouldn't allow himself to fail. Wind art, wind kill, the long sword was waved. And the sword Qi was like a rainbow, devouring the sky and splitting the earth. A huge green sword shadow was swung out from Bai Zijing's hand, quickly slashing forward. This sword was many times more powerful than the previous one. Feeling the power of this sword, everyone around trembled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was excited. That's right, the other party was indeed a powerful opponent, worthy of his full strength. The sword crossed the sky, and the cold light illuminated a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand like a god of death and was extremely powerful. Ka ka ka, ice break. The sword Qi in Lin Xian's hand carried a terrifying cold ice. This was a killing move that he condensed with the sea god's ice. It was called ice break. At this moment, the blue sword Qi was unleashed, and everywhere it passed, everything was sealed in ice. The 2 sword lights collided in the air, and the void was mercilessly torn apart. In an instant, countless cracks spread out in the distance. Wind kill versus ice break. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked, apart from the 100,000 feet tall Mount Hua. All the surrounding mountains exploded in an instant. Are they really just 6 star kings? Why do I feel that they have far surpassed us? A young genius's voice trembled. Everyone was a genius and a six-star king, but the strength displayed by the other party was on a completely different level from them. This made them feel extremely desperate. Not to mention them, even the faces of those almighties turned dark. They had cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years, but they were actually inferior to two young boys. It made them have the urge to vomit blood. They even felt their hair stand on end. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion occurred in front. Two sword lights exploded, tearing a black hole. The two of them also quickly retreated 1,000 miles and stabilized their figures. What? Bai Zijing's wind kill was actually blocked? How is this possible? This was one of his trump cards. Bei Qin was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it at all. This wind kill was very terrifying. Once it was used, even mighty figures wouldn't be able to survive. It could be said to be one of the most powerful killing moves. But now, it was actually blocked by someone. Could it be that this kid could really defeat Bai Zijing? He was extremely shocked. At the side, Zhou Jianying shook her head. It was impossible. Although Wind Kill was one of Senior Brother's trump cards, it wasn't his strongest trump card. Just wait and see. Senior Brother still has a trump card. He definitely won't lose. On the other side, Bai Zijing was also shocked. Even he was afraid of the power of Wind Kill. However, the other party was actually able to block it. Chapter 2040. However, just as Zhou Jianying had said, this was not his only trump card. He had an even more powerful killing move. Moreover, he would not allow himself to fail. Although the other party was strong, he was more confident in himself. With a furious roar, the green sword light on his body shone even brighter, quickly turning into a long green river that fell from the sky. Bai Zijing's aura continued to rise, and a green sword territory quickly appeared. It condensed beside him, becoming one with the green sword in his hand. What a terrifying domain power! Bai Zijing was probably going to launch his most ferocious attack. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the green sword energy in front of them. They were extremely shocked and retreated thousands of miles again. On the other side, Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Dragon-shaped sword energy surged on his body, turning into the dragon sword domain that enveloped him. The power of the sword energy also kept rising, as if a huge dragon was flying rapidly. Boom, boom. The two of them did not make a move, but it caused a terrifying impact. The two king domains collided, and one turned into a shocking giant sword that pierced through the sky like a green sword. On the other side, dragon-shaped sword energy swept through the surroundings. The two collided intensely in the air, producing extremely violent energy. Even almighties did not dare to touch such violent energy. Not good. Retreat quickly. Although everyone had already retreated thousands of miles when they saw this scene, they all ran in all directions crazily. At this moment, millions of cultivators were like locusts fleeing into the distance in a dark mass. Those people retreated thousands of miles away, but they realized that it was still not enough. In front of them, the sword energy turned into ripples that spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void was quickly sliced open. If there were cultivators around, they would not be able to block it at all. Therefore, they could only retreat again. Lin Xian and Bai Zijing, who were in the center of the storm, also suffered a great impact. Buzz. Bai Zijing was wearing green battle armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. Mysterious runes flickered on the battle armor, defending against the storm that filled the sky. On the opposite side, Lin Xian wore a black battle armor like a god of war. Boom, boom. Both of their armors were of very high grade and were able to withstand the attacks of powerful beings. But now, in the face of this energy storm, It seemed somewhat inadequate. Humph! Therefore, Bai Zijing had no choice but to use other means. There was a cyan ring on his finger. It was not a storage ring, but a defensive ring. At this moment, he activated Swift and Fierce and poured it into the green ring. Immediately, the ring emitted light, forming a large green bell that enveloped him, forming a second line of defense. After doing this, Bai Zijing revealed a smile. His ring was a top-notch Earth-rank treasure. The defense formed was incomparably powerful. He was very confident. Moreover, this item was very precious. He guessed that the other party definitely did not have it. Now, the attack power of both of them was very strong. Whoever could gain an advantage in defense would be the final victor. Therefore, Bai Zijing was very assured now. When the crowd saw this scene from afar, they exclaimed in shock, "Heavens, he actually has a supreme grade ring." The defense of this supreme grade ring was probably even stronger than Ho-Tu's Ho-Tu constitution. It's over. It's over. I wonder if that kid named Lin Xian has such a treasure? If not, it would be very difficult for him to resist such a powerful storm. I guess he definitely doesn't have such a defensive ring. That thing is very rare. And Bai Zijing must have spent a lot of effort to get it. That kid named Lin Xian definitely doesn't have it. Everyone discussed animatedly. As for Bei Chun and Zhou Jianying, they heaved a sigh of relief. They also thought that Bai Zijing had gained the upper hand. Lin Xian indeed did not have such a defensive ring. However, his abilities were not what ordinary people could imagine. The next moment he snorted coldly, and a dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out of his body, transforming into a giant dragon that coiled around his body. True dragon protection. Lin Xian also used a second line of defense. What was that? A giant dragon? Seeing this scene, these people went crazy. They did not expect that the other party would actually create a giant dragon phantom. This scene was too fucking spectacular. Not to mention these people. Even Bai Zijing was stunned. Originally, he thought that he had gained the advantage in terms of defense, but he did not expect that the other party would actually create a true dragon phantom to protect him. Did he have to be so perverted? Impossible. It's definitely not a real true dragon phantom. It should be some kind of divine ability. I don't believe that he can compare to my supreme grade ring. Thinking of this, he shouted coldly and quickly charged over while resisting the two types of defenses. Galaxy Sword Technique. The long sword was swung out, and it was as if a galaxy had fallen. Starlight shone all over the sky, surrounding Bai Zijing. He quickly slashed forward. Dragon Roar! Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed. The black demonic sword turned into a black dragon and flew out. In the sky, the clouds rolled, and the huge black dragon phantom flew quickly. In an instant, it collided with the galaxy that filled the sky. Then, energy erupted again. The two of them moved quickly and dodged. At the same time, Bai Zijing formed a seal with his left hand, and a white light flew out from his fingertip. Lin Xian waved the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, and the violent fist exploded the void, shattering the finger light. The two of them had endless methods. Now, it was not only sword techniques, but also various divine abilities. This was also because the two of them had strong defenses that they could still hold on under such violent energy. If it were anyone else, even if they were a mighty figure, they would have been smashed into pieces by now. Ah, brat, take my strongest killing move, 9 revolutions, heavenly origin sword. Buzz, Bai Zijing roared. At this moment, he did not hold back at all, and used his most powerful killing move. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, a storm raged, and 9 sword lights appeared behind Bai Zijing. Among them, 3 were solid and connected heaven and earth, while the other 6 were illusory and hazy. What? It's actually the 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword. How does he know this sword technique? Heavens, hasn't this sword technique been lost for tens of thousands of years? He actually learned it. Exclamations sounded one after another. Obviously, this 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword was very famous in the Tai dynasty. As a result, when his name came out, the millions of martial artists exclaimed together. Sure enough, senior brother used his strongest killing move. Zhou Jianying was also extremely excited. On the other side, Beichen, Li Mengbai, Chong Lu, Lei Aoqian, and the other peerless geniuses were all extremely shocked. Just the 9 terrifying sword chis alone were enough to make them tremble. They knew that they could not even take one. Even Shangguan Qi's expression was extremely solemn, because he originally thought that he could fight with Bai Zijing, and even had the confidence to defeat Bai Zijing. But now, it seemed that was not necessarily the case. If it was before, he still had confidence. But now that the 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword was used, he probably had no hope. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.